Chapter 585. The Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court system is exactly the same as that of the Magic Note dynasty in order to use the Empyrean-grade secret treasure Magic Note throne. If the Great Cloud Dynasty can unify the entire Tsangji plane, then Bai Wuqing can easily break through to the quasi-holy step by using the Magic Note throne. He may even be able to promote to a Holy Spirit Warlock in one fell swoop and advance to the Supreme Warlock Emperor realm. An Imperial censor with Moonlight Warlock rank cultivation base stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, the other plane development division lost more than 2 million elites in the attack on the Andrak plane. Even Deputy Division Chief Jiang Ziming died in the Andrak plane. I impeached Division Chief Umol of the other plane development division for dereliction of duty, improper use of personnel, corruption, and bribery." When the Imperial censor stepped forward, there was silence in the Imperial court. All the court officials were as silent as clay puppets. The officials of the Great Cloud Dynasty have already learned through their own intelligence channels that the 2 million elite troops of the other plane development division died in the Andrak plane. The commander of the 2 million elite army is Bai Tianxing, a prince of the Bai family. The person behind the scenes who stirred up a storm in the Andrak plane and killed 2 million elites of the Great Cloud Dynasty in one fell swoop is the peerless genius Yang Feng from the Battle Demon sect. Originally, Yang Feng should have been recruited by the Great Cloud Dynasty as a member of the Great Cloud Dynasty. However, this peerless genius of the Great Cloud Dynasty now stands on the opposite side of the Great Cloud Dynasty and wiped out 2 million elite troops of the other plane development division in one fell swoop. Even for the Great Cloud Dynasty, this is not a small blow. The other plane development division is an elite army used by the Great Cloud Dynasty to suppress and attack other planes. It has a total of 5 million elite troops. Now that 2 million of them have been wiped out, it is equivalent to losing 2/5 of its strength. To fill the gap in the other plane development division, it is necessary to transfer elite warlocks from other armies of the Great Cloud Dynasty. This is very disadvantageous for the Great Cloud Dynasty, which needs to concentrate its strength on the Battle Demon sect. In addition, the most outstanding genius of the Bai family, Bai Tianxing, is also mixed in. Once the struggle for the crown prince is involved, the ministers of the imperial court won't dare to say anything. A crown prince is the heir apparent of a state. Once a prince is conferred the title of crown prince, he can use the power of the imperial court stored in the Magic Note throne to strengthen his cultivation and promote to an infinity warlock. Moreover, once a prince is promoted to a crown prince, then when the dynasty's emperor dies, he will be able to take over the position of emperor and use the power of the Note throne to suppress enemies. In the Bai family, other than a few useless crown princes who were defeated, many crown princes successfully ascended the throne after the death of the previous emperor. Bai Wuqing said indifferently, "Umol has neglected his duties and is relieved of his position as the director of the other plane development division. The rest of the 7 deputy division chiefs who can kill Yang Feng will be the next division chief of the other plane development division. Place Yang Feng 10th on the demon hunting division's wanted list." A eunuch respectfully noted down Bai Wuqing's words. Yang by rank, said, as Emperor of Demon of. Emperor of Yang of Emperor, Tian Dynasty of Wang as, Li Zioff of Wudong Dynasty to Dynasty of as. For Yang Feng to be able to enter the top 10, His Majesty really wants to kill him. With 2 million elites of the other plane development division wiped out, it will take at least 100 years for the division to recover. To His Majesty, who has great talent and bold vision, this is definitely a big blow. The ministers of the imperial court were silent, but stormy waves were set off in their hearts. The top 9 Infinity Warlocks of the Demon Hunting Division are all Infinity Warlocks wanted criminals. The 9 Infinity Warlocks are peerless enemies that the Great Cloud Dynasty has accumulated for tens of thousands of years. They are already hiding in other planes, not daring to set foot in the Tsangji plane rashly. The 10th place on the Demon Hunting Division's wanted list is equivalent to the Demon Hunting Division focusing on killing Yang Feng. Even the Infinity Warlock Division Chief of the Demon Hunting Division may step in and kill Yang Feng. Bai Wuqing said indifferently, Bai Tianxing was greedy and rash, leading to a great defeat. He was demoted to a commoner and exiled to the demonic realm. Jiang Tai is suspected of corruption and is dismissed from the position of Deputy Division Chief of the other Plane Development Division. As soon as this statement came out, the face of the representative of the Jiang family changed dramatically, and despair streaked past his eyes. Bai Tianxing is finish. The Jiang family made the wrong bet this time. Looks of Schadenfreude focused on the representative of the Jiang family. The other Plane Development Division is the most popular department in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Most of the treasures from other planes have to be turned over to the treasury. But the pavilion closest to the water enjoys moonlight first. The other Plane Development Division can intercept a small part of the precious materials from other planes. Moreover, the other Plane Development Division, which often comes into contact with other planes, may find the coordinates of some other planes with life forms. The coordinates of other planes with life forms can be sold at sky-high prices. Other planes with life forms, even if they are grade 9 planes, can be used as bases for churches to spread their faith. Moreover, planes of rank 7 and above are extremely precious because they can give birth to gods. Human warlocks who desire immortality are willing to pay any price for a god position. After the Jiang family lost that position, the blow it suffered wasn't small. With the death and dismissal of the 2 deputy division chiefs, it is equivalent to cutting off more than 3/4 of the Jiang family's power in the other Plane Development Division. Among the 6 ministers, an eye suddenly opened on the forehead of the Minister of War Wei Jin, and a strange rune suddenly appeared, and his complexion changed dramatically. Bai Wuqing asked indifferently, "Wei Jin, what happened?" An unsightly expression on his face, Wei Jin gritted his teeth and replied, "Your Majesty, the green cloud plane, the purple fragrance plane, the south cloud plane, the calm plane, the valley plane, and the moored plane have been captured by Yang Feng's mechanical legion." Boom! With a loud noise, the entire hall shook. Under the expressionless Bai Wuqing's feet, the earth cracked, and countless cracks spread into the surroundings. The 9-headed purple dragon opened its eyes, which flickered with a cruel and berserk light, and a vast and tyrannical aura diffused from the 9-headed purple dragon. In the imperial court, everyone was trembling with fear. They lowered their heads and did not say a word. They could all feel an incomparably violent aura pervading the hall. The 9 purple dragons are monsters formed from the power of the Great Cloud Dynasty. In this hall, they can even kill infinity warlocks. Everyone could feel the anger of Bai Wuqing, who was sitting on the throne. Since the establishment of the Great Cloud Dynasty, although it isn't as mighty as the 8 warlock dynasties, it has suppressed countless planes and is invincible. But at the same time, it is growing stronger day by day. It is seizing planes that have been seized by others in the past. At the same time, it is exploring and colonizing new planes. But now Yang Feng has captured 6 planes of the Great Cloud Dynasty in one fell swoop. Although the 6 planes are only grade 9 planes, but it is still equivalent to a slap in Bai Wuqing's face. Bai Wuqing uttered indifferently, "Bai Yunlai." "Yes, Your Majesty." A burly man walked out of the hall. His body was ramrod straight, and a domineering aura emanated from his body. Bai Wuqing said indifferently, "Go and destroy the green cloud plane, the purple fragrance plane, the south cloud plane, the Anli plane, the Guli plane, and the moored plane." Bai Yunlai replied respectfully, "Yes, Your Majesty." The Bai family has 13 infinity warlocks. Bai Yunlai is one of the 13 infinity warlocks. He is also one of the 13 grand princes of the Great Cloud Dynasty. Once a powerhouse of the Bai family promotes to an infinity warlock, they can become one of the grand princes of the Great Cloud Dynasty. At the same time, they can obtain countless resources and a grade 7 plane as their fief. When the ministers heard the order, they felt a chill in their hearts, understanding that Bai Wuqing is furious. Generally, those 9th grade planes were incomparably precious treasures. If they were taken away, then they could just take them back. Very few people would destroy a 9th grade plane. After all, ordinary people of grade 9 planes can provide a steady stream of divine force crystals. The Great Cloud Dynasty has conferred many gods, who need the faith force of ordinary people to support them. However, when Bai Wuqing is furious, no minister dares to dissuade him. After all, Bai Wuqing is an ambitious and ruthless character. Those who angered him before are already dead. A few days later, ripples suddenly appeared in the space outside the green cloud plane. Bai Yunlai stepped out from the ripples in space. At the moment when Bai Yunlai stepped out of the spatial ripples, a tremendous, seemingly omnipresent plane will suddenly descended from the depths of the green cloud plane and crushed towards Bai Yunlai. A trifling grade 9 plane's origin will wants to suppress me. You're overestimating yourself. Bai Yunlai smiled coldly, and an Infinity Warlock rank life force suddenly gushed out, intertwined with the grade 9 plane's origin will, and suppressed it bit by bit. This is an Infinity Warlock. A prompt came from the green cloud plane Skynet, attracting Yang Feng's attention to the green cloud plane. For the first time, he saw Bai Yunlai, a human warlock, forcibly resist the oppression of a plane's origin will, and even suppress it instead. Kill him. Open fire. In the semiplane outside the green cloud plane, numerous steel gates opened and revealed a fully charged Star Destroyer artillery. The Level 3 optical computer performed frantically, deduced Bai Yunlai's reactions, and predicted his actions. The Star Destroyer artillery flashed, and a resplendent beam of light cut through the void and barreled towards Bai Yunlai along the trajectory guided by the Level 3 optical computer. Chapter 586. Godguard Shield. A dignified look in his eyes, Bai Yunlai raised his hand, and the Level 8 secret treasure Godguard Shield suddenly flew out. The 100-meter-tall shield inlaid with godheads specialized in the divine authority of protection suddenly flew out, and a fearsome god formed from dozens of godheads suddenly awakened. The god stepped out of the shield, spread his hand, and a 6-point star, a heptagram, an 8-pointed star, and an enneagram appeared in the void. These 4 shields were formed from countless runes. When the Star Destroyer artillery beam that instackled the Bright World Warlock Jiang Ziming slammed into the Godguard shield and destroyed the Enneagram shield and the Octagon shield, its power was exhausted, and it collapsed. When Bai Yunlai used the Level 8 secret treasure Godguard shield, his aura suddenly dimmed, and his pinnacle Bright World Warlock rank cultivation base was suppressed to the junior Bright World Warlock rank. In the green cloud plane, due to the suppression of the plane origin will, an Infinity Warlock like Bai Yunlai can't devour the energy of heaven and earth to restore his strength. Every time he uses a bit of power, he will lose a bit of power. Only Infinity Warlocks who have formed a virtual world inside them can have a steady stream of power in any environment. The original will of the plane. Let me crush you. Bai Yunlai's eyes flashed with a fanatical shade, and his aura rose wildly. He beckoned with his hand and withdrew the Godguard shield, and a bronze halberd appeared in his right hand. Level 8 secret treasures are extremely powerful. Unless an Infinity Warlock has formed a virtual world, they can only use one. They can't use 2 Level 8 secret treasures at the same time. At the same time as Bai Yunlai withdrew the Godguard shield, countless beams shot towards Bai Yunlai from the semiplane. The small semiplane suspended above the green cloud plane has been transformed by Yang Feng into a small armed fortress. Even a Bright World Warlock can't ignore the barrage of energy beams. A trifling low-level arcane treasure dares to be so arrogant. Break for me. An ominous glint flashed in Bai Yunlai's eyes. He looked like a peerless god of disdain as he threw the rank 8 void-shattering halberd in his hand. It shattered the void and slammed into the small demiplane. A terrifying mushroom cloud suddenly rose up, as if several hundred 10,000-ton nuclear warheads had exploded at the same time, completely swallowing that 30-kilometer diameter demiplane. The small demiplane equipped with countless defensive equipment and cannons was instantly engulfed by the terrifying explosion. Yang Feng looked at the fragmented small semiplane and inhaled a breath of cold air. Amazing. As expected of an Infinity Warlock, what a terrifying enemy. No wonder the Great Cloud Dynasty's Imperial Court sent such a tyrannical monster to destroy the green cloud plane alone. If it wasn't for the fact that the base had just been upgraded to a rank 3 base not long ago, we wouldn't have been able to do anything to such a monster in a low-level plane like the Azure Cloud plane. Due to the suppression of the green cloud plane's origin will, even a Bright World Warlock will be suppressed to the Great Warlock rank. For Bai Yunlai to be able to erupt with such frightening combat power under the suppression of the plane's origin will is simply shocking. Before Bai Yunlai could catch his breath, engine roars sounded, and a swarm of starry sky rippers flew towards Bai Yunlai at Mach 15 speed. A cold ray flashed in Bai Yunlai's eyes, and he silently recited an incantation and spread the fingers of a hand, and a strange rune appeared in his hand. Violent wind elemental particles suddenly gathered, and violent wind blades slashed towards the starry sky rippers. Amidst the violent wind blades containing the law of wind, the energy shields of the starry sky rippers shattered and turned into countless parts that scattered in the sky. Suddenly, a strange scene appeared. Countless broken parts suddenly flew up, condensed, and reconstructed into the Undying main battle robots. As soon as the Undyings appeared, they erupted with Mach 25 speed, flew to in front of Bai Yunlai in an instant, and slashed at him with their blades. "Get the hell out of my way!" Bai Yunlai's face fell, and he roared, and violent wind blades slashed in all directions with him as the center. The hundreds of Undyings were cut into countless pieces by the violent wind blades in an instant. As if they had a life of their own, the countless fragments attracted each other, and then suddenly gathered in front of Bai Yunlai and formed Undyings again. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Devourers attached to the Undying pounced at Bai Yunlai, turned into a black cloud, and pounced on the life force field 3 meters away from Bai Yunlai, and frantically devoured it. A large number of Devourers pounced on the violent storm and frantically devoured the wind elemental particles contained in the storm. Bai Yunlai suddenly felt his life energy pour out. Shocked and angry, he beckoned with his hand, wanting to take back the Level 8 secret treasure Voidbreaker halberd. At this time, next to the Level 8 secret treasure, the void-shattering halberd, stood thousands of Sealer primary battle robots. The Sealer's power output was pushed to the maximum. Circles of blue light enveloped the void-shattering halberd, blocking the connection between it and Bai Yunlai. If it was in the Tsangji plane, Bai Yunlai, who controls the law of wind, could absorb a copious amount of life magic energy with a wave of his hand. With a spell, he could cut the Undyings into the atomic state. The Undying chips of the Undyings can't be preserved, and naturally can't be regenerated. But in the green cloud plane, it is already very difficult for Bai Yunlai to suppress the plane origin will. Moreover, the whole world and the whole plane are rejecting him. He can't absorb any life magic energy, nor can he contend with the Sealer's seal on the Voidbreaker halberd. An unknown premonition welled up in Bai Yunlai's heart. Damn it, if it was in the Tsangji plane, these mechanical golems wouldn't be able to hurt me. However, now I have to withdraw. Originally, with Bai Yunlai's junior Infinity Warlock rank strength, he could destroy the Green Cloud Plane's plane origin will. However, although the Green Cloud Plane's plane origin will is weak, but after all, it is still an amalgamation of the plane's power. It is an existence similar to Gaia's consciousness, so it can't be destroyed so easily. On one hand, Bai Yunlai contends against the Green Cloud Plane's plane origin will, on the other hand, he has to fend off the almost endless number of robots. He couldn't help but have the thought of retreating. In the Green Cloud Plane, in a secret room of a villa, a portal shone brightly, and Yang Feng stepped out of the portal and pressed the dimensional badge. Along with flashes of light, 18 arc battlestars with their main artillery modified into Star Destroyer artillery suddenly appeared and fired a Star Destroyer artillery barreling towards Bai Yunlai. The Devourers suddenly scattered before the Star Destroyer artillery fired, exposing Bai Yunlai to the muzzle of the Star Destroyer artillery. Godguard shield. Bai Yunlai's face fell, and a premonition of death welled up inside him. He promptly cut off the connection with the Level 8 secret treasure Void Sundering halberd, and the Level 8 secret treasure Godguard shield suddenly flew out and blocked in front of him. The god stepped out of the shield, spread his hand, and a 6-point star, a heptagram, an 8-pointed star, and an enneagram appeared in the void. These 4 shields were formed from countless runes. When the Star Destroyer artillery beam slammed into the Godguard shield and destroyed the enneagram shield and the octagon shield, its power was exhausted, and it collapsed. Another Star Destroyer artillery beam slammed into the Godguard shield in an instant and blasted the heptagon shield and dimmed it. The other 2 beams of light from the Star Destroyer cannons bombarded the heptagram shield one after another, finally shattering it. The beams of the Star Destroyer cannons bombarded the remnants of the hexagram shield one after another. Every time a planetary obliteration cannon beam was fired, one of the Arc interstellar battleships would explode in mid-air. The power of the Star Destroyer artillery is too great. Arc battlestars cannot bear such a powerful force. An indifferent expression on his face, Yang Feng watched the battle stars. He spent countless resources to build, disintegrate and shatter one after another. As long as he can kill an Infinity Warlock, Yang Feng is willing to pay any price. When the 9th Star Destroyer artillery beam finally shattered the heptagon shield, the 10th Star Destroyer artillery beam devoured the Godguard shield together with Bai Yunlai. Bai Yunlai is indeed an Infinity Warlock. After he was devoured by the Star Destroyer artillery beam, his body became riddled with scars, but he still didn't die. The 11th Star Destroyer artillery beam slammed into Bai Yunlai in an instant, engulfed him, and vaporized him. Yang Feng, I am a Grand Prince of the Great Cloud Dynasty. You must not kill me. If you dare to kill me, the Bai family will fight the Battle Demon sect to the bitter end. Under the bombardment of the 11th Star Destroyer artillery beam, the lower half of Bai Yunlai's body vaporized, leaving only his head, which roared wildly. The 12th Star Destroyer artillery beam slammed into the remaining part of Bai Yunlai's head in an instant and blasted half of it into pieces. When the 13th Star Destroyer artillery beam slammed into Bai Yunlai's head, his head was finally blasted apart, leaving only an infinity core floating in the void. Countless devourers suddenly turned into a black swarm and pounced on the infinity core. A distorted black gas gushed out of the infinity core and was swept by the devourers, and they issued miserable screams at once. Yang Feng, I curse you. I curse you to die a horrible death. I curse you. The distorted black gas roared mournfully, but its voice became weaker and weaker, and eventually disappeared. After searching for a while, the devourers picked up the infinity core and flew towards the Level 3 laboratory established by Yang Feng in the Green Cloud Plain. Chapter 587. In the depths of the Great Cloud Dynasty's royal palace, in a huge palace called Cloud Soul Hall, there are soul lamps exuding soul aura. If the soul lamp is not extinguished, it proves that the warlock is still alive. Many warlocks will either go to other planes to explore for hundreds of years, or they will enter seclusion to study a spell for 100 years. The life and death of these warlocks is extremely important to the Bai family, so they set up soul lamps. Once they died, a soul lamp would be extinguished within the Cloud Soul Hall. In the deepest part of the Cloud Soul Hall, there are 13 soul lamps, which are the soul lamps of the 13 infinity warlocks of the Bai family. Suddenly, a fearsome soul storm rose in the Cloud Soul Hall, and a soul lamp went out. A warlock guarding the Cloud Soul Hall pushed open the gate of the Cloud Soul Hall, and his gaze fell on the deepest part of the hall. Suddenly, his eyes shimmered with horror, and he exclaimed, Grand Prince Bai Yunlai died. Soon after, the sound of a huge and magnificent funeral bell reverberated in the royal palace. Everyone in the royal palace knows that an infinity warlock of the Bai family has died. In the royal palace, the eyes of the Bai family's clansmen revealed a look of worry. The 13 infinity warlocks are the pillars of the Bai family as well as the underlying strength of the Bai family. They firmly guard the Bai family. It is because of the 13 infinity warlocks that the Bai family is known as the #1 family in the Great Cloud Dynasty. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, although the 3 Grand Ministers and 9 Ministers are all infinity warlocks, but they only serve the Great Cloud Dynasty. When the Bai family is strong, they can naturally bow their heads and obey their orders. But once the Bai family weakens, who knows what they will do? In the past, the Bai family was a loyal minister of an ancient family, serving the ancient family for generations. Later, when the ancient family declined amid the struggle for hegemony, the Bai family took the opportunity to stab the ancient family in the back and took control of the Empyrean-grade secret treasure magic note throne. In addition, the founder of the Bai family, with great talent and bold vision, allied with the 10 great sects and the 8 great families, suppressed the major forces one by one, and ascended to the throne. The death of an infinity warlock is equivalent to the collapse of one of the 13 pillars supporting the Bai family. What nerve! This scoundrel dares to kill an infinity warlock of the Bai family. In the Imperial study, a violent life force field diffused, and a terrifying might spread in all directions with Bai Wuqing as the core. Standing beside Bai Wuqing is a eunuch with a glorious sun warlock rank cultivation base. Facing Bai Wuqing's fearsome might, the eunuch's face turned pale and he shivered. A cold ray flashed in Bai Wuqing's eyes, and he barked, Warlock rank of the Battle of the Demon sect of the Bai family dynasty, the Bai family, Warlock Wu dynasty, warlocks of warlocks, and the demon, and they, and of demon sect, of the Bai of the dynasty, the power of war, they emperor, they of. Bais of world, king, demon of sect, Bai of war demon king, sect, king Wuching, and Anan of dynasty, Waroff of war, the palace, war. The battle demon sect's warlocks throughout the Great Cloud dynasty fled back to the battle demon sect. Some high-ranking officers of battle demon sect with a large number of troops chose to rebel, setting off the flames of war in Great Cloud dynasty. Originally, Bai Wuching planned to suppress all the rebels in Great Cloud dynasty, and then use all of Great Cloud dynasty's power to launch a thunderous strike and destroy the battle demon sect in one fell swoop. But now that an infinity warlock of the Bai family has died, the Bai family's vitality has been damaged. If the battle demon sect is not annihilated, then the powerhouses of the other 10 great sects and 8 great families may develop disloyalty. If Bai Wuching wants to unify Great Cloud dynasty, then he must destroy the battle demon sect with the force of a thunderbolt. Only then will he have the qualifications to eradicate the 10 great sects and 8 great families one by one, or merge with them. As long as Great Cloud dynasty shows a slight decline, then the entire Eastern world will be shaken, and countless hidden freaks will jump out. Under Bai Wuching's order, Great Cloud dynasty's war machine was started, and countless materials were moved towards the Tianlian province near the Battle Demon province. Elite warlock legions that were originally stationed in various places were also transferred and gathered towards the Tianlian province. Shortly after, the news of Bai Yunye's death was spread by people with ulterior motives, and now the entire Great Cloud dynasty knows that an infinity warlock died at Yang Feng's hands. In the Tai Yi sect, in a luxurious palace, Yi Yuanyang clenched his fists, his face ashen. After a long time, he sighed faintly and revealed a look of dejection. Even an infinity warlock was killed by him. The gap between me and him is actually so big. Every infinity warlock is a genius among geniuses. Not only do they need to practice hard, but they also need great opportunities to advance. As a supreme genius who formed a virtual world in the Starry Sky Warlock realm, Yi Yuanyang has no suspense in advancing to the glorious Sun Warlock realm. However, to advance from the glorious Sun Warlock realm to the Bright World Warlock realm and from the Bright World Warlock realm to the Infinity Warlock realm is a huge hurdle for powerhouses who formed a virtual world. Warlock geniuses who formed a virtual world possess far greater battle prowess than ordinary warlocks. Furthermore, they can go to different planes and use the power of the virtual world to erupt with terrifying power for a short period of time. However, breaking through to the Infinity Warlock realm is 100 times more difficult than breaking through to the Infinity Warlock realm. Huang Yihe and Yu Wuxian, the 2 great elders of the Battle Demon sect, have been trapped at the pinnacle Bright World Warlock realm for who knows how many years. If they hadn't broken through the Heavenman boundary, they would still be trapped at the pinnacle Bright World Warlock realm, unable to advance an inch. When Yi Yuanyang thought that Yang Feng killed an Infinity Warlock, even though he has a firm will, he couldn't help but feel a great blow. It should be noted that Bai Yunlai is not an ordinary Infinity Warlock, but an Infinity Warlock of the Bai family. Ordinary Infinity Warlocks may not be able to exert Infinity Warlock rank power due to the lack of level 8 secret treasures. However, each of the 13 Grand Princes of the Bai family has at least 2 level 8 secret treasures, which is enough to enable them to exert strong divine force rank battle prowess. For such an Infinity Warlock to be killed by Yang Feng, Yi Yuanyang can't imagine how powerful Yang Feng is now. In the Saint Lotus sect, on a mountain peak shrouded in clouds and mist, there is a lotus pond blooming with countless holy white lotuses. The charm dragon fairy lotuses emitted dense mist that rises from the lotus pond. Bai Elian, dressed in a snow-white warlock robe, is lying in the mist, and her eyes, which seem to be able to absorb stars, flickered with an enigmatic light. Even an Infinity Warlock was killed by him. This Yang Feng is getting more and more extraordinary. If he doesn't die, I'm afraid that he will become another Warlock Emperor in the future. On the battlefield between the Bright Moon School and the Saint Lotus sect, there are human warlock corpses everywhere. On the battlefield covered in blood and corpses, Jiang Lang, bathed in blood and holding a great sword, showed a smile and laughed loudly. Amazing, as expected of my brother. He even killed an Infinity Warlock. If he kills a few more Infinity Warlocks of the Bai family, the Great Cloud Dynasty will fall apart. Haha. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, the Bai family has 13 Infinity Warlocks as its underlying strength and the Magic Note Throne as its foundation. This is how the 3 Grand Ministers and 9 Ministers have become the #1 force in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Once too many of the Bai family's Infinity Warlocks die, the Bai family will no longer be able to control the Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court, and it may even be overthrown. Within the Saint Devil sect, within an exquisitely beautiful palace, the Saint Demon sect's holy son, who has a beautiful woman in his arms, suddenly sighed faintly. Infinity Warlock, even an Infinity Warlock died at his hands. What a monster! The beautiful woman asked curiously, Sir Holy Son, which Infinity Warlock died? No matter where they go, Infinity Warlocks are among the strongest powerhouses. Even at the peak of the 8 Warlock dynasties, Infinity Warlocks were still bigwigs in the Warlock dynasties. In the Eastern world, the death of any Infinity Warlock is a major event. It may even affect the rise and fall of a force. Once the Infinity Warlocks supporting the 2 sects at the bottom of the 10 great sects die, they will immediately fall from grace and lose their position as one of the 10 great sects. The Saint Demon sect's holy son said flatly, the Bai family's Bai Yunlai died at the hands of the Battle Demon sect's Yang Feng. The beautiful woman was taken aback, her beautiful eyes filled with shock and incredulity, and she exclaimed, how is that possible? The Battle Demon sect's Yang Feng promoted to a Moonlight Warlock less than 2 years ago, how could he kill an Infinity Warlock? Even if Bai Yunlai stood still, Yang Feng couldn't break his life force cover. The Saint Demon sect's holy son said meaningfully, that's right. According to reason, it is impossible for Yang Feng to kill Bai Yunlai. However, in the world of warlocks, nothing is impossible. Otherwise, how could the 8 Warlock dynasties, which shook countless planes and were virtually invincible, collapse so quickly? According to reason, there was no force that was the opponent of the 8 Warlock dynasties at the time. The beautiful woman's eyes shimmered with killing intent, and she asked, then what should we do? Get rid of him? The Saint Demon sect's holy son said with a smile, no, what's in it for us to get rid of him? It would be better to make friends with him. If he owes us a favor, that would be for the best. A favor from a future Warlock Emperor is invaluable. Even if he is killed before advancing to a Warlock Emperor, the price of making friends with him is much lighter than the price of being his enemy. The Saint Demon sect's holy son sighed slightly, and a complicated look flashed in his eyes. Unfortunately, the only existence in the Saint Demon sect who can contend with Yang Feng has disappeared. Otherwise, I might really be tempted and try my best to get rid of him. Chapter 588. The Battle Demon Sect. In a palace suspended in the clouds, the Battle Demon Sect's 4 great elders are sitting around a jade table. He Lianyu deliberated for a while, and then said, Bai Yunlai, one of the 13 Grand Princes of the Bai family, was killed by Yang Feng. Huang Yihe laughed loudly, feeling carefree. Haha, that's my disciple for you. Well done. Even I didn't expect him to be able to do this. That's amazing. The other 3 great elders smiled helplessly. Yu Wuxian uttered with a cold smile, Old Huang, your disciple did a great job. He killed an Infinity Warlock of the Bai family. The Bai family won't let the matter rest. Bai Wuqing is planning to lead the army himself. There was a dignified look in the eyes of He Lianyu and Yu Jinggang. Bai Wuqing is recognized as the #1 expert in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Moreover, the 3 Grand Dukes and 9 Ministers of the Imperial Court are all Infinity Warlocks. Apart from this, no one knows how many experts the Bai family has hidden. The Battle Demon sect indeed has considerable underlying strength, but the underlying strength of the Great Cloud Dynasty is much stronger than that of the Battle Demon sect. For Bai Wuqing to lead the army himself, it means that countless powerhouses of the Great Cloud Dynasty will gather under his command and launch a shocking attack on the Battle Demon sect. Huang Yihe said lightly, since Bai Wuqing is leading the army himself, then let's launch our final plan and leave the Cangji plain. The Battle Demon sect, which followed the Bai family to establish the Great Cloud Dynasty, is well aware of the principle that once the cunning hare is killed, the hound is cooked. After the Battle Demonic sect was established, it had been preparing to flee the Cangji plain and hide in a Grade 4 plane under the Battle Demonic sect's complete control when necessary. In the Grade 4 plane completely under the control of the Battle Demon sect, there are 3 strong divine force rank gods from the Battle Demon sect sheltering them. Even if the Great Cloud Dynasty dares to attack the Grade 4 plane, the outcome is still unknown. He Lianyu hesitated for a moment, and then said, "But once we leave the Tsangji plane, we will never be able to promote to the Warlock Monarch realm in the Battle Demon plane. Moreover, the resources of the Battle Demon plane are limited, and cannot be compared to the Tsangji plane. If we leave the Tsangji plane, our Battle Demon sect will lose its powerful foundation. The Battle Demon sect occupies a greater province of the Great Cloud Dynasty. The resources provided by the greater province alone are enough to support the birth of 10 Infinity Warlocks and the cultivation needs of many glorious Dawn Warlocks and Moonlight Warlocks. However, once they left this place, they would enter the War Demon plane, a 4th-tier plane. It is 100 times more difficult for the 2 Bright World Warlocks, He Lianyu and Yu Jinggang, to promote to Infinity Warlocks than in the Tsangji plane. The Battle Demon plane was a Grade 4 plane, and its resources could not be compared with those of the Tsangji plane. Once the Battle Demon sect retreated to the Battle Demon plane, it could only slowly decline. Huang Yihe, Bai Wuqing is personally leading the army, and the 3 Grand Ministers and 9 Ministers are all Infinity Warlocks. Each of the 3 dukes is stronger than me and junior apprentice sister Yu. As for Bai Wuqing, even if junior sister Yu and I join hands, we might not be his match. Even if the Battle Demon sect fights to the death, we can at most kill 2 or 3 Infinity Warlocks of the Great Cloud Dynasty, and then be wiped out by Bai Wuqing. What's the point? A cold ray shimmered in Huang Yihe's eyes, and he enunciated each syllable. If we leave, the Bai family will sooner or later point its blade at other forces. At that time, we will naturally have a chance as well. Besides, since they are so heartless, then don't blame the Battle Demon sect for being unjust. The other 3 great elders pondered for a while, and then nodded in agreement with Huang Yihe's opinion. The power of the Great Cloud Dynasty in the Tsangji plane is too terrifying. Even if the Battle Demon sect goes all out to resist, it can only kill 2 or 3 Infinity Warlocks at most. It is even possible that an Infinity Warlock can't kill them. The best course of action now is to escape from here and hide in the dark. A few days later, dazzling rays of light suddenly rose from the Battle Demon sect. The rays of light entered the sky and formed strange seals. A huge hole rose above the Battle Demon sect and swallowed the entire Battle Demon sect. In the original site of the Battle Demon sect, a huge hideous and ugly cave suddenly appeared. In the headquarters of the Tianlian province, Huanglian city, inside an exquisite palace, an incomparably handsome middle-aged man sat on a chair, admiring the beautiful dance of a beautiful dancer. This handsome middle-aged man is one of the Great Cloud Dynasty's 8 marshals, Marshal Tiger Yu Zichao. Each of the Great Cloud Dynasty's 8 marshals is an Infinity Warlock. They are the 8 powerful pillars of the Great Cloud Dynasty. Yu Zichao is the marshal who led countless troops of the Great Cloud Dynasty to suppress the Battle Demon sect. After he arrived in the Tianlian province, he didn't rush to attack. Instead, he gathered forces from all sides and nibbled away at the power of the Battle Demon province step by step. The Battle Demon sect has a deep underlying strength. If Yu Zichao leads people to the Battle Demon sect's base, he will be throwing away his life in vain. By nibbling away at the Battle Demon province, he is also eliminating the Battle Demon sect's effective forces. After the 8 marshals finished mobilizing forces from all sides, Yu Zichao planned to attack the Battle Demon sect's base. However, after Bai Wuqing decided to personally lead the army, Yu Zichao stopped all military operations and waited for Bai Wuqing to arrive. A tall and handsome young man stepped into the palace and said, "Marshal, I have an urgent report." Yu Zichao waved his hand at the dancers and said, "Stone? All of you, withdraw." The dancers quickly withdrew. Yu Zichao looked at the young man and said with a smile, "Stone, what happened?" The young general is a fierce subordinate of Yu Zichao. His name is Fang Shu, and he is a Bright World Warlock. He is Yu Zichao's most capable right-hand man. Fang Shu replied, "The Battle Demon sect used a secret method a day ago. The entire Battle Demon sect's headquarters disappeared from the Battle Demon province, and most of the Battle Demon sect's warlocks fled in all directions. The Battle Demon province has fallen into chaos. Marshal, should we take this opportunity to send troops to recapture the entire Battle Demon province? Yu Zichao frowned at once and revealed a look of embarrassment. The entire Battle Demon sect has fled? What a ruthless method, a good drastic measure. If the Battle Demon sect was still here, then even if Great Cloud Dynasty lost 1 or 2 Infinity Warlocks, it would still be able to destroy the Battle Demon sect. But now that the Battle Demon sect has fled, the countless troops that Great Cloud Dynasty has gathered here are of no use. Moreover, Bai Wuqing has just released the news that he will personally lead the army, yet the Battle Demon sect has already fled, giving Yu Zichao a headache. Bai Wuqing is indeed a great strategist, but he also has a common problem of emperors, the desire for grandiose achievements. Yu Zichao originally wanted to let Bai Wuqing take the great merit of conquering the Battle Demon sect, but the Battle Demon sect had escaped. But now that the Battle Demon sect has fled, the amazing merit of defeating the Battle Demon sect has fallen into Yu Zichao's hands. Yu Zichao pondered for a while, and then said, "Forget it. Stone, take people to recapture the Battle Demon province at once." Fang Shi nodded and immediately retreated. "Yes, sir." Marshal. Sitting in a chair, Yu Zichao narrowed his eyes and revealed a contemplative look. The Battle Demon sect doesn't seem to be easy to deal with. Great Cloud Dynasty will be in trouble this time. Yu Zichao weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Yang Feng? A trifling Moonlight Warlock killed an Infinity Warlock. His means are not inferior to those of Great Holy and Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. I wonder how far he can go. Should I form a good relationship with him? The fact that Yang Feng killed an Infinity Warlock has alarmed the entire Great Cloud Dynasty. Some of Great Cloud Dynasty's top powerhouses want to kill him, some want to curry favor with him, and some remain neutral. The Bright Moon School, in the Moon Hall, there sit 3 beautiful warlocks with extraordinary temperaments. They are the great elders of the Bright Moon School. Female warlocks pay more attention to their appearance than male warlocks. The various secret methods of the Bright Moon School have the effect of preserving one's appearance. Among the 3 great elders, 2 are quasi-infinity warlocks and 1 is a junior infinity warlock. With extraordinary strength, they are the pillars of the Bright Moon School. The graceful and elegant infinity warlock Luo Qingcheng, who looks like a peerless fairy, said flatly, "The Battle Demon sect has fled. I have decided that the Bright Moon School should withdraw from the Tsangji Plain immediately." Zhong Xinlan, a petite girl with a childlike face and big breasts, frowned, and her eyes shimmered with worry. "But if we give up the Tsangji Plain, our Bright Moon School will continue to weaken, and it will be almost impossible to give birth to infinity warlocks." And Ying, who has a cold and elegant appearance but a look of cynicism on her face, said coldly, "Now that the Battle Demon sect has been destroyed, the Bright Moon School, as their ally, will be the next target of the Imperial Court. If we don't escape now, I'm afraid that we will become the playthings of those stinky men." Luo Qingcheng uttered, "That's right. Now that the Battle Demon sect has been destroyed, the Bright Moon School will be the next target of those guys. Even if I die, I don't want to become the playthings of those people. What's the trifling foundation of the Bright Moon School? Only with people can we have everything. I've made up my mind, there's no need to say more." The other 2 great elders nodded silently as well. Soon after, a dazzling spell radiance shone above the Bright Moon School, and a huge hole suddenly appeared above the Bright Moon School, directly swallowing the Bright Moon School. Within a dozen-plus breaths of time, the entire Bright Moon School disappeared from the Tsangji Plain. A few days later, the news that the Battle Demon sect and the Bright Moon School, 2 of the 10 great sects of the Great Cloud Dynasty, escaped from the Tsangji Plain spread throughout the plain. The escape of the 2 sects was equivalent to a harsh slap to Bai Wuqing's face. At the same time, among the 10 major sects and 8 major families, except for the Tai sect and the Saint Lotus sect, the rest of the sects and families were filled with fear. Chapter 589. The Great Cloud Dynasty's huge war machine is still in operation. Countless experts and weapons have gathered in front of the Tianlian province. Bai Wuqing commanded the 3 Grand Ministers and 9 Ministers as well as the 3 Marshals to bring countless experts from the Great Cloud Dynasty to the Tianlian province. A few days later, Bai Wuqing suddenly announced that the Myriad Snowgate has colluded with the Battle Demon sect in an attempt to subvert the Great Cloud Dynasty. The countless troops gathered in the Tianlian province aboard countless warships attacked the myriad Snow province, one of the Great Cloud dynasty's 36 greater provinces. Under Bai Wuqing's all-out assault, the unguarded myriad Snow Gate collapsed like an avalanche. The Dragon Spine Guard, which is responsible for purging warlocks in the Great Cloud dynasty, also suddenly mobilized to capture warlocks from the myriad Snow Gate and kill anyone who resists. The myriad Snow Gate's headquarters, the myriad Snow Mountain Range. There are countless huge warships flying around the myriad Snow Mountain Range, each of which is manned by the most elite soldiers of the Great Cloud dynasty. Each soldier possesses great warlock rank cultivation base. The countless warships surrounded the myriad Snow Gate, and surging killing intent gushed out from the huge warships. A eunuch with Moonlight warlock rank cultivation base flew into the void and screamed in a shrill voice, "His Majesty summons the myriad Snow Gate's great elder Ju Qinan to the barracks for an audience." With a flash of light, a burly, 3-meter-tall man, who looks like a small giant, appeared loftily above the myriad Snow Gate, and vast infinity warlock rank might spread in all directions with him as the core. He is the only infinity warlock of the myriad Snow Gate, Ju Qinan. Ju Qinan took a deep look at the barracks that stretches for hundreds of kilometers and said in a clear voice, "I, myriad Snow Gate's Ju Qinan, request an audience with His Majesty Bai Wuqing." A violent shockwave spread out in all directions with Ju Qinan at the center. Human warlocks within thousands of kilometers heard Ju Qinan's voice, as if he was speaking in their ears. Magic shields rose from the warships, cutting off Ju Qinan's voice. If an infinity warlock roars with all their strength, low-level warlocks below the Great Warlock rank within a radius of 1,000 kilometers will be shocked to death. Without the blessing of spells and the protection of secret treasures, the roar of an infinity warlock proficient in sound wave spells can kill great warlocks within 1,000 kilometers in radius. It is for this reason that when suppressing forces with infinity warlocks, the weakest soldiers must possess great warlock rank cultivation base. Strengthened by the warlock towers, the countless great warlocks could display all kinds of incredible power. If there are enough great warlocks and powerful enough secret treasures, they can even contend against infinity warlocks. The eunuch shouted sternly, "Ju Qinan, how dare you? Are you going to defy the decree?" "Me." Ju Qinan snorted coldly, and queer runes surged in his eyes, and he looked at the eunuch as if they contain endless evil. The eunuch trembled, his face twisted, and he screamed. His body squirmed strangely, and then he exploded. At this moment, a green ray flew out from the depths of the barracks and hit the eunuch. Countless fragments suddenly flew up and gathered, and the eunuch regained his human form. Streams of black aura flew out of the eunuch's body and dissipated. "Thank you, Your Majesty." The eunuch knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly towards the distance. In the depths of the barracks, under the protection of the 3 Grand Ministers and 9 Ministers, Bai Wuqing in a battle robe slowly walked out and looked at Ju Qinan indifferently. Ju Qinan suddenly felt as if he was being stared at by an ancient beast, and he trembled all over. He realized the huge gap between him and Bai Wuqing. Ju Qinan said unhurriedly, "Your Majesty, I am willing to take the myriad Snow Gate and leave the Tsangji Plain. As long as Your Majesty is alive, we will never step into the Tsangji Plain." The myriad Snow Mountain Range has been completely sealed off by the Great Cloud Dynasty's elite army. It is impossible for the myriad Snow Gate to escape from the Tsangji Plain. As soon as the battle started, the Infinity Warlocks sealed off the myriad Snow Gate's escape route. This is the God Emperor imprint. Place a part of your soul in the God Emperor imprint, and I will let the myriad Snow Gate live. A cold expression on his face, Bai Wuqing spread the fingers of a hand, and an imprint engraved with countless golden divine runes exuding sacred breath and black runes exuding demonic chi appeared in his hand. The God Emperor imprint is a very famous monarch-grade secret treasure. It is a secret treasure that a warlock monarch of the 7th Warlock Dynasty Magic Note Dynasty refined based on the magic principles of the Transcendent Empyrean imprint recorded in the Transcendent text. Even if it is a warlock monarch rank powerhouse, once a part of their soul is sealed in the God Emperor imprint, their life and death will be under the control of the master of the God Emperor imprint. Every time a human warlock advances to a greater secret realm, their life stage will undergo a transformation. Many methods to control them will fail. There are not many secret treasures that can control infinity warlocks, and the God Emperor imprint is one of them. Zhu Chenan's face sank, and he uttered coldly, "Impossible. Even if I die, I won't place my soul in the God Emperor imprint." Bai Wuqing uttered indifferently, "In that case, go to hell. Pass down my decree, attack at once. Spare no one." Tyrannical auras rose around Bai Wuqing, and one infinity warlock after another flew towards the myriad snowgate with all kinds of secret treasures. The myriad snowgate was engulfed by countless terrifying magic forces, a violent elemental storm appeared in the area, and one ancient life form after another exuding ancient might appeared and fought in the area. 10 days later, a piece of news spread throughout the Great Cloud Dynasty. The myriad snowgate's headquarters was razed to the ground, and the great elder Zhu Qinan was slain by Bai Wuqing. The myriad snowgate went all out, but only managed to seriously injure the Minister of Rights Wu Huan and kill a Bright World warlock from the Great Cloud Dynasty. The whole world was shocked. Among the 10 great sects, the myriad snowgate is similar in strength to the Bright Moon School. Yet such a huge sect was annihilated by the Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court, and only one Bright World warlock, 7 glorious Sun warlocks, and 136 Moonlight warlocks died. This is simply shocking. When the Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court, which suffered repeated setbacks at the hands of Yang Feng, bared its fangs, it immediately showed the world how powerful the Great Cloud Dynasty is. After the myriad snowgate was annihilated, the Saint Demon sect, the Corpse Demon sect, and the Star River sect, 3 of the Great Cloud Dynasty's 10 great sects, teleported their bases to other planes without hesitation. The Golem Gate and the Beast God School immediately sent emissaries to the Great Cloud Dynasty to express their allegiance to the Bai family. The Zhangji Plain has countless resources, and only here can it give birth to infinity warlocks. Once the 10 great sects escape to other planes, it will be very difficult to give birth to an infinity warlock. Bai Wuqing accepted the Golem Gate surrender, and then joined forces with the Golem Gate, the Saint Lotus sect, and the Taiyi sect to launch a surprise attack on the Beast God School. When a glorious Sun Warlock rank spy of the Beast God School defected, the upper echelon of the Beast God School was besieged by many powerhouses of the Great Cloud Dynasty, and the 5 great elders all died. The Great Cloud Dynasty smoothly took over all the power of the Beast God School and supported the defecting spy to become the new sect master of the Beast God School. After this great change, the resources controlled by the Beast God School were plundered by the Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court, and the Beast God School fell from one of the 10 great sects to a second-rate sect. After Bai Wuqing destroyed the 10 great sects, he immediately stopped and sent emissaries to appease the 8 great families. After the 8 great families confirmed that Bai Wuqing has transferred the huge army back to their bases, they heaved a sigh of relief. The alliance between the 8 great families broke down, and the contingency plans they prepared were put on hold. If the 10 great sects and the 8 great families joined forces, they would have the power to overthrow the Great Cloud Dynasty. But after this war, the 10 great sects lost 7 out of 10 members, and the 8 great families were divided. They no longer had the power to contend with the Bai family. If it wasn't for the Western world's 3 great kingdoms eyeing covetously in the outside world, the 8 great families wouldn't be able to resist Bai Wuqing's army. As soon as Bai Wuqing returned to the cloud capital, he began to clean up the mess left by the 7 great sects. Countless experts cultivated by the Bai family filled the vacancies left by the 7 great sects. It will only take about 100 years for the Great Cloud Dynasty to recover from the purge of a large number of experts from the 7 great sects. In the Sea of Monsters, a huge warship was sailing towards the Turandot subcontinent. On a huge warship that was 3,000 meters long sat a tall and sturdy man with wheat-colored skin and the aura of a man of the sea. This man is the Whale Marshal of the Great Cloud Dynasty's 8 marshals. The Turandot subcontinent was originally just a small subcontinent that couldn't even give birth to Moonlight warlocks. But when Yang Feng came out of the Turandot subcontinent, it stirred Bai Wuqing's killing intent. He transferred the Whale Marshal, an infinity warlock, to raise the Turandot subcontinent to the ground in one fell swoop. Bai Yunlai was suppressed by the Green Cloud Plains plane origin will, which is why he died. Bai Wuqing doesn't believe that Yang Feng can kill an infinity warlock in the Zhangji Plain. In the Turandot subcontinent, 100 orbital stronghold cannons scattered near the coastline flashed, and resplendent beams barreled towards the huge warships thousands of kilometers away. Rays of light suddenly shone on the huge warship, forming a magic shield that blocked the dazzling beams of light. The whale marshal said lightly, "They can launch an attack from thousands of kilometers away. This secret treasure is really amazing." As expected of a secret treasure made by the powerhouse who killed Bai Yunlai. Chapter 590. The whale marshal silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger. Near the coast of the Turandot subcontinent, a 1,000-meter-long hand made of pure water elemental particles descended from the sky and slammed down. The huge stronghold cannons deployed on the edge of the coastline were turned into scrap iron by the hand made of pure water elemental particles. According to energy analysis, the other party is an infinity warlock. Odds of winning, 0.0001%. No chance of winning. Various analyses were transmitted by the Level 3 optical computer. Yang Feng understood that he has no chance of winning against an infinity warlock in the Zhangji plane. Bai Yunlai was suppressed by the plane origin will of the green cloud plane, and was unable to freely control the vigor of heaven and earth. Furthermore, his strength was suppressed by more than 90%, which was why Yang Feng killed him. In the Zhangji plane, an infinity warlock can freely control the vigor of heaven and earth and absorb the tremendous life magic energy drifting in space. Any of these spells possessed earth-shattering power. Yang Feng frowned slightly, and then relaxed his eyebrows. It seems that the Turandot subcontinent cannot be saved. Fortunately, I have already transferred the most important laboratories to the Andrak plane. Infinity warlocks are existences that Yang Feng cannot contend against at the moment. If he were to appear in Turandot subcontinent now and live and die together with Turandot subcontinent, he would simply be a moron. When Yang Feng decided to become enemies with the Great Cloud Dynasty, he began to make preparations to transfer the munitions factories and laboratories in the Turandot subcontinent. Now, there are only some defensive weapons left in the Turandot subcontinent. Even if the subcontinent is taken away, it won't be a big loss to Yang Feng. But for the Turandot subcontinent, which has always been his rear base, to be taken away like this, Yang Feng still feels very regretful and full of a sense of crisis. "Come out. I've already found you." The whale marshal suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked up, and sharp water arrows containing the law of water suddenly shot out in all directions. In the void, there was a series of distortions, and 4 experts suddenly appeared. One of them was a tall and burly man with black hair. He exuded a dense demonic aura. The other was a man who was surrounded by a layer of dazzling starlight and exuded a mysterious aura. The other person was the Grand Elder of the Bright Moon sect, Luo Qingcheng. The last person was the Great Elder of Battle Demon sect, Huang Yihe. Facing the 4 infinity warlocks, the whale marshal's expression remained unchanged. He said with a cold smile, "The Battle Demon sects Huang Yihe, the Saint Demon sects Xielong, the Star River sects Xinghe Mingxian, and the Bright Moon School's Luo Qingcheng, you monsters really didn't escape. Each infinity warlock rank powerhouse is extremely powerful. Once they enter the Zhangji plane, they are bound to attract the detection of the plane origin will. In the Great Cloud Dynasty's royal palace, there is a secret treasure, the Sky Surveillance Mirror. Any infinity warlock rank powerhouse who enters the Zhangji plane will trigger a reaction from the Sky Surveillance Mirror. The Sky Surveillance Mirror didn't react, which means that no new infinity warlocks have entered the Zhangji plane. In other words, Huang Yihe and the other 3 infinity warlocks have never left the Zhangji plane. Killing intent surged in Huang Yihe's eyes as he said coldly, "General Jing, as long as you swear on the river Styx that you will help us eliminate the tyrant by Wuqing, we will immediately retreat. Otherwise, this will be your burial place." The whale marshal laughed heartily and uttered, "Haha, you stray dogs actually appeared in front of me, how reckless. It's not too late for you to surrender now. Seeing as you are all infinity warlocks, I can plead with His Majesty to spare your lives. If you persist in going about things the wrong way, then today will be the day you die." With that, the whale marshal waved his hand, and a black cloth suddenly flew out. 5 infinity warlock rank auras gushed out from the black cloth. Huang Yihe's face changed dramatically, his body tensed up, and defensive spells lit up on him. "Shit, it's an ambush." No, that's a golem that can imitate Infinity Warlock rank aura. He wants to escape. Everyone, we can't let him escape. Xinghe Mingxuan's face suddenly changed dramatically, and he barked, silently recited an incantation, and threw a monarch-grade secret treasure universe star chart. Inside the universe star chart, one star after another lit up. In the Tsangji Plains outer space, one star force after another descended from the sky and poured into the universe star's chart. A beam of dazzling starlight that seemed to contain the power of over 100 stars fell from the sky, turning into a beam of starlight that blasted into the sea. The sea water, warships, human warlocks, and extraordinary life forms within an area of 100 kilometers in radius were completely purified by the dazzling starforce beam. From the empty sea, a distorted figure suddenly appeared and converged. It is the whale marshal who used a secret method to merge with part of the sea. Originally, the whale marshal used the fundamental secret method swallowing sea whale secret method to merge with the sea water within an area of 100 kilometers in radius. As long as the sea water doesn't dry up, it cannot harm his true body. In the sea, it is extremely difficult for ordinary Infinity Warlocks to harm him. However, Xinghe Mingxian is the Star River sect's strongest Great Elder, and he used the Star River sect's underlying monarch-grade secret treasure, which is why he was able to injure the whale marshal. The whale marshal glanced at the universe star chart in the sky and praised loudly, "The Star River sect's universe star chart really deserves its reputation. Amazing." At this moment, an incomparably resplendent blade light that resembled moonlight appeared out of thin air. The blade sliced through the void and instantly landed on the whale commander's body, splitting it into pieces. Luo Qingcheng walked out of the void with the Bright Moon sect's monarch-grade secret treasure Bright Moon sacred sword in hand, and she frowned slightly. The whale marshal's dismembered body turned into arrows that shot towards the sea. Once the swallowing sea whale secret method is cultivated to the Infinity Warlock realm, it will possess all kinds of unpredictable powers. As long as he absorbs enough sea elemental particles, he can be reborn from a drop of blood. Whale marshal, leave your soul behind. And Xielong smiled coldly and flew out of the void. The holy grade secret treasure Myriad Eyes Ogre right-hand glove suddenly changed into a legendary Myriad Eyes Ogre right-hand glove with countless eyes of extraordinary life forms exuding eerie chi. The Myriad Eyes Ogre right-hand glove, which once fought the taboo lord to a draw, extended its hand towards the countless fragments. The eyes of the extraordinary life forms suddenly opened, and all kinds of strange, twisted, and evil ocular techniques were suddenly launched. From the fragments, wisps of grey soul power were directly extracted, condensed into a small whale general, and flew into Xielong's hand. Xielong opened his right hand, revealed beast-like saw teeth, and swallowed the small whale marshal's soul. He chewed it in big mouthfuls, issuing hair-raising sounds. After suffering this blow, the whale marshal's soul was injured. Without a treasure that can repair the soul, it will take thousands of years or even 10,000 years to heal such a terrifying injury. On the contrary, it will worsen. This is the terror of the Myriad Eyes Ogre right-hand glove. Although the whale marshal was seriously injured by Xielong, the countless fragments containing his soul force still carrying the law of the sea shot into the sea in an instant. When Huang Yihe and the other three powerhouses saw this scene, their eyes shimmered with annoyance. Once the whale marshal enters the sea, even if the 4 Infinity Warlocks join forces, they won't be able to force the whale marshal into a dead end again. Damn it, I really lost face this time. An embarrassed expression on his face, Huang Yihe calculated in his mind, yet none of his secret methods or secret treasures can play a role. The whale marshal fled very decisively. Moreover, the giant whale swallowing sea technique was also a peerless secret technique. It possessed unfathomable power in the sea. Coupled with the fact that he is an Infinity Warlock, if you miss the opportunity to kill him, you won't be able to find it again. Infinity Warlocks are easy to defeat, but hard to kill. It is for this reason that Yang Feng's slaying of Bai Yunlai caused a sensation in the world. Bai Wuqing's slaying of the myriad Snowgate's Infinity Warlock Ju Qinan triggered a series of changes, and the 10 great sects withdrew from the Tsangji Plain. Seeing that the whale marshal is about to escape, the sea hunters hidden in the sea suddenly pounced on the fragments of the whale marshal and gnawed at them. A strange force gushed out of the sea hunters and devoured the fragments of the whale marshal. Every time they devour a piece of the whale marshal's flesh and blood, the sea hunters will undergo a strange change and become more powerful. The more than a dozen fragments of the whale marshal suddenly gathered together and turned into a miniature version of the whale marshal. Standing in the void, a look of alarm and anger on his face, the sea hunters looked at the swarm of sea hunters down below with apprehension and anger. The whale marshal could have easily crushed the sea hunters. But now that he has been seriously injured, he can only display glorious Sun Warlock rank battle prowess. The sea hunters are equivalent to blocking his only escape route. Haha, whale marshal, since you want to be a loyal subject to Bai Wuching, then go to hell. Smiling excitedly, Huang Yihe appeared in front of the whale marshal, spread the fingers of a hand, and as if a small world appeared, grabbed the whale marshal and crushed him into pieces. A ball of 7-color skyfire rose from Huang Yihe's hand and burned the fragments attached to the infinity core frantically. The fragments struggled and twisted, issued strange screams, and eventually disappeared. The swarm of sea hunters suddenly gathered and transformed into Yang Feng, who came to Huang Yihe's side and saluted. "Greetings, teacher." When Huang Yihe saw Yang Feng, he immediately showed a smile and said, "Feng, it's really you. Well done." Chapter 591. And Xielong walked out of the void, came to in front of Yang Feng, glanced at Yang Feng, and praised, "Old Huang, so this is your personal disciple Yang Feng. Not bad, he's a good match for my Yang Old Huang, how about we become in-laws?" Huang Yihe rolled his eyes at Xielong and said, "Your Yang looks and cultivation base are indeed excellent. But with her temperament, how can she be manipulated by you? If you tell her about this, I'm afraid that she'll come looking for you the next day and fight Feng. At that time, if we can't become in-laws, we'll become enemies, and that'll be troublesome." And Xielong thought for a moment, and then regret flashed in his eyes. "You're right. What a pity." When Xielong thought of his little demoness, he felt a headache. As a great elder of the Saint Demon sect, he is a ruthless and ambitious person with a heart of stone. But he loves his only daughter, his only blood relative in the world. As such, there is nothing he can do about her. In the world of warlocks, some warlocks don't attach much importance to their blood relatives. Most of such warlocks have a large number of wives and children. It is very difficult for some warlocks to give birth to offspring, and they will only have 1 or 2 children. Such warlocks cherished their children and descendants very much. It was equivalent to their reverse scale, and anyone who touched it would be killed. Surrounded by starlight, the star river Mingxian looks like a god emitting endless starlight. With a blur, he crossed the distance of several kilometers, appeared in front of Yang Feng, and said with a gentle smile, "You're Yang Feng? You killed Bai Yunlai? Well done." The Bai family's 13 Infinity Warlocks suppress the Eastern world and take charge of the Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court. If more than half of the 13 Infinity Warlocks die, the Bai family's rule will collapse. Which of the Infinity Warlocks who can promote to the Infinity Warlock rank doesn't have their own thoughts and will? The Bai family is powerful and controls the resources of the entire Great Cloud Dynasty, which is why it has countless experts working for it. If the Bai family is weak, then the 3 Grand Ministers, the 9 Ministers, the 8 Marshals, and the other Infinity Warlocks will devour the Bai family. Therefore, after Bai Yunlai died, the remaining 12 Infinity Warlocks of the Bai family became much more cautious. They won't enter dangerous places rashly. Luo Qingcheng stepped out of the void, glanced at Yang Feng, and said coldly, "We shouldn't stay here for long. Let's disperse." "All right." And Xielong smiled faintly and disappeared with a blur. With a flash of starlight, Xinghe Mingxian also disappeared. Luo Qingcheng also turned into a beam of moonlight and disappeared into the void. No matter how Yang Feng investigated, he couldn't capture the direction in which the 3 Infinity Warlocks disappeared and their movement trajectories. Huang Yihe waved his hand, and an ordinary-looking jade card flew into Yang Feng's hand. "Feng, the Great Cloud Dynasty's investigative methods are formidable. I'll take my leave first. These are the spies arranged by my Battle Demon sect in the Great Cloud Dynasty. If you need anything, you can use this jade card to mobilize the spies. The 10 great sects have a legacy of more than 10,000 years in the Great Cloud Dynasty. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, There are countless spies from the 10 great sects. After Bai Wuqing destroyed the 10 great sects, he no longer attacked the 8 great families. He wants to eliminate the influence of the 10 great sects from the Great Cloud Dynasty. It will only take 100 years for the Great Cloud Dynasty to eliminate most of the influence of the 10 great sects from the imperial court. This 100 years will be the time to test Bai Wuqing's political skills. Now that Yang Feng has mastered the spies arranged by the Battle Demon sect in the Great Cloud Dynasty, he has a hidden force. There are many things that he doesn't need to do personally. With that, Huang Yiha's body collapsed in an instant, turned into specks of light, and disappeared. Yang Feng's figure formed from countless sea hunters also collapsed and sank into the sea. Not long after, a huge eyeball suddenly appeared in the void. That huge eyeball condensed from countless runes glanced at the sea, and rays of spells shot out of that huge eyeball and swept towards the sea. The huge eyeball is a holy grade secret treasure called the Heaven Watch Eye. Once it is operated in the Great Cloud Dynasty's royal palace, it can see virtually the entire Eastern world. At the same time, so long as enough magic crystals are consumed, it can even enable a warlock to cross tens of thousands of kilometers to reach a certain place. Even if you use spatial disorder, you can't interfere with the Heaven Watch Eye's spying. However, every time the holy grade secret treasure Heaven Watch Eye is used, it consumes all the power of a Holy Spirit warlock. In an era without Holy Spirit warlocks, every time the Heaven Watch Eye is used, it consumes an astronomical number of magic crystals, even more than the magic crystals accumulated by a small sect. As such, it can't be used rashly. Blurry and distorted shadows seem to converge and reproduce the scene from not long ago. This is one of the miraculous spells of the Heaven Watch Eye, image playback. Under the effect of the image playback spell, everything that happened in a certain area can be easily replayed. But, as if something interfered, the distorted shadows collapsed and disappeared in an instant. Before leaving, Huang Yiha used a secret method to erase all traces of this area. Even if it is the image playback spell, it can't rewind the scene in this area. It can't be restored. There are fluctuations of power from a fight between infinity warlocks here. The whale marshal has really died. These damned devils. Angry voices came from the huge eyeball, but no one dared to come out of it. The whale marshal's whereabouts are very secretive. How could he be besieged? There are spies in the imperial court, and the level of the spies is very high. The 10 great sects are indeed a cancer of the Great Cloud Dynasty. Your Majesty has great foresight. To destroy them in advance is really brilliant. Amidst the sounds of discussion, the huge eyeball rolled around and directly disappeared. Before long, the entire Great Cloud Dynasty learned that one of the 8 marshals, the Whale Marshal, has died in the Sea of Monsters. The Sea of Monsters is the only route to the Turandot subcontinent. Soon, the rumor that the Whale Marshal was killed by Yang Feng spread in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Another round of purge was carried out inside the Great Cloud Dynasty. Affected by the purge, countless warlocks were forced to leave the Great Cloud Dynasty. During the purge, the children of the 8 great families were quietly transferred out of the most critical positions by Bai Wuqing, weakening the influence of the 8 great families in the Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court by a large margin. Yang Feng's true body hid in the Andrak plane and began to practice cultivation behind closed doors. At this time, the Great Cloud Dynasty is at its most chaotic and dangerous. He doesn't want to get involved in the storm and be crushed to pieces. Time elapsed, and 3 years passed in a flash. The Andrak plane, in a secret room, Yang Feng slowly opened his eyes. His eyes shone brightly, and advanced Moonlight Warlock rank life force diffused from him. Yang Feng sighed slightly. The Andrak plane is really inferior to the Tsangji plane. If I had the resources in the Battle Demon sect, I would have been able to promote to a pinnacle glorious Sun Warlock. But here, I'm only at the advanced Moonlight Warlock rank. The difference between the 2 planes is simply too great. The Tsangji plane is currently the most powerful primary material plane as well as the only grade 1 plane known to human warlocks. It is because of the special nature of the Tsangji plane that the human warlock emperors born in the Tsangji plane can suppress countless planes and defeat, suppress, and seal existences of other planes with warlock emperor rank battle prowess one by one. Cultivation in the Tsangji Plains continent is much faster than in other plains. Under the same cultivation conditions, the cultivation speed in the Tsangji Plain is more than 10 times faster than in the Andrak Plain. The special nature of the Tsangji Plain makes the 10 great sects very unwilling to leave the Tsangji Plain. Once these sects escape from the Tsangji Plain, they will slowly decline, and may even disappear in the long river of history. It's time to get started. Yang Feng walked out of the secret chamber, his body blurred, and he disappeared. Outside the divine country of the goddess of ice, there are 10 Star Destroyer battlestars and aircraft carriers suspended in the air. 500,000 third-generation battle robots and 6 million second-generation battle robots have surrounded the divine country of the goddess of ice. Standing outside the divine country, Yang Feng said flatly, "Goddess of ice, I am Yang Feng. Surrender. As long as you submit to me, I can let you live. How can I allow others to sleep soundly on my bed?" At this time, only the goddess of ice and the goddess of love are left in the Andrak Plain. The two goddesses are two major unstable factors of the Andrak Plain. If Yang Feng can't subdue or annihilate the two goddesses, he won't dare to boldly take the Andrak Plain as his foundation. The cold and resolute roar of the goddess of ice came from the divine country. "Yang Feng, you despicable scoundrel, I will never yield." Yang Feng sighed regretfully. His eyes shimmered coldly, and he ordered, "What a pity. Do it." As if divine punishment, resplendent rays of light slammed into the ice mountain range covered in ice and snow all year round. Swept by the resplendent rays of light, tens of thousands of ice life forms were killed. Yang Feng hasn't made a move for 3 years, but he has privately dispatched a mechanical legion to investigate the locations of the believers of the goddess of ice in the ice mountain range. As soon as he made his move, it was earth-shattering. Chapter 592. Yang Feng, you're so vicious. The shrill roar of the goddess of ice came from the ice divine country. The countless believers killed by Yang Feng inflicted heavy damage on the goddess of ice. Under Yang Feng's deliberate attack, countless believers of the goddess of ice fell, and the number of remaining believers was less than 3,000. When the number of believers was less than 3,000, the goddess of ice began to slowly but firmly decline. Some terrifying extraordinary abilities began to weaken as well. As long as Yang Feng's army besieged the ice divine country for about 100 to 200 years, the goddess of ice inside the ice divine country would slowly weaken and die. Ever since the Time Lord suffered a great loss in the divine country of a supreme god, human warlocks have been very careful when dealing with gods. They wouldn't rashly enter the divine country of a god. Of course, if it is an infinity warlock, they can naturally break into the divine country of a feeble divine force rank god and kill the other party. Yang Feng waved his hand, and a swarm of battle robots flew towards the ice divine country. The ice divine country opened a huge opening and let the swarm of battle robots in. If the ice divine country opened a powerful barrier to protect the entire divine country, it would only result in a battle of attrition against Yang Feng. The siege of the countless battle robots would eventually break the barrier of the ice divine country, and then the goddess of ice would open the divine country and let the battle robots enter. As soon as they entered the ice divine country, they were greeted by a bone-chilling wind. The entire ice divine kingdom was shrouded in endless white snow. Gusts of cold wind blew in the ice divine kingdom, bringing up snowflakes. It was full of the style of the snow kingdom. The current temperature is minus 230 degrees Celsius. The closer to the center, the lower the temperature. Law interference. The scanning system cannot scan. When the battle robots entered the ice divine country, a series of information was fed back to Yang Feng from the level 3 optical computer. On the Tsangji Plain, the absolute zero of 273. 15 degrees Celsius on Earth wasn't the lowest temperature. Some strange and distorted environments and glorious sun warlock spells containing the law of ice could break this temperature. Even so, minus 230 degrees was already a terrifyingly low temperature. It was equivalent to the entire ice divine kingdom constantly releasing third-tier ice spells. Once ordinary humans entered the ice snow divine kingdom, it wouldn't take long for them to turn into ice sculptures. Even if human warlocks entered the ice divine country, if they didn't cast spells to resist the cold, then they would quickly freeze to death. The combat prowess of experts above the Great Warlock rank would be weakened by more than 50%. Staying in such an environment for a long time, even Great Warlocks wouldn't be able to bear it. A series of snowflakes drifted through the air, and snow fairies with long silver hair that resembled human beauties, snow bears that were 6 meters tall with snowy white bodies, snowmen that resembled human males, but were over 3 meters tall with white fur all over their bodies, and snow demons that seemed to be enveloped by countless snowflakes suddenly appeared. The snow goddess divine army suddenly appeared. Yang Feng looked at the huge divine legion and revealed a derisive smile. So this is the divine legion of the goddess of ice. Compared to the angels, they are far inferior. The angel was a divine weapon created by the overgod god who had severely injured the Time Lord. It was also the trump card of the overgod god. Angels were divided into 9 ranks. The upper 3 ranks were Seraphim, Throne Angel, and Cherub Angel. The middle 3 ranks were Dominion Angels, Energy Angels, and Strength Angels. The lower 3 ranks were Angels of Authority, Archangels, and Angels. Each of the 3 upper grades of angels has the potential to advance to the Infinity Warlock rank, and Blazing Angels are weapons that can evolve to the Supreme God rank. Angels of the middle 3 ranks also had the terrifying potential to evolve to the point where their combat strength was comparable to that of gods and demons. On the other hand, angels of the 3 lower tiers were unable to break through the godfiend boundary. At most, they could only evolve to the point where their battle prowess was comparable to that of a demigod. After the Supreme God of Sky was slain by the Time Lord, the method of manufacturing angels spread to many planes along with the footsteps of human warlocks. On the Fesuor plane, the divine legions of gods were composed entirely of angels and braves. Since the divine legion of the goddess of ice didn't have angels and braves, there was a huge gap in strength between them and the Fesuor plane's divine legion. A violent hurricane of ice and snow blew towards Yang Feng's mechanical legion from the divine country. Crack, crack. Along with crisp sounds, a thin layer of ice covered the mechanical legion. The divine legion of the goddess of ice suddenly moved and swept towards Yang Feng's mechanical legion like a tide. Yang Feng's mechanical legion seemed to be frozen until the divine legion of the goddess of ice appeared. 5,000 undyings suddenly moved and flew into the divine legion in an instant, leaving afterimages behind. Following flashes of blade rays, the limbs of the ice elves, ice bears, and other divine soldiers were cut off in an instant, and they collapsed on the ground powerlessly. Sealers suddenly flew out and shot out beams of sealing light that sealed the soldiers of the divine legion, turning them into fist-sized crystals. Divine legions had an undying nature. As long as their soul was not extinguished, they would never die. The soul of a level 1 warlock rank ordinary believer transformed into a divine soldier would die 100 times before collapsing and disappearing. A legend rank soul could die 5,000 times. A demigod rank soul could die 10,000 times, a feeble divine force rank soul could die 100,000 times, and a weak divine force rank soul could die 1,000,000 times. The undying nature of the divine soldiers was their most troublesome aspect. There were only 3 ways to deal with them. The first was to destroy them faster than they could be reborn. The second was to seal them. The last was to kill the divine country lord. Once the divine country lord died, the undying nature of the divine legion would disappear. Yang Feng obtained a lot of information on battles between human warlocks and gods from the Battle Demon sect, which was how he came up with the correct response. Each undyings possessed Starry Sky Warlock rank battle prowess. There were only 100,000 legend rank and 3 demigod rank powerhouses in the divine legion. Under the frenzied attacks of the undyings, the huge divine legion of the goddess of ice was pierced through, divided, and sealed. In front of Yang Feng's 3rd-generation battle robots, the seemingly huge and invincible divine legion of the goddess of ice disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Suddenly, a huge barrier opened outside the ice divine country, separating the battle robots that had already entered the divine country from the battle robots outside. Suddenly, the ice divine country was cut off from the outside. Outside the ice divine kingdom, countless battle robots were frantically attacking the barrier of the Ice Divine Kingdom. However, they only managed to set off ripples within the Ice Divine Kingdom's barrier. Within a short period of time, It was impossible to break through the barrier. Yang Feng smiled slightly, opened the barrier to separate the divine country from the outside and annihilate the part that has entered the divine country first. It seems that the goddess of ice isn't a fool. In a war against a divine country, one had to face the suppression and weakening of the environment, laws, divine legions, and other aspects. The entrance to the divine country could be freely manipulated by the gods. Within a short period of time, even a Bright World warlock would find it difficult to destroy the entrance. Of course, once a huge barrier was opened at the entrance to the divine country would burn a large number of divine force crystals at all times, which was a huge drain on the divine country. Within the Ice Divine Kingdom, countless incomparably violent snowstorms were blowing. In the midst of the violent snowstorm, a 100-meter-tall goddess of ice, true body with snow-white skin, long silver hair, a sexy figure, and a bone-chilling aura suddenly appeared. The goddess of ice parted her cherry lips and unleashed the divine spell breath of the goddess of ice, and a snow-white stream of cold air sprayed from her cherry lips. The temperature in the Ice Divine Country dropped again. In the wake of the snow-white stream of cold air, everything was frozen into ice sculptures. The third-generation battle robots that were slaughtering the Ice God's Divine Legion were also frozen and turned into ice sculptures. In the Ice Divine Country, the divine spells cast by the goddess of ice were comparable to advanced Glorious Dawn warlocks in might. With just one move, tens of thousands of third-generation battle robots were frozen. Yang Feng praised, "Amazing. As expected of a goddess in a divine country, your battle prowess is really amazing." The artillery robots fired at the ice sculptures with small positron artilleries. Rays of incomparably resplendent light blasted on the ice sculptures, blasting them into pieces. The wreckage of the Undyings quickly condensed and turned into Undyings that pounced towards the ice goddess. In a breath of time, 50,000 Undyings flew out of the ice, arrived in front of the goddess of ice, and slashed at her with their blades. Cracks suddenly appeared on the goddess of ice's body. With a surge of ice force, the injuries on the goddess of ice healed in an instant. In the Ice Divine Country, the goddess of ice is the ruler. She possesses all kinds of extraordinary abilities, and the resilience of her body inside the divine country is completely different from that outside. Ice Divine Domain. The goddess of ice opened her beautiful eyes, and countless laws of ice flickered in her eyes. Tremendous divine force suddenly evolved into an ice divine domain that devoured the 50,000 Undyings. In the icy celestial domain, the Undyings fell from the sky one after another as though time had frozen due to the low temperature that surpassed absolute zero, which completely violated the laws of physics on Earth. Chapter 593. When Yang Feng saw the goddess of ice display her might, his eyes shimmered with a dignified shade. "Amazing. Gods in a divine country are really powerful." According to the analysis of the Level 3 optical computer, 1,000 third-generation battle robots could quell a Moonlight warlock. The goddess of ice was just a feeble divine force rank god. According to the classification of warlocks, she should belong to the Moonlight warlock realm. But inside the Ice Divine Country, the goddess of ice was even more ferocious than a Glorious Dawn warlock. To freeze 50,000 Undyings with a divine spell was simply heaven-defying. Of course, this was also because the Ice Divine Country was filled with the law of ice, and the environment was in perfect harmony with the divine spell of the goddess of ice. Yang Feng ordered coldly, "Do it." Outside the Ice Divine Country, the Star Destroyer artillery of the Star Destroyer Battlestar shone brightly, and a resplendent beam slammed into the outer boundary of the Ice Divine Country. The entire Ice Divine Kingdom trembled. The outer boundary of the Ice Divine Kingdom finally collapsed inch by inch, completely shattered. Under the guidance of the Level 3 optical computer, a Star Destroyer artillery beam entered the Ice Divine Country and blasted into the body of the goddess of ice. Even though the Star Destroyer artillery beam was weakened by the laws of the Ice Divine Country, it still possessed terrifying might. Struck by the Star Destroyer artillery beam, half of the goddess of ice's body collapsed. A copious amount of frigid aura diffused from the Ice Divine Country and quickly repaired her body. The beams of the Star Destroyer cannons didn't seem to stop. Under the guidance of the Level 3 optical computer, they accurately bombarded the ice goddess body, blasting her body into pieces. "Go to hell." When Yang Feng's true body saw the goddess of ice being torn apart, he frantically extracted power from the world ring of the small world inside him, blurred into motion, appeared in front of the goddess of ice, and slammed a true god Empyrean imprint into the godhead of the goddess of ice. Countless runes diffused from the true god Empyrean imprint, stabbed into the goddess of ice, and eroded the seriously injured goddess of ice. The goddess of ice issued a shrill scream, and the huge divine legion rushed over frantically. Forming a torrent of steel, the battle robots around Yang Feng recklessly slaughtered the divine legions of the goddess of ice. Not yielding a single step, they launched a counterattack against the divine legions. When the two torrents collided, the divine legion was sliced apart and fell one after another. In front of the third-generation mechanical legion that could easily kill Moonlight Warlocks, the divine legion of the goddess of ice appeared somewhat powerless. An hour later, the countless runes within the true god Empyrean imprint finally eroded the ice goddess. With a flash of light, the ice goddess was sealed within the true god Empyrean imprint. I order everyone to stop attacking. After a breath's time, the ice goddess flew out of the true god Empyrean seal. Her eyes had lost their luster as she spoke indifferently. Yes, my lord. The remaining divine legions knelt on the ground, feeling very unwilling, but they spoke respectfully. Once they became a member of God's divine army, they wouldn't be able to disobey God's orders. Even though the divine legions knew that the goddess they believed in had fallen to Yang Feng's hands, but they could not disobey the orders of the god. After quelling the goddess of ice, the huge mechanical legion flew towards the divine country of the goddess of love under Yang Feng's leadership. The huge mechanical legion had just flown halfway, when a ray of light flew out from the divine country of the goddess of love, landed in the direction of the mechanical legion, and revealed a charming and enchanting stunner. It was the goddess of love. In terms of appearance alone, Shui was more beautiful than the goddess of love. But in terms of attractiveness to men, the goddess of love was 100 times stronger than Shui. Nourished by the divine force of love, a casual look from the goddess of love could make mortals willing to die for her. The goddess of love spoke in a loud voice in front of the huge fleet. The goddess of love requests an audience with your majesty Yang Feng. A door of a steel carrier opened and revealed a passage. With a sweet smile, the goddess of love stepped into the passageway, walked along the passageway, arrived at the bridge, and sat in front of Yang Feng. Yang Feng glanced at the goddess of love, his eyes flashed fiercely, and he pointed with a finger, and the true god Empyrean imprint appeared on his fingertips. Goddess of love, hand over your soul and serve me. The goddess of love smiled sweetly and said, Your Majesty Yang Feng, I am ready to abandon everything and go to the Zhangji Plain. If you insist on having my soul, then I can only abandon everything, leave here, and go to the Zhangji Plain. Yang Feng uttered with a faint smile, if a god abandons their original plane, they will suffer a backlash from the plane. If you abandon everything and go to the Zhangji Plain, your soul will be severely damaged, and your strength will fall below the Great Warlock rank. Your lifespan will be less than 1,000 years, and you won't flee to the Zhangji Plain. There was a mysterious connection between the soul of a god and the plane origin will that they promoted to. Once a god abandoned everything and left their original plane, they would be severely injured, or even die. If a strong divine force rank god left their original plane and went to the Zhangji Plain, their soul would be severely damaged. His soul would be severely damaged, and his strength would fall to the Great Warlock rank, or even below. It was because of this that the goddess of ice and the goddess of love could only defend their divine countries. They couldn't and didn't dare to easily escape. The goddess of love's eyes shimmered with graveness, and she said with a solemn expression, That's right. I don't want to die, nor do I want to take such a big risk. That's why I came to see you, Your Majesty. I am willing to sign a STYX oath with Your Majesty and serve you. However, I can serve you, Your Majesty. But there are some things I don't want to do. Please don't force me, Your Majesty. Give me some self-respect. Otherwise, I would rather abandon everything and escape from here. After all, staying here is the same as dying. STYX was a long river in the Netherworld, also known as the Mother Soul River, and it ran through countless planes of the universe. It was everywhere, yet at the same time, it wasn't on any plane. Only in the Netherworld could one see STYX. Even if it was a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse, If they didn't use any secret methods and let STYX scour them, their soul would become empty and turn into nothingness. The soul would be separated from the body, and then the soul would fall into STYX and disappear. The Nether River Oath was one of the strongest oaths among the countless planes. There were very few secret treasures and existences that could resolve STYX oaths. Yang Feng pondered for a while, then shook his head and refused. I can promise you that I will give you enough respect and self-respect. I can use STYX oath to make this agreement. However, your soul must be handed over to me. The Andrak plane is my current base camp and also my foundation. I can't allow any unstable factors to exist here. If you don't agree, then go to the Tsangji plane. I won't stop you. STYX oaths were virtually unbreakable. However, in the Tsangji plane and the 36 primary material planes, there were still some rare secret treasures that could break STYX oaths. The Andrak plane was a grade 7 plane. Once a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse entered the Andrak plane, they would be suppressed to the glorious Dawn Warlock realm. Only a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse might be able to defeat the plane origin will of the Andrak plane with peerless power. As long as Yang Feng managed the Andrak plane impenetrably, it would be equivalent to having a safe base. Even if the Great Cloud Dynasty's main force attacked, he was confident that he could wipe out the other party here. In this base, Yang Feng wouldn't allow any forces that weren't under his control to exist. If the Goddess of Love couldn't be used by him, then he could only ask her to leave or suppress her. This was related to Yang Feng's fundamental interests, so he couldn't take even half a step back. The Goddess of Love's beautiful eyes flickered, and then she finally gritted her teeth and said, "Okay, I promise you." Once the Goddess of Love left the Andrak plane, her soul would be severely damaged, and her godhead would collapse. Even if she reached the Tsangji plane, there was an 80 to 90% chance that she would die. If human warlocks wanted to become gods, as long as they had a god rank and enough believers, it was very simple. However, it was very difficult for gods to transform into human warlocks. If they weren't careful, they would be in danger of dying. That was because the connection between gods and the plane origin was too deep. Once the connection was severed, their godhead would collapse, and they would die. After negotiating the conditions, Yang Feng took a STYX oath, and the Goddess of Love gave Yang Feng a wisp of her soul and let him seal it in the true God Empyrean imprint. In this way, the Goddess of Love's life and death were completely under Yang Feng's control. The Li Gui province was a marvel among the lesser provinces of the Great Cloud Dynasty. The Li Gui province was wider than many greater provinces of the Great Cloud Dynasty, and its resources were much richer than many greater provinces of the Great Cloud Dynasty. However, the Li Gui province was just one of the lesser provinces of the Great Cloud Dynasty. The biggest reason for this was that the Li Gui province was a restricted area for Infinity Warlocks. After entering the Li Gui province, any Infinity Warlock would die in less than 30 days. Since the Great Cloud Dynasty's Infinity Warlocks couldn't enter the Li Gui province, the Li Gui province became a chaotic place where warlock groups that refused to accept the rule of the Great Cloud Dynasty gathered. Although the Great Cloud Dynasty sent countless experts to occupy an area in the Li Gui province, but more of the territory was divided up by different warlock groups. In the past 1,000 years, the strongholds occupied by the Great Cloud Dynasty in the Li Gui province have been breached several times by the warlock groups in the Li Gui province. As a result, the Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court, which was tyrannical in the outside world, couldn't do anything in the Li Gui province. Chapter 594. Li Gui Province, Sheriman City. In front of the most famous brothel in Sheriman City, the 10,000 Flowers Pavilion, a magic sports car stopped, and a burly man with short hair and a large beard, exuding a valiant aura, stepped out of the magic sports car. Two magic chariots stopped next to the magic chariot, and bodyguards dressed in black suits and sunglasses alighted from the magic chariot and surrounded the bearded man. They were undyings on the inside and human flesh on the outside, looking no different from human warlocks. The bearded man was Yang Feng. "Distinguished guest, is this your first time coming to the Myriad Flowers Pavilion? I am Hong Ji-yu, the lobby manager of the Myriad Flowers Pavilion. How do I address you?" When a stunner with long purple-black hair, dressed in a revealing black evening dress, and exuding the charm of a mature woman saw Yang Feng come in, She glanced at the 8 bodyguards around Yang Feng, and her beautiful eyes lit up. She greeted him with a smile and spoke enthusiastically. Yang Feng had the appearance of a rich and powerful silk pants as he said with a frivolous smile, "My surname is Lei, you can call me Young Master Lei. I heard that the Myriad Flowers Pavilion's Qian Ningxuang is a top red card in the Sheraman city. Let her accompany me." The 8 Undyings simulated 8 Starry Sky Warlock rank life force fields at once. Amazing. This person has 8 Starry Sky Warlocks as bodyguards. His origin must not be simple. I must not offend him lightly. Honggu's thoughts revolved lightning fast, and then she said with a sweet smile, "Okay, young Master Lei, this way, please." Under the guidance of Aunt Hong, Yang Feng entered a private room in the Myriad Flowers Pavilion and sat down. The 8 Undyings stood aside like door gods, not saying a word. Shortly after, a beautiful woman with snow-white skin, long black hair, and a petite but curvaceous figure, exuding innocence and sexiness, stepped into the private room. Qian Ningxuang bowed to Yang Feng in salute and uttered softly, "Greetings, young Master Lei." Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and he beckoned with his hand, and a suction force pulled Qian Ningxuang into his embrace. He said with a frivolous smile, "Haha, come and drink with me." Qian Ningxuang also began to act coquettishly and act cute, serving Yang Feng with great care. After 3 rounds of wine, there was a knock on the door. Aunt Hong pushed the door open and entered. She forced a smile and said, "Young Master Lei, can you get another lady? As long as you're willing to change to another girl, we can give you a 50% discount on your purchases at our 10,000 flower pavilion today." The smile on Yang Feng's face suddenly disappeared, his eyes flashed coldly, and he flicked his finger, and a pouch suddenly flew out. Countless magic crystals flew out of the pouch like a tide and sprinkled on the ground. He said arrogantly and domineeringly, "I have magic crystals. Today, I came to play with the Myriad Flowers Pavilion because I think highly of the Myriad Flowers Pavilion. Your Myriad Flower Pavilion actually dares to come and cut this young master's face. Do you not want to live anymore? Do you believe that this young master will bring people to directly destroy your Myriad Flowers Pavilion?" Aunt Hong lowered her voice and said, "I do, of course I do. Young Master Lei, it was the young master of malicious spirits Fang who wanted Ningxuang to accompany him. Our Myriad Flower Pavilion is no match for evil spirit Fang's young master. Please bear with me. How about this? Our Myriad Flowers Pavilion's Miaofu is also a beauty as famous as Ningxuang. Why don't we have Miaofu accompany you? Today, all your purchases in the Myriad Flowers Pavilion will be free of charge. What do you think?" The Myriad Flowers Pavilion didn't dare to lightly offend Yang Feng, who had 8 Starry Sky Warlocks as bodyguards and could casually take out countless magic crystals. The masters of the rich and powerful knew how to conduct themselves and leave a way out so that they wouldn't meet again in the future. However, the young masters of the rich and powerful were all ruthless and unscrupulous. If they went all out, it wasn't impossible for them to slaughter the entire Myriad Flowers Pavilion. Evil Spirit Fang was one of the 4 tycoons of Sheraman City and had 2 Moonlight Warlocks as guards. A small force like the Myriad Flowers Pavilion didn't dare to contend against Evil Spirit Fang's young master. Yang Feng smiled coldly and clapped his hand, and strange skeletons swept towards the table beside him. The table was corroded and turned black, and then turned into black dust that scattered in the wind. Evil Spirit Fang's young master? Never heard of him. Tell him to get lost and not to disturb this young master's mood. Otherwise, I'll make him suffer the consequences. Qian Ningxuang was just about to say something coquettishly, when she saw the frigid killing intent in Yang Feng's eyes, and she immediately fell silent. For the rich and powerful, their face was more important than anything else. If they were enraged, then even a beautiful warlock like Qian Ningxuang would be killed. What a big tone. You don't even care about this young master. You son of a B***tch, do you want to die? An unruly and overbearing voice sounded from the side. A handsome young man with a hint of haze between his brows walked in with large strides and sneered. This young man was the Evil Spirit Fang's young master. Beside the Evil Spirit Fang's young master, there were 4 young men, each of whom was handsome and exuded the aura of rich and powerful young masters. In the Myriad Flowers Pavilion, in an elegant secret room, A beautiful girl with an otherworldly temperament dressed in a white fox robe leaned against a waterbed and stared at a screen that displayed the scene in Yang Feng's room. The beautiful girl tapped the waterbed with her lily-white finger and revealed a look of curiosity. Who is this person? I've never seen him before. He has 8 starry sky warlocks as his bodyguards. What's his origin? Beside the beautiful girl stood a middle-aged man with a wooden expression, and wisps of moonlight warlock rank fluctuations of power seeped out of the middle-aged man. There was a cruel glint in the eyes of the evil spirit Fang's young master, and he sneered, "A DA, cut off this puppy's limbs, stuff him into an urn, and throw him into the myriad snakes cave." The Li Gui province's Sheraman city wasn't dominated by the Great Cloud dynasty, but by the 4 tycoons. In the Sheraman city, the 4 tycoons controlled the life and death of countless people. The evil spirit Fang's young master was the only son of the evil spirit Fang's master. From a young age, he was arrogant and domineering. Except for the warlocks of the 4 tycoons, he didn't care about anyone else. Yes, young master. A man standing behind the evil spirit Fang's young master suddenly opened his eyes, and a 30-centimeter-long horn suddenly grew on his head. His body swelled, and he turned into a 3-meter-tall horned evil ogre, and starry sky warlock rank evil chi diffused from him. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with killing intent, and he said coldly, "Kill that beast. Kill all those who stand in the way." An undying suddenly appeared in front of the horned evil ogre with an afterimage, and a blade ray flashed. The horned evil ogre was dismembered and turned into countless fragments that sputtered on the ground. After instackling the horned evil ogre, the undying appeared in front of the evil spirit Fang's young master in a flash and slashed at the latter's forehead. A bead suddenly flew out of the chest of the evil spirit Fang's young master, turned into a skull engraved with countless runes, exuded eerie fluctuations of power, and activated a black barrier. When the undying's blade slashed at the black barrier, it bounced off. "You dare to kill my servant and attack me? You're dead. You're dead today. No one can save you." There was a flash of fear in the eyes of the evil spirit Fang's young master, and then he roared furiously. The strange skull opened its mouth and spat out a black gas into the sky. It turned into a huge skull and let out a mournful wail. "Evil spirit token. Evil spirit Fang's evil spirit token, what happened? Why does the Myriad Flowers Pavilion have an evil spirit token?" In the Sheraman city, when the warlocks saw the screeching skulls in the sky, their faces changed dramatically, and they quickly hid in their homes. In the Sheraman city, inside the evil spirit Fang's encampment, warlocks in black warlock robes quickly gathered. "Bastard, who are you? How dare you attack my son? I'll tear you to pieces." A handsome man with strange runes tattooed on his face and crimson all over was sitting in a pool of blood. He opened his crimson eyes, which were filled with a violent aura, and roared madly. An incomparably tyrannical aura rose from the Sheraman city and pounced towards the Myriad Flower Pavilion. The undying frantically slashed at the boundary formed by the malicious spirit medallion and set off ripples. However, it was unable to shatter the boundary in a short period of time. The evil spirit Fang's young master showed a ferocious smile and said, "You little dog, you forced me to use the evil spirit token. You're dead. Kneel down and cut off your hands. I'll spare your dog life and let you be my dog. I'll lock you in a kennel and let you have a good time with the dogs." The evil spirit token is a treasure of the evil spirit Fang, and it seals the level 6 defensive spell Evil Ogre Skeleton Barrier. Every time it is released, the evil spirit Fang's warlocks have to spend a lot of resources to seal the spell again. After the evil spirit Fang's young master used the evil spirit token, he couldn't have the protection of the evil spirit token for a long time, which made him furious. There was a flash of contempt in the eyes of the beautiful girl in the secret room, and she said with a cold smile, "Evil spirit token. To use such a top-secret treasure casually, what a silk pants. No wonder." Although the evil spirit Fang's master is the #1 expert in the Sheraman city, but the evil spirit Fang is the weakest of the 4 tycoons. Chapter 595. With a frigid smile, Yang Feng took out a sphere and tossed it. "You called for reinforcements. Then I'll call for reinforcements as well. Let's fight and see whose reinforcements are stronger." The sphere suddenly flew into the sky, blossomed, and turned into a projection of a giant mountain exuding strong demonic chi. 5,000 third-generation battle robots disguised as human warlocks rode magic sports cars at lightning speed, quickly heading towards the Myriad Flowers Pavilion. Kill them all. When the evil Spirit Fang's master saw the 5,000 Undyings, he quickly deduced that there is a 70% chance that the Undyings are Yang Feng's people, and he ordered without hesitation. Magic light shone, and the evil Spirit Fang's warlocks transformed into various evil ogres from the evil god plane. The evil Spirit Fang's warlocks are somewhat similar to the Fuso subcontinent's warlocks, who use the evil god plane's evil god bloodline to cultivate various evil secret methods. After the evil Spirit Fang's warlocks finished transforming, they blurred into motion and rushed towards the Undyings, leaving after images in their wake. The evil Spirit Fang's warlocks are fighting with those foreign warlocks. Zhong Gui's son is really good at stirring up trouble. The evil Spirit Fang's warlocks are very strong. Those outsiders don't even have a Moonlight warlock. It seems that they're going to suffer a big loss. Gazes peeped at what's happening from afar through spells. The warlocks of the other three major forces in Sheraman City are watching coldly from the sidelines, showing no intention of stepping forward. Although the evil Spirit Fang is the weakest of the four major forces in Sheraman City, but its master Zhong Gui is the #1 expert in Sheraman City. Moreover, once warlocks with evil ogre bloodline get into a killing mood, they don't distinguish between friend and foe. There are countless powerful evil gods in the evil god plane. In terms of the number of experts alone, they are even more powerful than the Tsangji plane's human warlocks. However, the evil gods of the evil god plane are also at war with each other. There has never been a time of peace, which is why they haven't become a serious problem for the Tsangji plane. The swarm of Undyings suddenly erupted with Mach 20 speed and shot towards the evil Spirit Fang's warlocks. After images flashed past, and the warlock of the evil Spirit Fang instantly turned into countless fragments that scattered on the ground. Zhong Gui's smile froze on his face. His eyes flashed with disbelief as he cried out involuntarily, How is this possible? How come there are so many Starry Sky warlocks? Even in Sheraman City, Starry Sky warlocks were considered experts. In the entire evil Spirit Fang, there were only 30 Starry Sky warlocks. The 5,000 Starry Sky warlocks were simply terrifying. With a blur, an Undying appeared in front of Zhong Gui and slashed at Zhong Gui's life force field, cutting it open. No matter who you are, if you want to kill me, then die. Zhong Gui's eyes were bloodshot. With a furious roar, countless strange runes extended down his face. His body suddenly expanded, transforming into a 1,000-meter-tall hegemonic evil ghost, exuding a terrifying pressure and covered in sharp bone blades. The tyrant evil ghost was one of the strongest races of the evil ghost race in the evil god plane. In the archgod era, the hegemonic evil ghost race once had 2 warlock emperor rank powerhouses. If it wasn't for the fact that the 2 warlock emperor rank hegemonic evil ogres were instigated by the Time Lord, and then killed by the Time Lord may not be the opponent of the 2 hegemonic evil ogres. As soon as Zhong Gui turned into a tyrant evil ogre, a tyrannical and ferocious aura diffused from him. The warlocks of Sheraman City could clearly sense the terrifying might released by Zhong Gui. After he transformed into a hegemonic evil ogre, even some weaker Glorious Dawn warlocks were not his opponent. The 5,000 Undyings constantly flashed around the hegemon evil ogre, leaving after images behind. Their incomparably sharp sabers slashed at the hegemon evil ogre's body. In a breath of time, the hegemon evil ogre was chopped into countless pieces. A copious amount of blood sputtered out of the hegemonic evil ogre and flew in all directions. Defeated. Zhong Gui was defeated just like that. What's going on? Zhong Gui, how could he be defeated just like that? The warlocks who focused their gazes on this place were struck dumb, unable to believe their eyes. Zhong Gui was the #1 expert in Sheraman City. After he transformed into a hegemonic evil ogre, his strength became even more terrifying. No one could defeat him in a one-on-one fight. For such a top expert to be instackled by the 5,000 Undyings caused a chill to well up in the hearts of the spectating warlocks. A moonlight core suddenly flew out from the remains of the hegemonic evil ogre and flew towards the evil Spirit Fang's warlock tower like a meteor. Moonlight warlocks were transcendent rank powerhouses, and they had countless means to be reborn. Even if their body was chopped into countless pieces, but as long as the moonlight core wasn't broken, they could be reborn. A sealer spread the fingers of a hand, and a sealing ray hit the moonlight core. The moonlight core suddenly emitted a heavy evil aura, trying to break free from the sealing light. After struggling for a while, it was finally sealed into a crystal. The 1000 third-generation battle robots quickly began to clean up the battlefield, while the remaining 4000 third-generation battle robots flew towards the Myriad Flowers Pavilion at a terrifying speed of Mach 20. Within a few breaths of time, 4000 third-generation battle robots dressed in black suits and black sunglasses appeared in the Myriad Flowers Pavilion. As if carved from the same mold, the 4000 battle robots stood neatly and stared coldly at the evil spirit Fang's young master without saying a word. In the secret room, the eyes of the beautiful girl, who has always been calm and collected, flickered with envy and graveness. What fearsome warriors! These warriors are iron-blooded elites, and they're even starry sky warlocks. Who was that good-for-nothing young master? How come there are so many iron-blooded elites working for him? The combat mode of the 4000 battle robots was implanted with the combat mode of the Great Cloud Dynasty's pinnacle iron-blooded elites, the other Plane Development Division's Starry Sky Warlocks. Their every move carried the flavor of iron-blooded elites, which was completely different from ordinary Starry Sky Warlocks. If the other Plane Development Division's Starry Sky Warlocks were in the Tsangji plane, they could even find a way to kill a weak Moonlight Warlock by themselves. That was the difference between iron-blooded elites and ordinary warlocks. When she saw the 4000 third-generation battle robots, Aunt Hong shivered, and her beautiful eyes filled with lingering fear. Fortunately, I didn't offend him just now. These silk pants have powerful backgrounds and are more ferocious than the last. Yang Feng glanced at the evil spirit Fang's young master and his party and said coldly, "Kill them." Following flashes of after-images, the 4000 third-generation battle robots attacked the evil spirit Rit barrier, causing the barrier to tremble. "No, I don't want to die, let me go, I don't want to die." When the evil spirit Fang's young master saw this scene, his body trembled, his face distorted with fear, and 2 streams of yellow liquid flowed out of his crotch. He screamed miserably. In the next moment, the huge barrier collapsed, and the ferocious and ruthless evil spirit Fang's young master was chopped into countless pieces in an instant. Several of his followers were also instackled. "The evil spirit Fang dares to come find trouble with me, how reckless. From today on, the evil spirit Fang will no longer exist in the Sheraman city." Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he got up and strode outside. The 4000 third-generation battle robots followed behind Yang Feng and walked outside in an almost uniform manner. The beautiful girl raised her eyebrows slightly, guessing Yang Feng's intentions. He wants to lay his hands on the evil spirit Fang and flatten it. Along the way, everything was calm. No one dared to block the army, allowing Yang Feng to slaughter his way to the evil spirit Fang's base. A ray of light flickered, and then a thin man with long blood-red hair and an evil charm flew out from the headquarters of the evil spirit's Fang. He stood in the sky and admitted defeat in a loud voice. "I'm the supreme elder of the evil spirit's Fang, Ma Qianming. Young Master Lei, everything that happened before was the fault of Zhong Gui and his son. They have now died at your hands, young Master Lei. On behalf of the evil spirit Fang, I apologize to you, young Master Lei. At the same time, I am willing to compensate you with 300 beautiful warlocks. How about we bury the hatchet?" The pillar of the evil spirit Fang was Zhong Gui, who cultivated the hegemonic evil ogre morph secret method. Zhong Gui was instackled by the 5000 third-generation battle robots. Although Ma Qianming was a moonlight warlock, but he wasn't willing to be enemies with Yang Feng. Yang Feng said coldly, "As I said, from today on, the evil spirit Fang will no longer exist in the Sheraman city." All of this was planned by Yang Feng. He had decided to get rid of the evil spirit Fang and replace it, which was why he clashed with the young master of the evil spirit Fang in the Myriad Flowers Pavilion. Now that things have come to this, how could he retreat just because Ma Qianming admitted defeat? In that case, do as you wish. From now on, I, Ma Qianming, will withdraw from the evil spirit Fang. Goodbye. With a flash of bloody light, Ma Qianming turned into a streak of bloody light and fled into the distance. Without the slightest bit of hesitation, he didn't want to part with the evil spirit Fang. This Ma Qianming is quite a character, to be so decisive. Yang Feng was slightly surprised. He pointed at the base of the evil spirit Fang and cast the spell Detect Evil, and wicked light soared into the sky from the base of the evil spirit Fang. Evidently, virtually every warlock of the evil spirit Fang was a wicked person with hands stained with blood. Yang Feng ordered coldly, "Attack." Chapter 596. Now that Zhong Gui was killed and Ma Qianming fled, the warlocks in the evil spirit Fang lost their desire to fight. With flashes of magic light, they fled in different directions. The Undyings blurred into motion and frantically slaughtered the warlocks of the evil spirit Fang, leaving after images in their wake. Every warlock of the evil spirit Fang has a lot of cultivation resources on them. For Yang Feng, wiping out all the warlocks of the evil spirit Fang is not a small amount. Before long, Yang Feng quelled all the warlocks in the evil spirit Fang's lair, and killed all the warlocks radiating powerful wicked light. The other 3 tycoons of the Sheraman city watched in fear as Yang Feng wiped out all the warlocks of the evil spirit Fang, and then occupied their territory, began to purify the evil spirit Fang's warlock towers, and began to build a new defense system. Wings of Fire's Qiao Mingjing is here to visit. Gloomworm Shu Wu is here to visit. Radiant Crow Yi Yifan is here to visit. As Yang Feng was inspecting the assets of the evil spirit Fang, 3 voices came from outside, and 3 pinnacle moonlight warlock rank life force fields filled the air. Wings of Fire, Gloomworm, Radiant Crow, and the evil spirit Fang are known as the 4 tycoons of the Sheraman city. They control the life and death of billions of people within an area 10,000 kilometers in radius. Qiao Mingjing, Shu Wu, and Yi Yifan are the leaders of the 3 warlock groups, Wings of Fire, Gloomworm, and Radiant Crow. Yang Feng pondered for a while, and then said, "Let them in." An Undying walked out of the evil spirit Fang's base and said to the 3 tycoons in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "Gentlemen, my young master invites you in." There was a flash of dissatisfaction in the eyes of Shu Wu of Gloomworm, and he snorted coldly, "How arrogant." Qiao Mingjing narrowed his eyes, glanced at the Undyings, and then strode towards the interior of the evil spirit Fang. As soon as the 3 tycoons entered the headquarters of the evil spirit Fang, they sensed the Undyings hiding in dark corners staring coldly at them. The 3 tycoons aren't afraid of a single Undyings. Each of them can easily kill more than 10 Undyings. But with 5,000 Undyings surrounding them, they were probably even weaker than Zhong Gui. After passing through numerous winding corridors, the 3 tycoons came to a spacious hall, where Yang Feng sat in the seat of honor. On both sides of the hall stood a number of 3rd-generation battle robots that looked like statues. Sitting on the throne in the reception hall, Yang Feng looked at Qiao Mingjing and the other 2 tycoons and uttered with the arrogance of a silk pants, "I am Lei Ming, the young master of the Undying Mountain. You can call me young master Lei." Qiao Mingjing's expression changed greatly as he cried out involuntarily, "Undying Mountain? Could it be the Undying Mountain that the 6th Warlock dynasty contended with the Golem Lord?" Shu Wu and Yi Yifan were also taken aback. They looked at Yang Feng with curiosity and apprehension in their eyes. Undying Mountain is a formidable warlock group that inherited part of the power of the 5th Warlock dynasty, the Death dynasty. After the collapse of the 5th Warlock dynasty, Undying Mountain was still the most powerful warlock group in the Zhangji Plain for a long time. When the 6th Warlock Emperor, the Golem Lord, rose to prominence, he was once chased by the forces of the Undying Mountain. He was forced to flee to another plane to escape this calamity. After the 6th Warlock Emperor, the Golem Lord ascended to the throne, he used peerless power to destroy the Undying Mountain and slay countless experts of the Undying Mountain. The remaining powerhouses of the Undying Mountain could only flee from the Zhangji Plain and wander astral boundary. Few people know of their situation. In the Zhangji Plain, every once in a while, ancient warlock groups would return from secret places. Similarly, there are also warlock groups like the Battle Demon sect that are forced to hide in other planes in the astral boundary. When ancient warlock groups like the Undying Mountain return from other planes, they are generally far weaker than when they were at their peak. But no matter how weak the ancient warlock groups were, They could easily crush a warlock group like the Wings of Fire that only had moonlight warlocks. Yang Feng glanced at the three tycoons and said flatly, "To dare attack me, the evil spirit Fang really has a death wish. From today on, all of the evil spirit Fang's properties belong to the Undying Mountain. Does anyone have any objections?" The evil spirit Fang is one of the 4 tycoons of the Sheraman city. It controls casinos, brothels, slave trade, secret treasure stores, and many other industries. Yang Feng plotted to have a conflict with the young master of the evil spirit Fang in order to seize all of the evil spirit Fang's properties and turn them into his own. The 3 tycoons looked at each other and uttered, "No objections." The 3 tycoons are naturally very interested in the properties left behind by the evil spirit Fang. But since Yang Feng wiped out the evil spirit Fang, they naturally want to seize all of the evil spirit Fang's properties. The 3 tycoons are not willing to fall out with Yang Feng. After all, the Undying is too terrifying. Even if the 3 of them join forces, they may not be Yang Feng's opponent. Qiao Mingjing said, "Young Master Lei, the Sheraman city belongs to the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon. If you want to take root in the Sheraman city, you have to obtain the permission of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon. In the Li Gui province, there are the 5 heavenly lords and the 9 heavenly ogres. The 5 heavenly lords are the Song family, the Yi family, the Zhon family, the Zhao family, and the Chen family. The 9 heavenly ogres are the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon, the Thunder Demon Evil Ogre, the Purgatory Ogre, the Ogre Insect Pavilion, the Cool Breeze Abode, the 7 Stars Abode, the Secret Treasure City, the Water Moon Heaven, and the Thunder Demon Sect. The 5 heavenly lords were once glorious in the Eastern world, and they were even stronger than the current 8 great families. Among the 9 heavenly ogres, except for the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon and the Thunder Demon Evil Ogre, the other 7 heavenly ogres were once glorious in the Eastern world. At their peak, they were even stronger than the Battle Demon Sect. The 5 heavenly lords and the 9 heavenly ogres were the masters of the Li Gui province. The Great Cloud dynasty once sent a large army to attack the Li Gui province, but was defeated by the 5 heavenly lords and the 9 heavenly ogres. The Great Cloud dynasty suffered heavy casualties and lost 5 Bright World warlocks. After the Great Cloud dynasty suffered a crushing defeat, it had no choice but to give up the Li Gui province. It just established a stronghold in the Li Gui province to show that the Li Gui province is the territory of the Great Cloud dynasty, and then gave up on attacking the Li Gui province. The fertile lands of the Eastern world are under the control of the Great Cloud dynasty. Although the Li Gui province is rich in resources, but infinity warlocks cannot enter it. For the Great Cloud dynasty, the Li Gui province is of little value. Coupled with the desperate resistance of the 5 heavenly lords and 9 heavenly ogres, the Li Gui province became the sphere of influence of the 5 heavenly lords and 9 heavenly ogres. The Sheraman city was within the sphere of influence of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon. If Yang Feng was just passing by and traveling around, there naturally wouldn't be any problems. However, if he wanted to replace the malicious spirits Fang as one of the 4 giants in Sheraman city, he would need the Nethermoon Dragon's permission. Of course, if Yang Feng had the strength to fight the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon, he could naturally ignore the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon. However, the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon Warlock Group, which has a Bright World Warlock rank powerhouse, is extremely powerful. Even though Yang Feng has manufactured many 3rd-generation battle robots and enhanced the 2nd-generation battle robots, the outcome of the battle is still unknown. Moreover, the Nethermoon Ogre Dragons had been entrenched in the Li Gui province for more than 10,000 years. No one knew what kind of trump cards they were hiding. Unless it was a last resort, Yang Feng wasn't willing to fall out with a force like the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon. Yang Feng responded flatly, "I know. I'll go to the Ogre Dragon city in a few days." The capital of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon Warlock Group was the Ogre Dragon City, which was one of the Li Gui province's 14 giant cities. The 5 heavenly lords and the 9 heavenly ogres each built a giant city. With the giant city as the center, their forces radiated into the surroundings and completely controlled the Li Gui province. In the Li Gui province, only the Li Gui Demon Mountain, one of the continent's most terrifying forbidden places, was not under the control of the 5 heavenly lords and the 9 heavenly ogres. The Li Gui Demon Mountain had existed since the Archgod era until modern times. It was one of the continent's most terrifying forbidden places. According to ancient records, some tyrannical Holy Spirit warlocks died after entering the Li Gui Demon Mountain. Among the 8 warlock emperors, except for the Dawn Lord, the other 7 warlock emperors have entered the Li Gui Demon Mountain. The 7 warlock emperors all came out of the Li Gui Demon Mountain alive. However, apart from the 7 warlock emperors, none of the other warlocks came out after entering the Li Gui Demon Mountain. Even the few great holy steppe existences were no exception. In a few words, the Undying Mountain, which Yang Feng fabricated, replaced the evil spirit Fang and became one of the 4 tycoons of the Sheraman City. The modified second-generation battle robots quickly integrated into Sheraman City and replaced the warlocks of evil spirit Fang and took over all of Sheraman City's industries. A few days later, an invitation letter was mailed to Yang Feng from the Ogre Dragon City. After Yang Feng received the invitation letter, he immediately set off for the Ogre Dragon City. The Ogre Dragon City was the capital of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon Warlock Group. The city wall was 500 meters tall and had 8 city gates. Near each city gate was an 8-story tall warlock tower. As soon as he entered the Ogre Dragon City, Yang Feng saw succubi, evil ogres, and other beautiful women from different planes strolling freely in the city. After entering the Ogre Dragon City, Yang Feng rented a huge manor in the city and stayed there. The next day, Yang Feng came to the Holy Mountain where the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon is located and handed the invitation letter to a great warlock guarding the gate. The great warlock quickly came out and said, "Young Master Lei, the sect master invites you in." Yang Feng nodded and entered the Holy Mountain where the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon is located. After passing through numerous winding corridors, Yang Feng stepped into a hall. Inside the hall sat a handsome male warlock, looking to be about 21 or 22 years old, with a domineering air exuding from between his eyebrows. This young male warlock is the sect master of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon, Liu Bowen. Chapter 597. Liu Bowen looked at Yang Feng with killing intent in his eyes, and he uttered frigidly, "Lei Ming, you've got guts to destroy the evil spirit Fang. Does your Undying Mountain want to be enemies with the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon?" A quasi-bright world warlock rank might emanated from Liu Bowen and enveloped Yang Feng. Even though Yang Feng has advanced Moonlight warlock rank cultivation base, but he still felt tremendous pressure from the might. Yang Feng looked straight at Liu Bowen and uttered flatly, "Sir Sect Master, it was the evil spirit Fang's people who attacked me first. Our people were just acting out of self-defense. The Undying Mountain has no intention of being enemies with you, Sir Sect Master. But if you insist on fighting the Undying Mountain, then the Undying Mountain will not take half a step back." Liu Bowen uttered coldly, "What big talk? The Nethermoon Ogre Dragon doesn't welcome you. Leave the Sheraman City immediately. Otherwise, the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon can only be enemies with you." The Undying Mountain that Yang Feng fabricated has a profound background. Many warlock groups have vaguely guessed that the Undying Mountain is the Undying Mountain from before the 6th Warlock dynasty. If such an ancient warlock group wants to return to the Tsangji Plain, they will need territory and resources. They are bound to clash with the old warlock groups over territory and resources. Liu Bowen will never allow the ancient and powerful warlock groups to return to his sphere of influence. Otherwise, when the ancient and powerful warlock groups return, the first thing they will deal with will be the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "Okay, the Undying Mountain's people will withdraw from the Sheraman City. I just hope that you won't regret your decision today, Sir Sect Master." Liu Bowen uttered coldly, "Take your leave." Without hesitation, Yang Feng left the Ogre Dragon City. Yang Feng also sold the properties in the Sheraman City that originally belonged to the evil spirit Fang at a high price. Since the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon wants Yang Feng to get the hell out of here, he signaled the other 3 tycoons to buy the evil spirit Fang's properties at a high price and let Yang Feng make a small profit. After leaving the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon's force, Yang Feng went to the Spirit Moon Heaven City, the capital of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon's hostile force. As soon as he entered the Moon Heaven City, invitations were sent to the 5 heavenly lords, the 9 heavenly ogres, and other forces with moonlight warlocks in the Li Gui province. Inside the sacred mountain of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon, Liu Bowen glanced at the invitation, a trace of ridicule flashing in his eyes. With a flick of his finger, a flame suddenly rose up and burned the invitation to ashes. Alchemy Secret Treasure Auction Assembly. An alchemy treasure that could change the strength of a force was about to be auctioned. Humph, trying to impress the crowd. Secret treasures that could change the strength of a force were all rank 9 secret treasures. How could such a treasure be auctioned? In a manner, the mysterious white-clothed girl who used to be in the Myriad Flower Pavilion in Sheraman City looked at the invitation letter and smiled. An alchemy secret treasure that can change the strength of a force. Interesting, Undying Mountain is even willing to auction rank 9 and above secret treasures. In a luxurious castle, a handsome young man holding an invitation letter revealed a contemplative look. This Undying Mountain's young master is a bit domineering, but he doesn't look like a fool. I wonder what the alchemy secret treasure that can change the strength of a force is. Originally, the 5 heavenly lords and the 9 heavenly ogres wouldn't care about such an inexplicable invitation letter. But in the battle in Sheraman City, Undying Mountain used 5,000 starry sky warlocks at once, and even Jean Gui, who can contend against Glorious Dawn warlocks, was instackled. Regarded as an ancient warlock group about to return, Undying Mountain is no longer a nobody, which attracted the attention of many warlock groups. Some forces of the 5 heavenly lords and the 9 heavenly ogres became interested in the auction, while others disdained it and destroyed the invitation letter sent by Yang Feng. Tempted, there are still many leaders of warlock groups in the Li Gui province, and they gathered in the Moon Heaven City. A month later, in a large exhibition center in the Moon Heaven City, there are hundreds of warlock leaders from different forces sitting around. At the front of the exhibition center, there are 14 chairs for the 5 heavenly lords and the 9 heavenly ogres, the 14 tycoons of the Li Gui province. There are only 4 people sitting on the 14 chairs. One is the mysterious girl in white from the Myriad Flowers Pavilion, one is a handsome young man, one is a fat little fatty with a strange brand engraved on his forehead, and one is a thin, expressionless middle-aged man. In the exhibition center, the warlock leaders from different forces looked at the 4 people with awe and apprehension in their eyes. The mysterious girl in white asked curiously, Wei Yihao, what is the secret treasure that Lei Yiming plans to auction? As one of the true disciples of the Water Moon Heaven, Wei Yihao has a very high status in the Moon Heaven City. There was a flash of adoration in Wei Yihao's eyes, and he said with a smile, Xiangshuan, after Lei Yiming came to the Moon Heaven City and sent an invitation letter, he has been hiding in the exhibition center. I don't know what secret treasure he plans to auction. Hua Xiangshuan is one of the Li Gui province's 8 beauties, and she is ranked 2nd. Not only is she beautiful, but she is also the only direct descendant of the Secret Treasure City's city master. In the Li Gui province, countless young men are her admirers. Wei Yihao said with a smile, a secret treasure that can change the strength of a force. That's an exaggeration. If there was such a secret treasure, how could the Undying Mountain be willing to sell it? Since it's in the Moon Heaven City, I came to take a look. Hua Xiangshuan said with a sweet smile, the world is big, and there are all kinds of strange things. The 7th Warlock Dynasty, the Magic Note Dynasty, developed the Magic Note Throne and other peerless secret treasures that can change the strength of a force. Maybe the Undying Mountain really developed a secret treasure that can change the strength of a force. At this moment, Yang Feng walked over from the side and came to the dais of the exhibition center. Curious gazes focused on him. He is the legendary young master of the ancient warlock group Undying Mountain. No one dares to look down on Yang Feng. I am the young master of the Undying Mountain Lei Yiming. You have come from afar to see the secret treasure that can change the strength of a force. This is the secret treasure that can change the strength of a force. Yang Feng took out a bronze necklace engraved with queer runes and inlaid with a fist-sized crystal, shook it, and beckoned with his hand, and a level 1 warlock came to in front of him. Yang Feng tossed the necklace, and the level 1 warlock latched onto it. The level 1 warlock exerted force, a bronze radiance flickered, and the bronze necklace instantly disintegrated, forming a bronze full-body armor that covered him. Suddenly, great warlock rank life force pervaded the air. Great warlock. A level 1 warlock became a great warlock with the help of the secret treasure. What an amazing secret treasure. To be able to turn a level 1 warlock into a great warlock, What an amazing secret treasure! The eyes of the leaders of the major forces lit up, and they exclaimed in admiration. It is extremely difficult to cultivate warlocks. In the Li Gui province, level 1 warlocks and above can be seen everywhere. But in forces like the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon and the Watermoon Heaven, great warlocks are the most elite soldiers. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "This secret treasure is called Bronze Warrior and is a level 4 secret treasure. It can enable level 1 warlocks and above to possess great warlock rank strength. Of course, the stronger a warlock is, the longer they can fight. Level 1 warlocks can fight for 1 hour. Level 3 warlocks can fight for 10 days. The Undying Mountain has an unlimited supply of this secret treasure, and each secret treasure costs 100,000 magic crystals. There's an unlimited supply of this secret treasure. Has the Undying Mountain's alchemy reached this level? If this is the case, then a secret treasure like Bronze Warrior can really change the strength of a force." The leaders of the major forces of the Li Gui province stared at the Bronze Warrior with a scorching shade in their eyes. In the Li Gui province, any warlock group with a heritage of more than 1,000 years and a Moonlight Warlock will have more than 1 million official warlocks under its command. If more than 1 million warlocks are armed to the Great Warlock rank, then even Glorious Dawn warlocks will be apprehensive of that power. Hua Xiangxuan, Wei Hao, and the other 2 warlocks from the 5 Heavenly Lords and 9 Heavenly Ogres, who were originally indifferent, showed dignified looks. There was a dignified gleam in Wei Hao's eyes, and he said solemnly, "If there is an unlimited supply, then Bronze Warrior is indeed a secret treasure that can change the strength of a force. A Moonlight Warlock can easily defeat 1,000 Great Warlocks. But if 100,000 Great Warlocks led by a Starry Sky Warlock form a strange magic array, they may be able to suppress a Moonlight Warlock." There was a complicated look in Hua Xiangxuan's beautiful eyes, and a sense of crisis welled up in her heart. An unlimited supply, how many alchemists does the Undying Mountain have? Do they have more alchemists than the secret treasure city? Otherwise, how could they refine so many bronze warriors? The secret treasure city is famous for its alchemy, and its secret treasures are among the best in the Li Gui province. Virtually all forces cooperate with the secret treasure city and purchase a large number of secret treasures from the secret treasure city to strengthen their forces. Now that Yang Feng's Undying Mountain has appeared out of nowhere, it can be imagined that countless forces will buy the secret treasure bronze warriors. This gave Hua Xiangxuan a great sense of crisis. Chapter 598. Yang Feng smiled and clapped his hands, and a great warlock walked out from the side. Yang Feng cast a detection spell on the Great Warlock, and the Great Warlock exuded a powerful life force field. Some of the warlock leaders operated secret methods, cast eye abilities, looked at the Great Warlock, and saw through the real situation of the Great Warlock. Great Warlock, he's indeed an ordinary Great Warlock. Great Warlock. After the warlock leaders examined him, Yang Feng flicked his wrist, and a silver necklace no different from a bronze necklace appeared in his hand. This is a silver warrior refined by the Undying Mountain. With this silver warrior, a great warlock can contend against a Starry Sky Warlock. Yang Feng threw the silver necklace to the Great Warlock. The Great Warlock squeezed the silver necklace, and countless silver metal enveloped the Great Warlock and turned him into a silver-armored warrior. Starry Sky Warlock rank might diffused from the Great Warlock. Starry Sky Warlock. What an amazing secret treasure! It can enable a Great Warlock to possess Starry Sky Warlock rank battle prowess. What a fearsome secret treasure! If this secret treasure can be supplied in large quantities, it's indeed a treasure that can change the strength of a force. When the leaders of the Li Gui province's major forces saw the silver necklace, their eyes shone with excitement, and their breathing became rapid. The Li Gui province was part of the Eastern world, where the human warlock civilization was extremely developed. Every force with a Moonlight Warlock would have 10,000 to 20,000 Great Warlocks as an elite force. As for Starry Sky Warlocks, each warlock force didn't have many. Except for the 5 Heavenly Lords and the 9 Heavenly Ogres, the other forces didn't have more than 1,000 Starry Sky Warlocks. Once Silver Warrior secret treasures could be supplied in large quantities, then warlock forces with Silver Warrior secret treasures could crush warlock forces without Silver Warrior secret treasures. Scorching gazes full of desire focused on Yang Feng. Yang Feng said with a smile, Each Silver Warrior secret treasure costs 100 high-grade magic crystals. If you don't have high-grade magic crystals, then low-grade magic crystals cost 3 million. In addition, one could also use territory, population, mineral resources, and other cultivation resources to exchange. We, the Undying Mountain, can only produce 10,000 Silver Warriors every month. Now, we'll start the auction in units of 10. The starting bid is 30 million low-grade magic crystals. A beautiful auctioneer stepped forward and said with a sweet smile, "I'm the auctioneer for this auction, Wang Ya. Now we will officially start the auction of 10 Silver Warriors. The starting price is 30 million magical crystals, and each increment must be no less than 1 million magical crystals." Wei Hao immediately said, 30 million. Wei Hao is aware that if there are enough secret treasures like Silver Warrior, it will greatly enhance the fighting strength of Water Moon Heaven's warlocks. If those 10,000 Silver Warrior artifacts fell into the hands of Water Moon Heaven, it would allow Water Moon Heaven's forces to overwhelm the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon. As for the low-level magical crystals, they were nothing to the Water Moon Heaven and the Nethermoon Gowl Dragon. Only forces like the Water Moon Heaven and the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon could equip a Silver Warrior in large quantities. The thin, expressionless middle-aged man said coldly, 31 million magic crystals, 32 million mana crystals. Wei Hao frowned slightly, and then continued to increase the bid by 1 million magic crystals. The fat little fatty with a strange brand engraved on his forehead said with a smile, 40 million magic crystals. Wei Hao looked at the fat little fatty with apprehension and fell silent. The fat little fatty is Yi Wuxin, the young master of the Yi family of the 5 heavenly lords. He is not only a moonlight warlock, but also a ruthless character. More than 6 moonlight warlocks have died at his hands, so Wei Hao is very apprehensive of him. The venue was silent. Yi Wuxin easily put the 10 Silver Warrior artifacts into his pocket. In the following auctions, Yi Wuxin bid 40 million magic crystals each time and put the Silver Warrior secret treasures into his pocket. Before long, 9,000 Silver Warrior secret treasures were put into his pocket. As expected of the Yi family of the 5 heavenly lords, they're really strong. To be able to buy so many Silver Warrior secret treasures. It seems that the 5 heavenly lords are indeed stronger than the 9 heavenly ogres. The warlock leaders in the auction hall showed peculiar looks in their eyes and mused silently. Shit, if this goes on, won't the Water Moon Heaven be suppressed by the Yi family? Wei Hao suddenly came to his senses, a dignified shade streaked past his eyes, and he frantically increased the price. Thanks to Wei Hao's frantic bidding, the remaining 1,000 Silver Warrior secret treasures were bought at an average price of 50 million magic crystals per 10 pieces. After the 10,000 Silver Warrior secret treasures were snapped up, the warlock leaders from all over the world came to see Yang Feng and frantically snapped up the Bronze Warrior secret treasures. Young Master Lei, please wait. As soon as the auction ended, Wei Hao stepped forward and stopped Yang Feng. Greetings, young Master Lei, true disciple of the Water Moon Heaven. Yang Feng said with a smile, Undying Mountain's Lei Ming, Brother Wei, what can I do for you? Wei Hao replied, I want to make friends with you, young Master Lei, and discuss a big business deal. Yang Feng uttered, okay, let's talk inside. Yi Wuxin also came over and said with a smile, I am Yi Wuxin, the young master of the Yi family of the 5 heavenly lords. Young Master Lei, how about we make friends? Yang Feng responded with a gentlemanly smile, it's my honor to be friends with young Master Yi. When Wei Hao saw Yi Wuxin, he frowned slightly, but didn't say anything. The relationship between the Water Moon Heaven and the Yi family is very ordinary. They are neither enemies nor allies. If Wei Hao can make friends with the Yi family's young master, it will be of great benefit. Under Yang Feng's lead, the 3 came to a room inside the exhibition center and sat down. As soon as Wei Hao took a seat, he probed, Young Master Lei, the Water Moon Heaven would like to order 3 million sets of Bronze Warrior. Yang Feng replied with a smile, no problem. I will transfer 3 million sets of Bronze Warrior within a month. Wei Hao's heart shook slightly. Amazing, the Undying Mountain's underlying strength is really deep. To sell 3 million sets of level 4 secret treasures, these ancient warlock groups are really scary. The Water Moon Heaven also has its own alchemists, but the number of level 4 secret treasures doesn't exceed 1 million. After all, although the Water Moon Heaven continuously produces all kinds of secret treasures, but in the various battles every year, many secret treasures are consumed. Wei Hao continued, in addition, the Water Moon Heaven would like to order 500,000 sets of Silver Warrior secret treasures from you. Yang Feng revealed a look of difficulty and said, Silver Warrior is a bit difficult. The Undying Mountain can produce 10,000 sets of Silver Warrior every month, that's already the limit. After all, we still have other customers to maintain. In fact, after the level 3 stronghold was successfully built, with the Andrak Plain as a stable base, Yang Feng can easily produce 1 million sets of Silver Warrior secret treasures every month if he goes all out to forge them. But rare things are precious. Naturally, he can't show that there are a lot of such secret treasures. Wei Hao offered, the Water Moon Heaven can offer 100 high-grade magic crystals per set to purchase Silver Warrior secret treasures. In the black market, about 30,000 low-grade magic crystals can buy a high-grade magic crystal. However, the number of high-grade magic crystals in the black market is very small. Purchasing a large number of high-grade magic crystals will only make the price of high-grade magic crystals rise steadily. For a moonlight warlock like Yang Feng who needs a large number of high-grade magic crystals to practice cultivation, no matter how many high-grade magic crystals there are, they won't be enough. Yang Feng hesitated for a moment, and then gritted his teeth and said, Okay, I can give you 10,000 Silver Warrior secret treasures. Yi Wuxin said with a smile, Young Master Lei, we are also good friends. You can't favor one and discriminate against the other. The Yi family can offer 110 high-grade magic crystals per set to purchase Silver Warrior secret treasures. However many your Undying Mountain has, the Yi family will buy. Wei Hao smiled bitterly and said, Young Master Yi, give me some face. You have already bought 9,000 Silver Warrior secret treasures. If I don't buy some Silver Warrior, then it will be troublesome. Silver Warrior secret treasures can enable great warlocks to possess Starry Sky Warlock rank battle prowess. The Water Moon Heaven doesn't lack great warlocks. If they have 10,000 more Starry Sky Warlocks, it will greatly enhance their strength. The Water Moon Heaven and the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon are at war with each other. Low-level warlocks often fight each other for mineral veins and territories. The Nethermoon Ogre Dragon's warlocks mainly cultivate Ogre-type and Dragon-type bloodline warlocks. They are stronger than the Water Moon Heaven. In the battles, the Water Moon Heaven is often at a disadvantage. If the Water Moon Heaven has 10,000 Silver Warrior secret treasures, they will have the upper hand in the battles. After all, the upper echelon of the Water Moon Heaven and the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon won't easily intervene in such battles. Otherwise, it will easily lead to confrontation between the two warlock groups, or even war. Yi Wuxin said with a smile, Okay, I'll give you face. Wei Hao, you owe me a favor. Wei Hao was overjoyed, Thank you, young Master Yi. Yi Wuxin said, Young Master Lei, the Yi family will buy all of your Undying Mountain's Silver Warriors. Starting next month, the Yi family is willing to buy them all for 120 high-grade magic crystals per set. Wei Hao's face flickered, Young Master Yi, isn't that inappropriate? If the Undying Mountain's Silver Warrior secret treasures fall into the hands of the Yi family, then over time, the balance in the Li Gui province will be broken, and the Yi family will become stronger and stronger. Yi Wuxin said lightly, What's inappropriate about it? If you want to buy it, you'll have to pay a higher price than me. Wei Hao said, Young Master Lei, the Water Moon Heaven is also willing to pay 120 high-grade magic crystals to buy your Undying Mountain's Silver Warriors. It's best if we share them with the Yi family. Chapter 599. Yang Feng responded with a smile, I can give you 70% of the Silver Warriors. The remaining 30% will be left to other forces. In the Li Gui province, there are the 5 Heavenly Lords, the 9 Heavenly Ogres, and 14 Tycoons. The Silver Warrior secret treasures are just a stepping stone for Yang Feng to enter the Li Gui province. He can't sell the Silver Warrior secret treasures to a warlock group, which isn't in line with his interests. Bronze Warrior and Silver Warrior secret treasures require high energy crystals and super energy crystals as their power source. Every time they are launched, they consume a huge amount of energy. Yang Feng selling the Bronze Warrior and Silver Warrior secret treasures to a warlock group is equivalent to a warlock group. Wei Hao and Yi Wuxin raised the price several times, but Yang Feng didn't budge. They understood that Yang Feng won't budge on this issue, so they no longer raised the issue. They began to chat about the customs of different places and the difficulties in cultivation. Before leaving, Wei Hao handed Yang Feng an invitation and said meaningfully, "Young Master Lei, this is an invitation to the Spirit Moon Flower Party. It will be held in the Spirit Moon Heaven City in 3 months. At least half of the Li Gui province's 10 great beauties will come, and many other young talents will come as well. Don't miss this opportunity." Yang Feng smiled and took the invitation to the Spirit Moon Flower Party. He knew that Wei Hao has invited him to join the upper echelon of the Li Gui province's nouveau riche. The young master of an ancient warlock group, Undying Mountain, can casually mobilize 5,000 Starry Sky Warlock Guards and easily take out more than 10,000 Silver Warriors and millions of Bronze Warriors' secret treasures. Shrouded in all kinds of halos, Yang Feng won Wei Hao's approval and joined the upper echelon of the Li Gui province's nouveau riche. The Li Gui province, the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon occupied a magic crystal vein. Xing Chuanda patrolled the exit of the magic crystal vein. Watching the slave miners dig out the magic crystals inside the vein, he revealed a smile. Xing Chuanda is a Starry Sky Warlock subordinate to the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon. A few months ago, he took people to occupy the newly opened vein of the Watermoon Heaven and slaughtered the Watermoon Heaven's warlocks. This kind of thing is very common in the Li Gui province. Although the Li Gui province is large, but there are 14 powerful warlock groups here. In addition, there are countless small warlock groups. In order to fight for resources, they also killed each other endlessly. It was incomparably chaotic. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, warlock groups like the Evil Spirit Fang, which massacred mortals at will to refine all kinds of wicked secret arts, didn't dare to openly exist. However, in the Li Gui province, he could become one of the 4 magnates who ruled Sheriman City. This showed how chaotic the Li Gui province was. The Li Gui province is different from the orderly and powerful Great Cloud Dynasty. This was a chaotic place where the strong preyed on the weak, and slaughter was endless. Xing Chuanda looked at the countless magic crystal ores and smiled with satisfaction. By occupying this vein, I can leave behind 10 high-grade magic crystals every month. With enough high-grade magic crystals, I'll have a better chance of advancing to the Moonlight Warlock realm in the future. Starry Sky Warlocks generally used low-grade magic crystals to practice cultivation. Xing Chuanda became the steward of this vein, which is why he can covet 10 high-grade magic crystals every month. The competition in the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon is very fierce. Only by seizing every opportunity and seizing all kinds of resources can Xing Chuanda have a glimmer of hope to promote to a Moonlight Warlock. All of a sudden, a series of alarms sounded from the ore vein. Enemy attack! Xing Chuanda suddenly felt nervous and looked into the distance. He saw a 100-meter-long, flat extraordinary life-form hurricane flatling snake with sharp teeth flying over. On the back of the hurricane flatling snake stood 10 great warlocks and 100+ level 3 warlocks of the Watermoon Heaven. When Xing Chuanda saw the 10 great warlocks, he showed a sneer and said frigidly, "Zhongsheng, you barely escaped with your life last time. Are you here to throw away your lives?" The 10 great warlocks were the 10 great warlocks who had luckily escaped after Xing Chuanda's raid on the ore vein. Along with flashes of black light, the 17 great warlocks of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon quickly flew to Xing Chuanda's side, looked at the warlocks of the Watermoon Heaven in the sky and sneered, as if looking at a bunch of corpses. "Xing Chuanda, you sneak attacked and killed my teacher last time. Today is the day you die." Eyes shot with blood, Zhongsheng pinched the necklace on his chest, and silver-white light instantly enveloped him and formed a silver armor covering his whole body, and Starry Sky Warlock rank might diffused. The other 9 great warlocks also pinched the necklace and turned into silver warriors. The 100+ level 3 warlocks of the Watermoon Heaven pinched the necklace and turned into great warlock rank experts. Dumbstruck, Xing Chuanda exclaimed, "Starry Sky Warlock, how is this possible? How can you possess Starry Sky Warlock rank power? What secret treasure is that?" The 10 Water Moon Heaven's silver warriors unleashed various secret methods and frantically besieged Xingqiuanda. The 100-plus bronze warriors frantically besieged the remaining warlocks of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon. All kinds of magic light intertwined and flickered in the area. The fierce battle lasted for an entire hour. A silver warrior of the Water Moon Heaven was killed by Xingqiuanda, but Xingqiuanda was also besieged and killed by the other 9 silver warriors. Although the silver warriors of the Water Moon Heaven obtained Starry Sky Warlock rank power, but after all, they weren't Starry Sky Warlocks. Compared to true Starry Sky Warlocks, their battle prowess was still far from that of true Starry Sky Warlocks. This was how Xingqiuanda managed to kill one of them. More than half of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon Warlocks in the Ore Vein were killed by the 100-plus bronze warriors. Only 6 great warlocks managed to escape by casting secret methods. This scene continued to appear in the disputed area between the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon and the Water Moon Heaven. With the help of the secret treasure bronze warriors and silver warriors, the Water Moon Heaven continuously seized the resource points controlled by the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon, completely suppressing the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon. In addition, the warlock groups that purchased a large number of bronze warriors began to expand rapidly in all directions. The Li Gui province was a chaotic place to begin with. After the bronze warriors and silver warriors joined the fray, the Li Gui province became even more chaotic, and battles became more frequent. The Nethermoon Ogre Dragon, in a hall on its sacred mountain. Liu Bowen slapped the wooden table with his hand and revealed a look of anger and remorse. Damn it. With the help of the 2 secret treasures bronze warriors and silver warriors, the Water Moon Heaven completely suppressed the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon. The disputed territories have basically become the territory of the Water Moon Heaven. Unless the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon breaks the unspoken rules and dispatches Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses or above to fight the Water Moon Heaven, it will be very difficult for the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon to take back those territories. The upper echelons of the Water Moon Heaven and the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon are evenly matched. If the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon goes all out against the Water Moon Heaven, the outcome will be hard to predict. Even if the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon wins, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. The victorious side will soon be swallowed up by other forces, which is why the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon cannot make the decision to go all out against the Water Moon Heaven. Liu Bowen's eyes flickered fiercely for a while, and then he uttered coldly, "Gowl." A warlock in black walked out of a distorted space and knelt on one knee in front of Liu Bowen. "Greetings, Lord." Liu Bowen uttered coldly, "I want the Undying Mountain's Lei Yiming dead. You have to kill him in the Moon Heaven City. As long as Yang Feng dies in the Moon Heaven City, the secret treasure trade between the Undying Mountain and the Water Moon Heaven will be cut off. In that way, the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon can slowly take back everything that the Water Moon Heaven has taken away from it." "Yes, Lord." The figure of the warlock in black distorted slightly, and then disappeared. The Immortal Wings Lake is a beautiful lake located in the West District of the Moon Heaven City. There are all kinds of beautiful extraordinary plants growing around the Immortal Wings Lake. Beautiful flowers bloom all year round, exuding an enchanting fragrance. The tens of kilometers of land around the Immortal Wings Lake has been bought by the Li Gui province's warlock families. In the Moon Heaven City, many ordinary people can't go to the Immortal Wings Lake even if they want to. Only the warlock families that are on good terms with the Water Moon Heaven can freely go sightseeing in the Immortal Wings Lake. The Moonflower Feast is held in the Immortal Lake Manor, a small villa next to the Immortal Wings Lake. 2 magic chariots stopped in front of the Immortal Lake Manor. Yang Feng alighted from one of the chariots, and 4 Undyings alighted from the other and followed beside Yang Feng. A great warlock rank guard stepped forward and said respectfully, "Sir, please show me your invitation." Those who can participate in the Moonflower Feast are bigwigs. They aren't existences that a trifling great warlock rank guard can afford to offend. Yang Feng threw the invitation letter to the guard. The guard took a look, stepped aside, and made an inviting gesture. "Sir, please come in." Yang Feng entered the Immortal Lake Manor with the 4 guards. Under the guidance of a beautiful warlock maid, Yang Feng walked towards the interior of the Immortal Lake Manor. After passing through pavilions and winding corridors, he saw a group of youngsters gathered together, enjoying the flowers and playing beside the Immortal Wings Lake. Young Master Lei, you're here. When Wei Hao saw Yang Feng, his eyes lit up, and he went up to greet him. Yi Wuxin also got up, smiled heartily, and went up to greet him. That's Lei Ming, the Undying Mountain's young master? He's the Undying Mountain's young master? Curious, envious, jealous, apprehensive, and other complicated gazes shot from the young men and women and fell on Yang Feng. The reputation of the Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming has spread throughout the Li Gui province following the auction. Within 3 months, countless conflicts broke out in the Li Gui province. The Bronze Warrior and Silver Warrior secret treasures displayed terrifying power, and the forces with these 2 secret treasures gained an overwhelming advantage. Chapter 600. The major warlock groups took out countless magic crystals and asked Yang Feng to purchase Bronze Warrior and Silver Warrior secret treasures. Yang Feng sold Bronze Warrior secret treasures to the warlock groups that participated in the auction and screened the latecomers. The forces that have enmity with the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon received Yang Feng's support, and sold a large number of Bronze Warriors to the warlock groups that have enmity with the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon to enhance their strength. Under Yang Feng's secret manipulation, the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon is now in a very difficult situation. Although it hasn't suffered a serious injury, but its strength is constantly weakening. If this situation continues for hundreds of years, the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon's strength will decline greatly, and it will fall from a top force in the Li Gui province to a first-rate force in the province. In the absence of a large-scale war, those first-rate warlock groups, through such petty means, continuously weakened their enemies, strengthened themselves, and promoted their forces and strength step by step. Unless a warlock group was able to give birth to a peerless genius who was unequaled under the heavens, and launch a war to destroy other warlock groups and occupy more resources. Otherwise, the majority of warlock groups could only use a step-by-step method to enhance their forces and strength. The Li Gui province's 5 heavenly lords, 9 heavenly ogres, and other 14 powerful forces restrict each other. No force has the power to destroy the other forces. Under this background, Bronze Warrior and Silver Warrior secret treasures that can enhance the power of low-level warlocks have become the key to determining the rise and fall of a force. The young men and women in the Immortal Wings Lake are either the descendants of the top warlock groups in the Li Gui province or the true disciples and young masters of the top warlock groups. They naturally know the weight of Undying Mountain's young master Yang Feng. Yang Feng took a seat, swept the young men and women with his gaze, and his eyes lit up. The young men and women in the Immortal Wings Lake are all top warlocks. Except for Yi Wuxin and a few other warlocks who practice special secret methods, the men are handsome, the women are beautiful, and the men are handsome. Among the handsome men and beautiful women, there are 4 extraordinary people. The rest of the handsome men and beautiful women seem to serve as a foil to them. One of the 4 is Hua Xiangshuan, one of the Li Gui province's 8 beauties. One of them was a handsome young man dressed in a green scholarly robe. The other person was wearing a bright red dress. Her figure was sexy and hot, as if there was a ball of fire burning around her. She exuded an enchanting aura, and was not inferior to Hua Xiangshuan in the slightest. The last person was dressed in white. Her skin was as fair as snow, her eyebrows were picturesque, and her figure was like the golden ratio. She was beautiful, ethereal, and holy. She was slightly better than Hua Xiangshuan. Let me introduce everyone. This is the young master of Undying Mountain, Lei Ming. Wei Hao smiled slightly and introduced Yang Feng to everyone in front of him. At the same time, he also introduced everyone present to Yang Feng. After Wei Hao introduced the rest of the youngsters to Yang Feng, he solemnly introduced the 4 outstanding people to Yang Feng. Lei Ming, this is Bian Zixin, one of the Li Gui province's 8 beauties, the young master of Lightning Fang. This was one of the 5 heavenly kings, the Zhon family's peerless genius, Zhon Mingtang. And this is the secret treasure city's young master, Hua Xiangshuan. Wei Hao said, as for the last one, she is the Merak star by Yuxian of the Great Cloud Dynasty's Moonlight 7 Stars. For the first time, Yang Feng's eyes flashed gravely. The Merak star by Yuxian of the Moonlight 7 Stars? One of the most outstanding geniuses of the Bai family's younger generation. The Moonlight 7 Stars were the 7 most outstanding Moonlight warlocks of the Great Cloud Dynasty. Each of them was a peerless powerhouse who formed a virtual world and could defeat weaker Glorious Dawn warlocks. Among the Moonlight Seven Stars, 3 of them were from the Bai family. They were known as the strongest geniuses of the Bai family's younger generation. If there were no accidents, the Moonlight Seven Stars would advance to Glorious Dawn warlocks without any suspense. Only by advancing to the Bright World Warlock and Infinity Warlock realms can they stop the 7 peerless geniuses. The Great Cloud Dynasty also had a stronghold in the Li Gui province. At present, the Great Cloud Dynasty and the Li Gui province's 5 heavenly lords and 9 heavenly ogres are in a period of peace. Bai Yuxian, a peerless genius from the Bai family, can naturally travel freely in the Li Gui province. Moreover, the Bai family was the Great Cloud Dynasty's royal family and currently the most powerful force in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Bai Yuxian was equivalent to a princess of the Bai family, and her status was far above that of everyone present. Bai Yuxian said with a sweet smile, "Lei Yiming, your Undying Mountain's alchemy is really amazing. You can even develop a secret treasure like Silver Warrior. I'm very interested in alchemy. If you have time, can you teach me the unique alchemy of the Undying Mountain?" When Bai Yuxian smiled, the surrounding scenery seemed to brighten up. It was a beautiful sight to behold. Even Yang Feng, who had a firm mind and a heart of stone, couldn't help but feel his heart palpitate when he saw that beautiful smile. Zhon Mingtang's eyes shimmered with jealousy, and he snorted coldly and glared at Yang Feng with hostility. "Humph, what's so great about alchemy? For warlocks, secret treasures are just external objects, and their own strength is the key. Warlocks who use Bronze Warrior and Silver Warrior secret treasures only possess Great Warlock and Starry Sky Warlock rank power. They are far weaker than true Great Warlocks and Starry Sky Warlocks." The stunning beauty in red, Bian Zixin, stared at Zhon Mingtang, her beautiful eyes flashing with a touch of affection, and she echoed, "That's right. For warlocks, cultivation is everything. I've seen level 3 warlocks use Bronze Warrior to obtain Great Warlock rank power, but they can't use level 4 spells. In front of a true Great Warlock, they can't withstand a single blow." Yang Feng glanced at Zhon Mingtang and Bian Zixin, showed a pitying smile, and spoke with a smile of contempt, as if looking at 2 mentally retarded people. "The reason why we human warlocks can gain a foothold in the Tsangji Plain and defeat countless powerful races is because we rely on powerful secret treasures. The 7th Warlock Dynasty, Magic Note Dynasty, was known as one of the strongest dynasties because it had developed all kinds of formidable secret treasures. Both cultivation base and secret treasures are indispensable, because they are part of the strength of us warlocks. You don't even understand such a simple thing?" Zhon Mingtang's face suddenly sank, and he said coldly, "What a sharp tongue. However, the contradictions between us warlocks still have to be resolved through strength." Zhon Mingtang clapped his hands lightly, and a 2-meter-tall man with a few scars on his face walked out from the side, giving off an oppressive feeling. He bowed to Zhon Mingtang and said respectfully, "Greetings, young master." Zhon Mingtang said with a smile, "This is 8 Ogre, a Starry Sky Warlock I recruited in the Barbarian Ogre Mountain Range. I heard that you have 5,000 Starry Sky Warlock guards, so let's have a good fight." The Li Gui province was an extremely chaotic place, where countless warlock groups fought endlessly for resources. The warlock groups that were cornered by the Great Cloud Dynasty would flee to the Li Gui province in an attempt to make a comeback. In the Li Gui province, it was very common for warlocks to exchange pointers. Those foppish warlocks with noble statuses and aristocratic families would recruit many warlocks of humble origin and have them duel. Yang Feng said with a faint smile, "Interesting. However, a magic duel alone isn't exciting enough. How about we add some stakes? 10 million high-grade magic crystals. The loser of the duel will have to pay the winner 10 million high-grade magic crystals." When he said this, the eyes of the warlocks who originally planned to watch a good show suddenly revealed dignified looks. The value of 10 million high-grade magic crystals was above 300 billion low-grade magic crystals. Even a warlock group like Evil Spirit Fang with a Moonlight Warlock guarding it only had 3 million high-grade magic crystals. This kind of bet could no longer be called a joke. These young men and women would also gamble with each other for the sake of battle chi, but such a huge wager could no longer be described as ordinary battle chi. A cold glint flashed past Zhon Mingtang's eyes, and he sneered, "Okay, if I lose, I'll give you 10 million high-grade magic crystals. But if you lose, you'll have to compensate me with 100,000 sets of Silver Warrior secret treasures." Although Zhon Mingtang disliked Yang Feng due to jealousy, but he was also aware of the power of Silver Warrior secret treasures. 100,000 sets of Silver Warrior secret treasures could allow the Zhon family to have 100,000 more Starry Sky Warlocks, which was equivalent to doubling the strength of the Zhon family. This would greatly enhance the strength of the Zhon family. Yang Feng said, "Best of 3, or 1 to decide the winner." Zhon Mingtang hesitated for a while, and then said very cautiously, "Best of 3. A spatial ripple surged, and 2 warlocks, 1 tall and 1 small, exuding strange auras, walked out of the spatial ripple, came to stand beside Zhon Mingtang, stared at Yang Feng with unruly expressions, and revealed a sneer. "I'll provide the venue for the duel." Bai Yuxian spread the fingers of her hand, and a palm-sized arena flew out of her lily-white hand, landed aside, and formed a small arena with spatial force. 8 ogres' figure blurred, and he flew into the small arena. Yang Feng said lightly, "Ada, go down. If he doesn't admit defeat, then kill him." "Yes, Master," an undying said in a hoarse voice, then blurred into motion and entered the small arena. 8 ogre licked his face with his snake-like tongue, revealed a malevolent smile, and threatened fiercely, "You're really unlucky to run into me. More than 10 Starry Sky Warlocks have died at my hands. You'll become the 11th Starry Sky Warlock to die at my hands. It's not too late to surrender now. Otherwise, you'll definitely regret not dying earlier." Mechanical Overlord. Chapter 601. In battle, the mind is also a key factor. Many warlocks from prestigious sects have powerful cultivation bases and powerful secret treasures. But in battle, they are often killed by humble warlocks who are weaker than them. This is because their mind isn't strong enough. As a result, they can only display less than 30% of their strength in battle. 8 ogres' words are also a weapon. As long as the warlock fighting him is fearful, they won't be able to display their full strength in battle. But 8 ogres' intimidation is completely ineffective against the undying named Ada by Yang Feng. Robots have no mind. They can't erupt with power far beyond their own, nor can they be intimidated. They can only display 100% of their fighting strength. This guy isn't simple. He's a tricky opponent. Staring at the motionless Ada, a dignified look streaked past 8 ogre's eyes, and he silently recited an incantation. Strange patterns filled his body, and his body swelled up and turned into a 3-meter-tall 3-eyed evil ogre with a weird eye on the forehead. 3-eyed evil ogres are evil ogres proficient in eye techniques. The third eye of 3-eyed evil ogres can cast illusions, break illusions, and distort the void. They are extremely powerful evil ogres among evil ogres. Expressionless, Ada flipped his hands, and 2 2-meter-long high-frequency oscillating starlight electromagnetic blades appeared in his hands. The high-frequency oscillating starlight electromagnetic blades are virtually invincible. They can even cut apart the life force field of Bright World Warlocks. This is the strongest melee weapon that the Level 3 Stronghold can mass-produce. In the arena, Ada standing in front of 8 ogre is like an ordinary human standing in front of a giant evil ogre. The sense of existence between the two isn't on the same level at all. Bai Yuxian uttered lightly, "Begin." Bai Yuxian's words have just fallen, when an afterimage flickered, and Ada disappeared. As if he passed through 8 ogre, he appeared behind 8 ogre. How is this possible? How can he be so fast? A look of horror and despair on his face, 8 ogre screamed, and then collapsed into countless pieces of flesh and blood that scattered on the ground. Instackled. So fast. He was instackled. That's a Starry Sky Warlock. So fast. Is this a warlock from Undying Mountain? It is indeed terrifyingly powerful. When the warlock elites from top warlock families saw this scene, they inhaled a breath of cold air and looked at Ada with a complicated look in their eyes. Zhon Mingtang's eyes also flashed with a hint of seriousness. What a powerful warlock. Was this the foundation of the Undying Mountain? Sure enough, as expected of a terrifying force that once contended with the 6th Warlock Emperor the Golem Lord in ancient times. In addition to jealousy, The reason why Zhon Mingtang provoked Yang Feng is also to test the strength of the Undying Mountain. After the collapse of the 5th Warlock dynasty and before the establishment of the 6th Warlock dynasty, the Undying Mountain was the most powerful warlock group in the Eastern world. Even the 6th Warlock Emperor, the Golem Lord, was once hunted down by the Undying Mountain. Regarding the reappearance of the ancient warlock group, the Li Gui province's major warlock groups are very vigilant, and even fearful and repulsed. Yang Feng's strong counterattack to Zhon Mingtang's provocation has created an image of a silk pants desperate to fight back against the enemy. In this way, anyone who wants to probe the Undying Mountain must pay a painful price. In this way, other warlock groups will be less likely to probe the Undying Mountain. After all, the Undying Mountain is a fictitious force created by Yang Feng. Once this lie is exposed, he may be hunted down by countless forces. After all, the production method of Bronze Warrior and Silver Warrior secret treasures will tempt the 5 Heavenly Lords and 9 Heavenly Ogres. Now that Yang Feng has the support of the ancient force created by the Undying Mountain, those huge warlock groups won't dare to act rashly. Yang Feng said, "Zhon Mingtang, next." Zhon Mingtang smiled faintly and said full of confidence, "Lei Yiming, I'm sorry, but I've seen through your Starry Sky Warlock. You're going to lose the next round." With that, Zhon Mingtang flicked his hand, and a speck of light entered the forehead of the tall warlock. Zhon Mingtang said, "Seven Ogre, go kill him." "Yes, my lord." The figure of the tall warlock Seven Ogre blurred, and he flew into the arena. Weakness. What is the weakness of the Undying Mountain's Starry Sky Warlock? How can there be a weakness? The Undying Mountain's Starry Sky Warlock is clearly so strong that he even instackled 8 Ogre. How can there be a weakness? The eyes of the young warlocks from the influential families flashed with curiosity. In their view, the Undying is incredibly powerful, and it instackled 8 Ogre in an instant. It should be noted that before 8 Ogre joined Zhon Mingtang, he was a fierce Starry Sky Warlock. No less than 10 Starry Sky Warlocks have died at his hands. As soon as 7 Ogre entered the arena, he silently recited an incantation, and powerful magic fluctuations surged around him. He pointed with a finger. With a flash of magic light, air blades invisible to the naked eye but as sharp as blades appeared beside the 7 Ogres. Zhon Mingtang sneered, "This is the defensive spell Floating Blade, a spell specially designed to restrain high-speed warlocks. The life force of the warlock subordinate of yours isn't strong, yet he has such a terrifying speed. He must have evolved his speed to the limit. But in this way, his spells in other aspects are bound to have flaws. As long as I set up a targeted spell, your subordinate will surely be defeated." Yang Feng couldn't help but praise in his heart, "Not bad, as expected of a peerless genius of the Zhon family." As a representative unit of the 3rd-generation battle robots, the Undying is a high-speed unit that has evolved its speed to the limit. The highest speed of the Undying is Mach 25, which is even faster than some Bright World warlocks who aren't proficient in flight spells. Apart from its high speed and undying nature, the parameters of the Undying are much lower than those of other 3rd-generation battle robots, and it doesn't have any special abilities. Bian Zixin exclaimed with a delighted expression, "So that's how it is. As expected of Big Brother Zhon, you're really amazing. To be able to see the weakness of the Undying Mountain's warlocks at a glance." The rest of the warlocks also revealed an expression of sudden realization. Bai Yuxian said, "Begin." Bai Yuxian's words have just fallen, when the Undying Yang Feng named Ada suddenly turned into an afterimage, shot towards 7 Ogre, and slammed into the air blades in an instant. Under the fearsome speed of Mach 25, the Undying was instantly cut into 9 pieces by the air blades. However, the Undying's most important Undying chip was not damaged. Ada clenched a pair of 2-meter-long high-frequency oscillating starlight electromagnetic blades and waved his severed hands, and afterimages flickered and slashed at 7 Ogre in an instant. In an instant, 7 Ogre was torn apart and turned into countless chunks of blood that scattered on the ground. Not a single drop of blood flowed out of Ada's severed body. As if pulled by an invisible thread, each section of Ada's body flew to his body and glued together, and he was restored in an instant. Amazing, too amazing. Is this the secret method of the Undying Mountain? That's amazing. He didn't die even after his head was cut off. How scary. Legend has it that some Infinity Warlocks who practice special secret methods won't die even if their head is cut off, their heart is pierced, their limbs are cut off, and their blood is drained. I didn't expect the secret method of the Undying Mountain to be so powerful that a trifling Starry Sky Warlock can achieve this. Is this the secret method of undying? It's really powerful. When the surrounding warlocks saw this scene, they inhaled a breath of cold air and commented spiritedly. In the world of warlocks, many Infinity Warlocks who have practiced life-saving secret methods can still survive after their head is cut off, their heart is gouged out, and their blood is drained. But in the Starry Sky Warlock realm, only warlocks who have practiced special secret methods can achieve this. The 5th Warlock dynasty's Death Lord cherished the life and death text he created very much. Only the Undying Mountain has mastered his life and death text. After the Undying Mountain was destroyed by the 6th Warlock dynasty's Golem Lord, the Golem Lord only obtained 2 fragments of the life and death text. Due to the lack of the most essential parts, human warlocks cannot create more powerful secret methods from the 2 fragments of the life and death text. Therefore, in the Great Warlock realm, there are very few warlocks who can possess undying secret methods similar to the Undying. Zhon Mingtang inhaled a breath of cold air, and his eyes shimmered with apprehension. Amazing, is this the secret method of the Undying Mountain? It's really powerful. Bai Yuxian's beautiful eyes shimmered brightly. Amazing, there are 5,000 such warlocks. As expected of a terrifying force that could compete with the Golem Lord in the past. Even though it has declined, the secret method is still so powerful. Yang Feng said lightly, there's no need to compete in the final battle. Zhon Mingtang, please prepare the 10 million high-grade magic crystals within a month. Zhon Mingtang's face twitched, and he said indifferently, I know, 10 million high-grade magic crystals is not a small amount for Zhon Mingtang, but for the Zhon family, it is just a small inconvenience. A DA's figure fluttered, and he returned to Yang Feng's side and stood silently like a statue. The warlocks with extraordinary origins looked at the 4 Undyings standing next to Yang Feng with a peculiar gleam in their eyes. The 4 Undyings who can even threaten the lives of Moonlight Warlocks are just ordinary bodyguards under Yang Feng's command. This gave them more speculations about the power of the Undying Mountain. Chapter 602. After this change, the atmosphere of the Spirit Moon Flower Convention became peaceful. No one was blind enough to provoke Yang Feng. Instead, they enthusiastically made friends with Yang Feng. After the flower party ended, Yang Feng returned to his room. Shortly after, he creased his eyebrows slightly and said coldly, Who is it? Come out. As expected of the young lord of the Undying Mountain. You are indeed powerful to be able to sense my presence. Following a burst of bell-like laughter, a spatial ripple appeared in a corner of the room and the beautiful Bai Yuxian walked out with a smile on her face. With a wave of her hand, a snow-white gauze flew into her hand. Yang Feng praised, as expected of the Merak star of the Moonlight 7 stars, it's really amazing. To be able to deceive the servants of my residence, that's really amazing. In fact, there were countless surveillance robots everywhere in Yang Feng's mansion. At the same time, there were all kinds of scanning systems installed. As soon as Bai Yuxian sneaked into Yang Feng's residence and crossed the 3rd line of defense, she was discovered by Yang Feng. Only Glorious Sun Warlocks who are proficient in stealth secret methods and above may be able to pass through all the lines of defense silently and enter Yang Feng's dormitory. However, Yang Feng naturally wouldn't expose that he had already discovered Bai Yuxian's invasion. If there was any conflict between the 2 sides in the future, he could use this to ruthlessly trick her. Bai Yuxian smiled and sat on a sofa in front of Yang Feng, a fragrance wafting out from her. Young Master Lei, you really know how to talk. Yang Feng asked, Miss Bai, why did you come to see me? Bai Yuxian smiled and said, Call me Yuxian. Does your Undying Mountain want to obtain a territory of its own in the Li Gui province? Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a glint, saying, Of course. As a warlock group that wanted to return to the Tsangji Plain, its greatest desire was naturally to gain a foothold in the Tsangji Plain. The Tsangji Plain was a treasure land. The fertile lands with the richest resources were occupied by powerful warlock groups. The Li Gui province is rich in resources. although the Li Gui province cannot give birth to infinity warlocks. However, with the resources of the Li Gui province, it is entirely possible to cultivate an infinity warlock in other places of the Zhangji Plain. As an ancient warlock group that wants to return to the Zhangji Plain, the Undying Mountain must want to gain a foothold in the Li Gui province. Bai Yuxian gently swayed her fair and jade-like fingers and said enticingly, 100,000 silver warriors and 5 million bronze warriors. As long as you give me these secret treasures, I can guarantee that your Undying Mountain will have a foothold in the Li Gui province. Moreover, it will be as vast as the territories of the 5 heavenly kings and the 9 heavenly ghosts. There was a flash of contempt in the abyss of Yang Feng's eyes, and he said with a smile, "Is the Great Cloud Dynasty going to send troops to the Li Gui province?" 3 years ago, the Great Cloud Dynasty expelled the 10 great sects from the Eastern world one by one and suffered heavy losses. He would need at least 100 years to recover. His Majesty the Emperor of the Great Cloud Dynasty is wise and valiant. He naturally knows that the Great Cloud Dynasty should stay put at this time, so how can he send troops to the Li Gui province? If we didn't send troops, how could we have snatched food from the mouths of the 5 great heavenly kings and 9 great heavenly ghosts? The Great Cloud Dynasty's Emperor Bai Wuqing is very astute. After he drove the 10 great sects out of the Eastern world, he began to recuperate and make adjustments to the imperial court. Everyone knows that as long as it takes a few hundred years, the Great Cloud Dynasty will be able to restore its full strength, and may even reach a higher level. During this period of time, with Bai Wuqing's shrewdness, it is impossible for him to send troops to the Li Gui province on a large scale. Otherwise, it would be fine if he won, but if he lost, the ambitious people hidden in the Great Cloud Dynasty, who were ready to make trouble, might immediately rise up. Bai Yuxian said with a sweet smile, although the Great Cloud Dynasty won't send troops to the Li Gui province. However, there is a way for your Undying Mountain to get a territory. Of course, the Undying Mountain will also have to send troops to cooperate with us when necessary. Yang Feng asked curiously, which force does the Great Cloud Dynasty plan to attack? Bai Yuxian smiled but didn't speak. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she stared at Yang Feng. Keeping his cool, Yang Feng picked up a glass of fine wine and quietly savored it. Bai Yuxian said with a sweet smile, 100,000 pieces of silver warrior and 5 million pieces of bronze warrior. Give me these secret treasures, and I will tell you. Yang Feng refused decisively. Please go back. 100,000 pieces of silver warrior and 5 million pieces of bronze warrior are equivalent to a month's full production of Yang Feng's bases. These secret treasures can turn a warlock group with only moonlight warlocks into a warlock group that can contend against glorious dawn warlocks. Bai Yuxian wants to take away all these secret treasures with just a piece of information. Yang Feng won't agree to her request. Bai Yuxian said with a smile, 10,000 pieces of silver warrior and 500,000 pieces of bronze warrior. I can ask the higher-ups to confer you the title of Major General of the Li Gui province and a Viscount of the Empire. The Great Cloud Dynasty has inherited the Magic Note Dynasty's official system. Aristocrats are divided into 5 titles: Duke, Marquis, Count, Viscount, and Baron. A Viscount of the Empire is already an aristocrat with a very high status. The title of Viscount of the Great Cloud Dynasty is much more precious than that of other forces. No matter where they go, a Viscount of the Empire will have all kinds of privileges. Yang Feng smiled and tactfully refused. If it's 100 pieces of silver warrior and 10,000 pieces of bronze warrior, I can consider it. Bai Yuxian said with a smile, it's not impossible. However, I need your help. If you can help me assassinate Zhon Mingtang, then after killing him, I can ask the higher-ups to confer you the title of an Earl of the Empire. Yang Feng's eyes narrowed, and he refused directly. Assassinate Zhon Mingtang? Sorry, I don't have that much ability. Zhon Mingtang is a peerless genius of the Zhon family of the 5 heavenly lords as well as a future leader of the Zhon family. Yang Feng humiliated him at the Spirit Moon Flower Festival and cheated him in the duel. With the support of the fictitious Undying Mountain, the Zhon family won't do anything to him. But if Yang Feng kills Zhon Mingtang, the Zhon family will definitely mobilize all its forces to kill Yang Feng. Even if he has the support of the Undying Mountain, he won't be able to resist the revenge of the Zhon family. Bai Yuxian said with a solemn expression, "The Great Cloud Dynasty has found out that the Zhon family colluded with abyssal fiends and wants to destroy the other forces of the Li Gui province." Yang Feng said with a smile, "What's there to fear about colluding with abyssal fiends? The endless abyss runs through countless planes. According to legend, it is the dark side of the universe where the evil and dark forces of countless planes gather. There are countless powerful existences in the endless abyss. However, the endless abyss is full of endless fighting and chaos. What abyssal fiends like the most is to kill and devour each other. The most ferocious, brutal, and cunning abyssal fiends will be favored by abyssal origin force and evolve extremely fast. Abyssal fiends may be very powerful individually, but once there are many abyssal fiends, without a superior fiend to dominate them, they will fight each other. Without a superior fiend to dominate them, after a dozen days, 10,000 abyssal fiends will fight each other until there are less than 100 left. In Yang Feng's view, the collusion between the Zhon family and abyssal fiends is simply a joke. If the Zhon family opens a passage and lets the abyssal fiends descend on the Cangji plain, the first abyssal fiends will be the experts of the Zhon family, because the Zhon family is close to them. Bai Yuxian said with a solemn expression, "If it was just colluding with ordinary abyssal fiends, there is naturally nothing to be afraid of. But they colluded with the abyssal fiend Grand Duke Poidal of the 666th floor." A dignified shade streaked past Yang Feng's eyes, and he said slowly, "It's actually him. If it's him, then things are tricky. No one knows how many floors there are in the endless abyss. However, the abyssal fiend Grand Duke Poidal of the 666th floor is famous throughout the Cangji plain. As a pinnacle infinity warlock rank abyssal fiend Grand Duke, Poidal is different from other abyssal fiend lords. He is cunning and wise, and he has a fallen angel legion under his command. That fallen angel legion was created by Poidal by seducing the fallen angels under the gods. On the other hand, he used various holy souls, powerful soulstones, and the method to create fallen angels. Poidal's most famous achievement is that when the 7th Warlock Dynasty Magic Note Dynasty collapsed, he sent the fallen angel legion to kill a warlock monarch. At the same time, when the 8th Warlock Dynasty collapsed, he attacked the Cangji plain and killed a warlock monarch together with his fallen angel legion. In addition, in the long history of the Cangji plain, more than 100 infinity warlocks have died at the hands of Poidal's fallen angel legion. Although Poidal's fallen angel legion has suffered heavy losses one after another, but it is still a powerful legion that even infinity warlocks are apprehensive of. Poidal is one of the abyssal fiends that Cangji Plain's human warlocks fear the most. In the endless abyss, there are many abyssal fiends more powerful than Poidal. However, the number of abyssal fiend lords with a powerful legion like the Fallen Angel Legion can be counted on one's fingers. The 666th floor of the abyss is the most orderly floor in the endless abyss. Compared to the endless abyss, it is more like a hell controlled by extraordinary life-form devils. If the Zhon family colludes with Poidal, then the Li Gui province may really fall under the control of the abyssal fiends. Bai Yuxian said in a tempting tone, "Young Master Lei, if you kill Zhon Mingtang and expose the Zhon family's plot, you will become a great hero of the Li Gui province. The other heavenly lords and sky ogres will join forces to destroy the Zhon family. In this way, won't your undying mountain have a chance to intervene in the Zhon family's territory?" Yang Feng replied, "If I don't have concrete evidence, I won't do anything." Bai Yuxian smiled sweetly and pushed an envelope in front of Yang Feng. "Just investigate this, and you will get the evidence you want." Chapter 603. In the deepest part of a mine tightly guarded by the Zhon clan's warlocks, a void assassin emerged from the void, appeared for a moment, and then disappeared into the void again. In that instant, the void assassin had clearly scanned the planar path that was under construction in the mine and entered its database. In the mine, a starry sky warlock with his eyes closed didn't notice that someone had just appeared here. As he browsed the information, Yang Feng mused, "From the information she gave me, the Zhon family really colluded with the abyssal fiend Grand Duke Poidal of the 666th floor to unify the Li Gui province. This was bad news for the Undying Mountain, who was bent on returning to the main world. Similarly, Great Cloud Dynasty doesn't want to see abyssal Grand Duke Poidal occupy the Li Gui province. If the entire Li Gui province is occupied by Abyssal Grand Duke Poidal, then Abyssal Grand Duke Poidal will have a bridgehead to attack the Great Cloud Dynasty at will. That way, the Fallen Angel Legion could use the Li Gui province as a forward base to attack the surrounding provinces. Every fallen angel in the Fallen Angel Corps required precious and powerful souls and various soul stones to be successfully created. The best soul materials for making fallen angels are human warlocks. Therefore, once Abyssal Grand Duke Poidal occupies the Li Gui province, he will attack the Great Cloud Dynasty and plunder the souls of human warlocks. Yang Feng sneered in his heart, however, it's really wishful thinking for me to step forward. Even if the entire Li Gui province is occupied by those abyssals, at worst I will just withdraw from the Li Gui province. Since Bai Yuxian had evidence of the Zhon family colluding with Abyss Grand Duke Poidal, but she didn't announce it to the world. Clearly, she didn't want to offend a colossus like the Zhon family. They just want Yang Feng to represent the Undying Mountain to expose the Zhon family's plot and make the Undying Mountain and the Zhon family mortal enemies. If the Undying Mountain really wanted to use the Li Gui province as their base of return, they would never let go of such a good opportunity. After all, only by getting rid of the Zhon clan could the Undying Mountain take root in the Li Gui province. This was an open and above-board plot that could not be rejected. However, the Undying Mountain is a fictitious force created by Yang Feng. It would be for the best if he could take control of the Li Gui province. But if not, Yang Feng could withdraw from the Li Gui province and go to other areas. A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. Before entering the Li Gui province, Yang Feng was prepared for failure. 10 days later, Moon Heaven City, and of the moon. Bai Yuxian walked in the manor that was filled with countless flowers. She frowned and said thoughtfully, Lei Ming of the Undying Mountain is really a troublesome guy. He can really keep his composure. Not long after, Bai Yuxian sighed and said regretfully, it's a pity that I can only use another chess piece now. Bai Yuxian waved her jade-like hand and a white ray of light instantly disappeared into the void. Half a month of time, of the fiend, the water sea of the water clan, and sea of the world. Of immediately afterward, explosive news spread from Water Moon Heaven to the entire Li Gui province. One of the 5 heavenly kings, the Zhon family, colluded with the abyssal demon Grand Duke Poidal of the 666th floor. The Li of the fiend of the Li province, the sea, and Grand. Once abyssal fiends came to the Li Gui province, it will be a huge disaster for the Li Gui province. The abyssal fiends of the 666th floor of the abyss are more orderly than abyssal fiends of other floors. But they won't show any mercy when slaughtering humans. The abyssal fiend Grand Duke Poidal's Fallen Angel Legion has an illustrious reputation. But the birth of every fallen angel of his Fallen Angel Legion is accompanied by the death of countless human warlocks, and their souls seized. Abyssal fiend Grand Duke Poidal doesn't care about the life and death of human warlocks. Once his Fallen Angel Legion comes to the Li Gui province, they will slaughter humans and harvest the souls of the Li Gui province's human warlocks. In addition to the Zhon family, the other 5 heavenly lords, 9 heavenly ogres, and the other 13 warlock giants formed the Zhon Subjugation Alliance. Almost 80% of the warlock groups in the Li Gui province joined the Zhon Subjugation Alliance. Yang Feng also joined the Zhon Subjugation Alliance on behalf of the Undying Mountain. Although the Zhon family denied all the evidence released by the Zhon Subjugation Alliance, but the alliance still declared the Zhon family to be traitors of humanity. Under the order of the Zhon Subjugation Alliance, the warlock groups in the Zhon Subjugation Alliance took people to the Wave Cloud Mountain City. The Wave Cloud Mountain City is only 500 kilometers away from the Zhon family's largest stronghold, the Steel Tooth Fortress. For warlocks, this distance can be reached in an hour. As long as the Steel Tooth Fortress is captured, the hinterland of the Zhon family will be exposed to the Zhon Subjugation Alliance, which can attack the Zhon family from any direction. The Zhon family only has their holy land, the Wuhui Heaven City, as their final line of defense. The Wave Cloud Mountain City originally had a population of more than 1 million people. But more than 80% of the warlock groups in the Li Gui province led their warlock legions here and stationed themselves around the Wave Cloud Mountain City. Stretching for hundreds of kilometers, you can see beautiful palaces everywhere. The means of warlocks are incredible. Naturally, the places where the warlock legions live are not simple barracks, but luxurious palaces. In the palaces, there are many ordinary people specially serving the warlock warriors. With a flash of light, a huge warship descended from the sky and landed in front of the Wave Cloud Mountain city. From the huge warship, 5,000 third-generation battle robots and 100,000 second-generation battle robots alighted in an orderly manner. The 105,000 battle robots exude an iron-blooded aura unique to elite warlock warriors of the other plane development division, making those who see them feel fear. A warlock came to Yang Feng and said respectfully, "Are you the Undying Mountain's young master Lei? I am the Alliance's logistics officer Zhao Ming. We have arranged an encampment for you outside the city. Get out of the way, we want to enter the city. If you don't let the Undying Mountain enter the city, I will tear down the Wave Cloud Mountain city." Yang Feng pushed Zhao Ming aside domineeringly, and then arrogantly led the 105,000 battle robots into the Wave Cloud Mountain city. The elite troops commanded by the 5 Heavenly Lords and the 9 Heavenly Ogres are stationed in the Wave Cloud Mountain city. On the surface, Yang Feng's Undying Mountain is a warlock group not inferior to the 5 Heavenly Lords and the 9 Heavenly Ogres. How can they stay outside the city like ordinary warlock groups? The 105,000 battle robots simulated soaring killing intent and followed Yang Feng into the Wave Cloud Mountain city. The logistics officer in the Wave Cloud Mountain city was tossed around by Yang Feng. He could only give up the Warlock Legion's encampment in the Wave Cloud Mountain city. Otherwise, the Undying Mountain's Warlock Legion will fight with the Warlock Legion in the Wave Cloud Mountain city. As soon as Yang Feng returned to his dormitory, he calmly glanced at a corner of the room and said flatly, "Who's there? Come out." Amazing, as expected of the Undying Mountain's young master. A peerless beauty dressed like a man walked in with a smile on her face. She exuded an astonishing charm from head to toe, and every part of her seemed to be extremely beautiful. She was not the slightest bit inferior to Bai Yuxian. The peerless beauty said with a sweet smile, "I am Zhon Ying. Young Master Lei, won't you invite me to sit down?" Yang Feng sat down on a sofa. "Please sit down, Miss Zhon." A fragrance wafting out from her, Zhon Ying sat opposite Yang Feng. Yang Feng smiled maliciously and sized up Zhon Ying with a knife-like gaze. "Miss Zhon, for you to dare come to my camp, you're really bold. Outside my camp, there are 105,000 elites. So long as I give the order, Miss Zhon, I'm afraid that it will be difficult for you to leave my camp. The Zhon family is now the public enemy of the Li Gui province. For the Zhon Subjugation Alliance, it will be a great contribution for me to keep you here." Zhon Ying is the leader of the Li Gui province's 8 beauties, a peerless genius of the Zhon family. Her status in the Zhon family is even higher than that of Zhon Mingtang. She is the leader of the Zhon family's younger generation. She is the only female heir of the 5 Heavenly Lords and 9 Heavenly Ogres, the 14 warlock groups that dominate the Li Gui province. Although Hua Xiangxuan is the young mistress of the Secret Treasure City, but she is not the heir chosen by the Secret Treasure City. She is just the daughter of the Secret Treasure City's city master, which is why she is addressed as young mistress. The successors of the 5 Heavenly Lords and 9 Heavenly Ogres of the 14 warlock groups must be the most outstanding supreme geniuses. Although Hua Xiangxuan is very outstanding, but in the Secret Treasure City, she isn't the most outstanding warlock genius. Zhon Ying uttered with a smile, "Young Master Lei, someone as smart as you should know what it means for me to be here." Yang Feng uttered flatly, "Either you have been lurking in the city for a long time, or you have people in the Wave Cloud Mountain city. At this time, detection barriers have been set up everywhere in the Wave Cloud Mountain city, and dozens of extraordinary life forms with detection talent have been mobilized to cover the entrances to the city. It is extremely difficult to sneak into the Wave Cloud Mountain city without alarming anyone." Zhon Ying uttered with a sweet smile, "Yes, we have people in the Wave Cloud Mountain city. If the Zhon family had the intention, the warlocks in the Wave Cloud Mountain city would have been easily wiped out. I came here to invite the Undying Mountain to join the Zhon family's alliance. As long as we win this time, the Li Gui province will be in our pocket henceforth." Yang Feng uttered, "The 5 Heavenly Lords and 9 Heavenly Ogres have formed an alliance. I don't think the Zhon family has any chance of winning. In the Li Gui province, even the Great Cloud Dynasty's troops are not their match. Zhon Ying offered a very generous condition: if something big happens, you can choose to remain neutral. After the Zhon family has decided a victor, it won't be too late to join the Zhon family. Chapter 604. Yang Feng contemplated for a while, and then said faintly, "I can think about it." Zhon Ying smiled lightly, and her body gradually faded away. "Then I'll wait for your good news." The beauty had disappeared, and there was only a trace of fragrance left in the room. Sitting in the room, Yang Feng revealed a pensive expression. The Cloud Mist Hall in Billow Cloud Mountain City was the headquarters of the Zhon Subjugation Alliance. In the Cloud Mist Hall, there is a dais suspended in the air, which is vaguely filled with 13 bright world warlock rank breaths. The Zhon Subjugation Alliance is a huge warlock alliance formed by most of the warlock groups in the Li Gui province. If you can take control of this force, unifying the Li Gui province won't be an issue. The ambitious and ruthless 5 heavenly lords and 9 heavenly ogres naturally attach great importance to this alliance. Bright world warlocks who won't easily leave the headquarters also came here to compete for the leadership of the Warlock Alliance. Beneath the floating platform were 13 seats, each of which was occupied by the sect masters and clan chiefs of the 5 heavenly kings and 9 heavenly ghosts. Their words and deeds represent the will of the 13 bright world warlocks hidden on the dais. In the 2 rows of the Cloud Mist Hall, according to the strength of the warlock groups, stood the leaders of different warlock groups. The number was astonishing. As a representative of the Undying Mountain, Yang Feng stood on the right side of the hall closest to the 5 heavenly lords and 9 heavenly ogres. The fight between Yang Feng and Zhon Mingtang's subordinates has made the Undying Mountain's elites famous. The Undying Mountain Legion, formed from 5,000 Starry Sky Warlock rank 3rd generation battle robots, is something that even Glorious Dawn Warlocks are apprehensive of. The unfathomable strength of the Undying Mountain is already a fact recognized by all warlock groups in the Li Gui province. It is recognized as a warlock group second only to the 5 heavenly lords and the 9 heavenly ogres. Many warlock groups even believe that the Undying Mountain is stronger than the 5 heavenly lords and the 9 heavenly ogres. But the Undying Mountain has never had a bright world warlock, so it can't compare to the 5 heavenly lords and the 9 heavenly ogres. Among the 5 heavenly kings, Song Tianxiong, the patriarch of the Song clan, said slowly, "Now that everyone is here, let us announce our decision. From today onwards, the Zhon family is a traitor of the Li Gui province and a traitor of the human race. After destroying the Zhon family's territory will be distributed according to everyone's contributions in the war." The 5 heavenly kings and 9 great heavenly ghosts formed the leaders of the allied forces, and Song Tianxiong was the nominal leader of the allied forces. The Song family was also the weakest among the 5 heavenly kings and 9 heavenly ghosts. Song Tianxiong being able to become the nominal leader of the allied forces was also the result of the compromise between the various forces. The bland words made the eyes of many warlock group leaders brighten slightly, and their eyes shimmered with excitement. The Li Gui province is a province even larger than the Great Cloud Dynasty's 36 greater provinces. As one of the 5 heavenly kings, the Zhon family occupied a much larger territory than the entire Fuso subcontinent. If the Zhon family is destroyed, the warlock groups will get more territory and resources. This was one of the main reasons why the major warlock groups actively joined the Zhon Subjugation Alliance. Song Tianxiong's gaze fell on Yang Feng, and he asked flatly, "Lei Yiming, is your Undying Mountain willing to be the vanguard to crusade against the Zhon family?" Yang Feng declined decisively. "Great Commander, the Undying Mountain is too weak to play the role of vanguard." The Steel Tooth Fortress was one of the Zhon family's 9 most heavily defended strongholds, and it ranked second among the 9 strongholds. In the Steel Tooth Fortress, there were many warlock towers, glorious sun warlocks standing guard, and countless ordinary warlocks guarding the warlock towers. If Yang Feng mobilized the 105,000 primary battle robots to attack the Steel Tooth Fortress, they would definitely be smashed to pieces by the Steel Tooth Fortress. Warlock means were extremely strange, and Undyings weren't completely invincible. Similarly, they would be suppressed by powerful warlocks using all kinds of unimaginable spells. Yang Feng naturally wouldn't take the initiative to play the role of cannon fodder in the Zhon Subjugation Alliance. A slender warlock wearing a silver hat and a neat white warlock robe with a silver dragon embroidered on it walked out and said, "Great Commander, I have something to say." Yang Feng glanced at the warlock and saw at a glance that the warlock is a glorious sun warlock. He is Yu Yinhui, the leader of the Silver Battle Dragon Warlock Group. In many small warlock groups, the strongest powerhouses were the warlock group's sect masters and sect masters. Only in a huge force with a long history like the demonic fighting sect had the great elders in charge. Song Tianxiong said flatly, "Yu Yinhui, what do you have to say?" Yu Yinhui smiled and uttered astonishing words, "I have conclusive evidence that Lei Yiming and the Undying Mountain have colluded with the Zhon family. They are traitors who infiltrated our ranks." When this statement came out, there was an uproar in the hall, and gazes full of apprehension, anger, killing intent, schadenfreude, and other emotions focused on Yang Feng. Yang Feng's voice turned cold and full of killing intent. "What evidence do you have to prove that I colluded with the Zhon family? If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, the Undying Mountain and the Silver Battle Dragon Warlock will fight to the death." "Of course I do. Take a look." The corners of Yu Yinhui's mouth rose slightly. He swept Yang Feng with a glance, and his eyes revealed a trace of pity. He spread the fingers of a hand, and a silver image crystal suddenly flew out, released rays of light, and formed a projection in the hall. In the projection, Zhonying appeared in Yang Feng's room, sat in front of Yang Feng, and then calmly disappeared, looking like she wanted to have a good chat with Yang Feng. The place where Zhonying's mouth can be seen is concealed very cleverly. It looks like Yang Feng and Zhonying are talking about some unspeakable secret. Looking at the projection of the image crystal, the faces of many warlock leaders turned unsightly, and they looked at Yang Feng with hostility. Everyone knows that once a traitor appears in the coalition army, the damage to the coalition army will be tremendous. Yang Feng just wanted to open his mouth to defend himself, when a lie detection spell shot out from the hand of the Chen family's patriarch Chen Sheng and landed on him. Pinnacle glorious sun warlock rank might came from Chen Sheng and enveloped Yang Feng, and he barked, "Lei Yiming, tell me, is what happened in the image crystal true?" Knowing that he fell into a trap, Yang Feng hurriedly defended himself. "It's true, but, it's true. In that case, the Undying Mountain really colluded with the Zhon family. Damn it, you damned traitors of humanity. I, Chen Sheng, hate scum like you who collude with the outsiders the most in my life. Surrender now." A fierce gleam flashed in Chen Sheng's eyes, and a big hand grabbed Yang Feng. "Don't kill." Suddenly, black runes diffused from Yang Feng's body, a look of despair streaked past his eyes, and he issued a miserable scream. Boom! Along with a loud noise, Yang Feng's body was torn apart, and countless fragments scattered around. Chen Sheng was taken aback. "Dead? What's going on? I didn't want to kill him." Song Tianxiong silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and detection spells shrouded the place where Yang Feng was, and the aura of soul collapse diffused from the area. From the suspended dais, a grey magic radiance shot towards Yang Feng's location. Countless tiny fragments flew up and condensed into an incomparably broken moonlight core in midair. A confused voice came from the dais suspended in the air. "Is he really dead?" The Undying Mountain is a force that possesses the Empyrean-grade secret method Life and Death text. Among the many Empyrean-grade secret methods, Life and Death text has the most profound research on the law of life and death. The Death Lord is the longest-living warlock emperor among the 8 warlock emperors. For Yang Feng, the young master of the Undying Mountain, to die so easily gives people a strong smell of a conspiracy. A cold ray streaked past Song Tianxiong's eyes, and he ordered decisively, "The Undying Mountain colluded with the Zhon family. I hereby declare that the Undying Mountain is a traitor of the Li Gui province. Pass down my order, immediately annihilate the Undying Mountain's legion." At this time, Yang Feng has died tragically in the hall. The Zhon Subjugation Alliance and the Undying Mountain have formed a feud. Under such circumstances, annihilating the Undying Mountain's legion is the only and correct choice for the Zhon Subjugation Alliance. At the moment of Yang Feng's tragic death, the 105,000 battle robots suddenly broke out of the Wave Cloud Mountain City as if they had gone mad. Yi Sheng, a moonlight warlock of the Yi family, along with 3,000 plus warlocks of the Yi family, blocked in front of Yang Feng's mechanical legion and barked, "Stop! I am Yi Sheng, the commander of the Zhon Subjugation Alliance. Whoever dares to move will be killed without mercy." The 5,000 Undyings in the lead suddenly launched at full speed, and their speed increased to Mach 25 in an instant. With a flash of after-images, Yi Sheng and the 3,000 Yi family warlocks were chopped into countless pieces and scattered on the ground. After killing the Yi family's obstructors, the 105,000 battle robots fled into the distance. A bunch of idiots, to clash head-on with the elite warriors of the Undying Mountain, how foolish. If we want to deal with these elite warriors, we naturally have to take advantage of their weakness. A burly expert of the Zhao family, Zhao Guangfeng, smiled coldly, took out a secret treasure level 7 flame vial, and pointed it at the battle robots. A fearsome attractive force gushed out from the flame vial and drew 300 second-generation battle robots into the flame vial. With a flash of light, the 300 modified second-generation primary battle robots were burned to ashes. Chapter 605. Using his glorious Sun Warlock rank cultivation base, Zhao Guangfeng just chased after the 105,000 mechanical legion and urged the secret treasure flame bottle to attack, destroying 300 battle robots with each attack. The mechanical legion tried to counterattack and surround Zhao Guangfeng several times, but Zhao Guangfeng easily escaped with all kinds of strange spells. Taking full advantage of the glorious Sun Warlock's mobility and the spells he mastered, Zhao Guangfeng used kiting tactics to destroy Yang Feng's mechanical legion without fighting it head-on. Moreover, he would only fight the mechanical legion in his best state. After consuming a little bit of his life force, he would immediately retreat and restore his strength. The warlock groups in the surroundings of the Wave Cloud Mountain city were dumbstruck. No one moved, they could only watch helplessly as Zhao Guangfeng hunted down the huge mechanical legion. Inside the Cloud Mist Hall, when the warlock leaders thought of the scene of Yang Feng being killed just now, many of them vaguely guessed some inside information. Many forces of the 5 Heavenly Lords and 9 Heavenly Ogres didn't want another powerful warlock group like the Undying Mountain to appear in the Li Gui province. That's why Yang Feng was killed before he even had the chance to defend himself. With Yang Feng's death, there was no room for reconciliation between the Undying Mountain and the 5 Heavenly Lords and 9 Heavenly Ogres. The Zhon Subjugation Alliance could only join forces to expel the Undying Mountain from the Li Gui province. Even if those people saw through something, they still remained silent and didn't say anything. Compared to the 5 Heavenly Lords and 9 Heavenly Ogres, they have no friendship with the Undying Mountain. Naturally, they didn't want to take the risk of offending the 13 powerhouses. The Zhon family's emissary, Zhon Ying, requests an audience. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the Cloud Mist Hall. Song Tianxiong frowned slightly and said, "Let her in." Since Zhon Ying turned out to be an emissary of the Zhon family, Song Tianxiong naturally couldn't ignore her. When Zhon Ying entered the hall, the entire hall seemed to brighten, and bursts of delicate fragrance came from her direction. Every single step she took seemed to carry a wisp of a fragrance that caused one's imagination to run wild, and it was extremely beautiful and filled with charm. Such grace, as expected of the number 1 beauty of the Li Gui province. In the reception hall, all the warlock leaders looked at Zhon Ying, and their eyes lit up slightly. The Li Gui province is a lesser province larger than many of the greater provinces of the Great Cloud Dynasty's 36 greater provinces. Although the Li Gui province was called a province, it was much larger than many plains. There are countless beauties in the Li Gui province, and Zhon Ying is recognized as the number 1 beauty in the Li Gui province. Many warlock leaders have only heard of her name, but have never seen her. Seeing Zhon Ying's graceful bearing, the warlock leaders of the Li Gui province have to admit that Zhon Ying is indeed worthy of the title of the Li Gui province's number 1 beauty. Zhon Ying bowed to Song Tianxiong and smiled. Zhon Ying greets the uncles. Song Tianxiong said coldly, "Zhon Ying, are you here to represent the Zhon family to surrender to us?" Zhon Ying said pitifully, "No, I came this time to tell uncles that our Zhon family did not collude with Abyss Grand Duke Poidal. The evidence was faked. The person who forged the evidence is trying to provoke a conflict between our Zhon family and all of you uncles. I hope that all of you will investigate this. Song Tianxiong uttered coldly. Zhong Ying, you don't have to quibble. We have personally examined the evidence and used magic to detect it. Every piece of evidence points to the Zhong family. The evidence is definitely not fake. No matter how much the Zhong family quibbles, it's useless. If you came here today just to say this, then please go back. Since uncles don't want to listen to my explanation, then I can only ask you to die. Zhong Ying sighed faintly and raised her lily-white hand, and a pair of butterfly wings suddenly appeared behind her. With a flap, starlight-like powder filled the hall. Fool, a trifling moonlight warlock dares to behave atrociously in front of us. How reckless. Since you took the initiative to attack, then it's not against the rules for us to kill you. Liu Bowen's eyes shimmered fiercely, and he smiled ferociously, and quasi-bright world warlock rank fluctuations of power gushed out of him. Suddenly, Yi Nanshan of the Yi family waved his hand, and a 10-meter-long giant sword suddenly erupted and slashed sideways. Caught off guard, Liu Bowen's body was cut into two by the giant sword. In the next moment, at the place where Liu Bowen's body was cut, a special evil ogre scapegoat inscribed with countless runes appeared. The scapegoat has been cut in two, its life force extinguished. The space next to him blurred, and Liu Bowen's complete body appeared. Scapegoat is one of the highest secret methods recorded in the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon. Liu Bowen can turn a glorious Dawn Warlock into a scapegoat through various evil secret methods. The scapegoat can die in Liu Bowen's place once. Unless it is a monarch-grade Karma secret treasure weapon or above, it can kill Liu Bowen with a sword strike. Before the scapegoat can be activated, Liu Bowen will be killed. Shocked and angry, Liu Bowen roared wildly, Yi Nanshan, are you crazy? If Liu Bowen hadn't refined two scapegoats, he would have died at Yi Nanshan's hands. The long sword in Yi Nanshan's hand was a rank 7 secret artifact, the Black Death Sword. Once hit by the Black Death Sword, many life-saving secret methods of a glorious Dawn Warlock will be broken. Only a peerless secret technique like Scapegoat could block the Black Death Sword's sure-kill attack. Just as Liu Bowen was shocked and angry, bright world warlock rank fluctuations of power came from the dais of the Cloud Mist Hall. The dais exploded, and a violent shock wave spread in all directions. 14 figures flew out from the dais and divided into two sides, with 7 figures on each side. Among the 7 figures on one side, one had pitch-black poisonous needles stuck in his back. Another had a black dagger pierced through his heart. Countless black runes filled the air and corroded his entire body. The 2 seriously injured Bright World Warlocks collapsed in the hands of the other 2 Bright World Warlocks, their eyes losing their luster. What's going on? Isn't that the Zhong family's great elder Zhong Hongtao? How come he's here? The 2 great elders of the 7 Stars Abode and the Thunder Demon sect are under the control of the Yi family's great elder Yi Chen and the Chen family's great elder Chen Lei. What the hell is going on? Inside the hall, the warlock leaders of the Zhong Subjugation Alliance looked at the bright world warlocks in the sky with stunned expressions, and an ominous premonition welled up inside them. Some neutral warlock leaders had an ominous premonition, and their figures fluttered, and they tried to escape. A battle between bright world warlock rank powerhouses isn't something they can easily intervene in. As soon as the warlock leaders moved, they felt a slight pain in their heads, and life force seemed to be flowing out of their bodies. A fierce expression on his face, the great elder of the water moon heaven roared, Yi Chen, you colluded with the Zhong family. Why? Why did you betray us? The handsome and elegant great elder of the Yi family Yi Chen said with a smile, the Li Gui province is too small to accommodate so many forces. The 5 heavenly lords are enough. The 9 heavenly ogres don't need to exist. It wasn't the Zhong family that colluded with the abyssal fiend Grand Duke Poidal, but the 5 of us colluded with the abyssal fiend Grand Duke Poidal in order to bury the 9 heavenly ogres here. The Song family's great elder Song Jin silently recited an incantation and waved his hand, and a huge gate appeared behind him. The huge gate opened, and a dense crowd of beautiful fallen angels with a pair of black wings on the back flew out. Unlike the angels exuding a holy aura, the fallen angels exuding a seductive and sexy aura flew out of the gate. Each fallen angel has great warlock rank fluctuations of power, and there is no lack of starry sky warlock and moonlight warlock rank fallen angels. When the great elder of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon saw the dense crowd of fallen angels, his eyes darkened, and apprehension streaked past his eyes. A fallen angel legion? A fallen angel legion of the abyssal fiend Grand Duke Poidal. In the countless planes, in addition to the abyssal fiend Grand Duke Poidal, there are many wicked and powerful existences who use holy souls and soul stones to create a powerful fallen angel legion. However, the fallen angel legion under the command of the abyssal fiend Grand Duke Poidal has acted several times in the Tsangji plane, setting off countless carnage each time. The legion has even slain warlock monarch rank powerhouses. After more than 100,000 years of war, the fallen angel legion's powerhouses are comparable to the strongest warlocks of the same rank. Moreover, they are proficient in joint attacks, which makes them extremely difficult to deal with. The great elder of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon barked, "Kill them all. We can't let them summon blazing angel rank fallen angels. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome." Blazing angels are top-notch existences among the 9 grades of angels, and they have virtually infinite evolution potential. Top blazing angels are fearsome weapons that can even slay supreme gods. Of course, the weakest blazing angels possess pinnacle starry sky warlock rank power. A bright world warlock rank blazing angel is a terrifying existence comparable to a human bright world warlock who formed a virtual world. Only by using powerful secret treasures can human warlocks defeat such blazing angels. The great elder of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon roared furiously, blurred into motion, and turned into a 1,000-meter-long Netherworld Ogre Dragon with half of its body in the Netherworld and the other half in the shape of a dragon and a fiend. It has a ferocious head and a dragon-shaped body engraved with countless mysterious runes. Chapter 606. Netherworld Ogre Dragons are extraordinary life forms that live in the crevice between the Netherworld and the Plane of Dragons. Adult Netherworld Ogre Dragons possess bright world warlock rank power, and can even contend against some weak junior infinity warlock rank extraordinary life forms. Netherworld Ogre Dragons are the bloodline of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon of the highest level. When the great elder of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon transformed into a Netherworld Ogre Dragon, the cloud mist hall burst apart, and countless barriers collapsed. The great elder of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon extended his dragon claw and grabbed at the gate, which was constantly summoning fallen angels, with berserk Netherworld aura. The Netherworld Ogre Dragon contains the laws of the Netherworld. If an ordinary human is contaminated with a trace of Netherworld Ogre Dragon's aura, their soul will fall into the Netherworld and fall into the STYX. Even if it is a great warlock rank fallen angel, their soul will fall into the STYX, and they won't be able to return to the 666th floor of the abyss. The great elder of the Zhao family Zhao Zihong silently recited an incantation and flipped his hand, and a level 8 secret treasure Mount Tai shield engraved with countless mysterious runes appeared in his hand. The Mount Tai shield shone, and a huge mountain blocked in front of the great elder of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon. The great elder of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon transformed into a Netherworld Ogre Dragon is an existence with the most terrifying destructive power among the 5 heavenly lords and 9 heavenly ogres. The Mount Tai shield is recognized as the level 8 secret treasure with the strongest defensive power in the Li Gui province. The two extremely powerful forces collided with each other, causing an earth-shattering explosion. Violent shockwaves spread out in all directions. The fallen angels that flew out of the gate spread their black wings, scattered along with the violent shockwave, and formed small attack groups that rushed towards the warlock leaders of the Li Gui province on the ground. Mere 5 great warlock rank fallen angels want to kill me. They're overestimating themselves. A warlock leader with a moonlight warlock rank cultivation base looked at the 5 fallen angels flying over and smiled coldly. But suddenly, he was alarmed to find that the life force inside him dissipated like an avalanche. The 5 beautiful and sexy fallen angels flew to the side of the warlock leader, brandished their swords, and black light shone. The warlock leader was instantly cut into pieces, and the moonlight core was accurately dug out by a fallen angel. The fallen angels that flew out of the gate besieged the Li Gui province's warlock leader. Except for some glorious sun warlocks who could barely put up a fight, most of the other moonlight warlocks felt their life force pour out. Even resisting the great warlock rank fallen angels was very difficult. The remaining 7 heavenly ogre rank bright world warlocks didn't care about the life or death of the warlock leaders. Each of them used their strongest spells and blasted towards the huge mountain range formed from the Mount Tai shield. The great elder of the Thunder Demon Evil Ogre turned into a 500-meter-tall Thunder Demon Evil Ogre, slammed a Warlock Monarch rank giant's spine into the huge mountain range formed from the Mount Tai shield, and with each strike, the huge mountain range collapsed, and countless fragments splashed about. The great elder of the Purgatory Ogre turned into a 900-meter-tall Purgatory Ogre, exuding purgatory breath, and has a horn on his head. Manipulating purgatory fire, he fought fiercely with the great elder of the Zhon family Zhon Hongtao. The ogre insect pavilion's great elder flicked his wrist, and a swarm of soul-devouring ants, one of the 13 ancient ghost insects, suddenly flew out. The swarm of more than 10 million soul-devouring ants turned into a black insect cloud and swept towards the Yi family's great elder Yi Chen. The Cool Breeze Abode's great elder is an elemental warlock. Manipulating the 4 elements of wind, fire, water, and earth, as if he is the lord of creation, he formed all kinds of elemental disasters barreling towards the Chen family's great elder Chen Lei. The Secret Treasure City's great elder used the level 8 Secret Treasure Light Soul Seal Mind Bead to fight the Song family's great elder Song Jin. The Water Moon Heaven's great elder turned into a bright moon, and endless moonlight fell on the huge mountain range formed from the Mount Tai shield. Wherever the moonlight shone, the huge mountain range collapsed. Many fallen angels have just flown out of the gate, when they were purified by the moonlight of the bright moon and turned into dust. Under the frenzied attacks of the Netherworld Ogre Dragon, the hegemonic Evil Ogre, and the strange moon, the Mount Tai shield, worthy of being the strongest defensive secret treasure of the Li Gui province, forcibly blocked the siege of 3 Bright World warlocks. Zhao Zihong, who controlled the Mount Tai shield, frantically urged his life force and inhaled a tremendous amount of life magic energy, clenched his teeth, and struggled to hold on. Suddenly, the Netherworld Ogre Dragon's great elder incarnated into a Netherworld Ogre Dragon turned around and extended a huge dragon claw, tore through the void, and slammed towards the back of the Chen family's great elder Chen Lei. Suppressed by the Cool Breeze Abode's great elder with various elemental spells, Chen Lei could barely defend himself no matter how hard he tried. The Netherworld Ogre Dragon's crazy attack blasted through his body protection spell, and fearsome nether breath began to invade his soul in an instant. The great elder of the Water Moon Heavens incarnated into a bright moon flashed, and a copious amount of moonlight suddenly condensed into a moonlight arrow that seems capable of purifying and annihilating everything in the world, tore through the void, and stabbed towards Chen Lei. Faced with this sure-kill blow, Chen Lei spewed out a large mouthful of blood essence, and his body blurred. The Chen family's patriarch switched places with Chen Lei. The moonlight arrow slammed into the Chen family's patriarch. A look of horror on his face, the Chen family's patriarch with a glorious dawn warlock rank cultivation base collapsed inch by inch, and eventually his soul was extinguished. Bloodline substitution, this is one of the strongest life-saving secret methods Chen Lei has mastered. As long as there is a glorious dawn warlock rank bloodline nearby, Chen Lei can cast this secret method to help him resist death once. Bloodline substitution is a more advanced secret method than the scapegoat secret method. Of course, the conditions are more stringent. You need a close relative who is strong enough to die as a substitute. Chen Lei gritted his teeth, his face changed several times, and he recited an incantation, turned into a black ray, and fled into the distance. The Nethermoon Ogre Dragon's nether breath is extremely corrosive, eroding Chen Lei's soul and mind at all times. If it was one-on-one, then it wouldn't be a big deal. But now that 2 Bright World warlocks besieged him, if he doesn't escape, he will be in danger of dying. The great elder of the Cool Breeze Abode manipulated wind, fire, water, and earth elemental forces and formed 4 elemental natural disasters barreling towards the Song family's great elder Song Jin. The Netherworld Ogre Dragon also extended its claw, and, carrying nether breath, grabbed at Song Jin from behind. The great elder of the Secret Treasure City controlled the Light Soul Seal Mind Bead and pointed it at Song Jin, and countless runes formed a ray of light containing countless tiny chains shooting towards Song Jin. Faced with the joint attack of 3 Bright World warlocks, Song Jin's face fell, and a white book suddenly flew out, and 3 pieces of white paper flew out. As soon as the 3 pieces of white paper flew into the air, they changed into Song Jin's appearance and shot towards the attacks of the 3 Bright World warlocks. When the attacks of the three Bright World Warlocks slammed into the three Song Jin doppelgangers, the three Song Jin doppelgangers were smashed to pieces in an instant. Song Jin, using a strange secret method, appeared dozens of kilometers away, a dignified expression on his face. The secret method Song Jingang just cast is called Bloodline Cloud Paper Substitute. Each of the three pieces of white paper cost him a lot of blood essence to refine. At the crucial moment, there would be an unimaginably strange power. However, Song Jin has only refined 10 pieces of this kind of white paper. After all, each time he refines one, it takes 10 years of his lifespan and slightly damages his soul origin. It isn't a treasure that can be refined indefinitely. Each of the three Bright World Warlocks is stronger than Song Jingang. Except for Zhao Zihong, who has the Mount Tai shield, none of the other Bright World Warlocks can resist the joint attack of the three Bright World Warlocks. Zhao Zihong barked, "Grand Duke Poidal, if you don't send someone over, we'll have to retreat. Before we leave, we'll destroy the planar passageway leading to the Endless Abyss." Each of the Li Gui province's great elders of the 9 heavenly ogres is tyrannical. Although the 5 heavenly lords relied on sneak attacks to seriously injure 2 Bright World Warlocks who sealed the 9 heavenly ogres, but the remaining 7 great elders of the 9 heavenly ogres are still astonishingly strong. In particular, the Netherworld Ogre Dragon, with its huge body and attacks containing nether breath, is a nightmare for other warlocks of the same rank. Once you are hit by the Netherworld Ogre Dragon, your mind and soul will be eroded by nether breath, making it extremely difficult to deal with. A strange laughter filled with a strange and dangerous aura resonated from the other side of the door. A beautiful seraph with long purple hair, a slender figure about 1.83 meters tall, a slim waist and plump buttocks. Her twin peaks were almost bursting out of her clothes. She had 3 pairs of fallen angel wings that were as black as ink and was holding a fallen angel sword. She stepped out of the door with a heroic aura. "Alexia, the commander of the 10th Legion under my Lord Poidal's command, has come to suppress my lord's enemies." Alexia stepped out of the door like a valiant Valkyrie, and the door immediately collapsed, turning into dust and disintegrating. After all, the gate isn't a real planar passageway, but a temporary gate opened with the help of a nearby planar passageway leading to the Endless Abyss. For a Bright World Warlock rank blazing angel like Alexia to pass through it is already the limit. As if announcing the will of the gods, Alexia's beautiful eyes burned with fierce fighting spirit. The pitch-black fallen angel wings flapped, and she disappeared in an instant. She strangely appeared behind the head of the Purgatory Ogre's great elder and slashed down with her sword. Chapter 607. Alexia's fallen angel sword contained a terrifying dark power, making the fallen angel sword invincible and unbreakable. Even a warlock monarch rank powerhouse wouldn't dare to resist the fallen angel sword with their fleshly body. Dazzling black sword rays enveloped the Purgatory Ogre. The great elder of the Purgatory Ogre has transformed into. In an instant, the fleshly body of the great elder of the Purgatory Ogre was torn apart, and countless pieces of flesh and blood splashed about. A bright world core carrying the soul of the great elder of the Purgatory Ogre suddenly ejected, turned into a dazzling meteor, and flew into the distance. Alexia's figure blurred, and a black sword ray slashed at the bright world core, and dark force twisted and destroyed the soul of the great elder of the Purgatory Ogre attached to the bright world core. At the same time, a powerful soul force entered the fallen angel sword in her hand. Most of the souls of intelligent life forms killed by abyssal fiends will fall into the endless abyss. Only the true believers of the gods and above will be taken away by the divine country of the gods. As for the souls of those intelligent life forms that were killed by the fallen angels, their souls would be sucked into the fallen angel sword and brought back to their masters. Once abyssal fiends, fallen angels, and other life forms of the endless abyss come to the primary material plane, they will go on a killing spree in order to harvest the souls of intelligent life forms. No powerful existence of the primary material plane is willing to see abyssal life forms run amok on their plane. The abyssal fiend Grand Duke Poidal has attacked the Tsangji plane several times and even killed 2 warlock monarchs. But he still can't gain a foothold in the Tsangji plane because the human warlocks of the Tsangji plane don't want them to gain a foothold in the Tsangji plane. Amazing. So this is the blazing angel with the greatest evolution potential and the strongest fighting strength among angels. Seeing the great elder of the Purgatory Ogre easily slay by Alexia, shock welled up in the hearts of the Bright World warlocks present. The great elder of the Purgatory Ogre is a pinnacle powerhouse among Bright World warlocks. After he transformed into a Purgatory Ogre, even Bright World warlocks of the same rank are apprehensive of Purgatory fire. Even if such a powerhouse is ambushed by a Bright World warlock of the same rank, they won't be killed so easily. For Alexia to be able to easily slay the great elder of the Purgatory Ogre, it shows that she is far stronger than ordinary Bright World warlocks. The expression of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon's Supreme Elder changed greatly. He shouted sternly, "Use the Light Soul Sealing Spirit Pearl to seal her and continue to kill the others. We must eliminate the others in the shortest time possible." The great elder of the Secret Treasure City silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and the level 8 Secret Treasure Light Soul Seal Mind bead suddenly flew out, released dazzling light, and split into 9 beads in the air. The beads shone brightly and formed a sealing barrier that completely sealed the space where Alexia was. Alexia waved the fallen angel sword in her hand and a black swordlight slashed at the seal barrier, causing a crack to appear on the seal barrier. As soon as the crack appeared, it healed completely. So this is a blazing angel of Poidal's fallen angel legion. As expected of a Bright World warlock who formed a virtual world, she's a fearsome existence. The face of the great elder of the Secret Treasure City flushed, blood dripped from the corners of his mouth, and his eyes flashed with endless shock. The great elder of the Secret Treasure City used almost all the power of the level 8 Secret Treasure Light Soul Seal Mind bead. At the same time, he merged with the Light Soul Seal Mind bead's barrier, and only then did he barely manage to seal Alexia. If it was a Bright World warlock of the 5 Heavenly Lords or 9 Heavenly Ogres, then even if the great elder of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon who has transformed into a Netherworld Ogre Dragon attacked for 5 days and 5 nights, he still wouldn't be able to break the seal barrier. But Alexia smashed the barrier formed by the Light Soul Seal Mind bead with a single sword strike and injured the great elder of the Secret Treasure City. The gap between the two sides is clear to see. The great elder of the Cool Breeze abode cast various elemental spells barreling towards Zhon Hongtao. Under the elemental attacks, Zhon Hongtao was suppressed again, and had to resort to various methods to defend and retreat. The great elders of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon and Water Moon Heaven besieged Song Jin. Under the siege of 2 Bright World warlocks, Song Jin could only retreat again and again, barely holding on. At this moment, the sounds of fighting came from the Wave Cloud Mountain City. The warlock legions subordinated to the 5 Heavenly Lords raised their butcher knives against their allies and attacked the warlocks of the 9 Heavenly Ogre warlock groups. Caught off guard, the warlocks of the 9 Heavenly Ogre warlock groups suffered heavy casualties. The warlock group of the Zhon family and the Fallen Angels also besieged the warlocks of the 9 Heavenly Ogre warlock groups, forcing them to retreat again and again. When the remaining great elders of the 6 Heavenly Ogre sensed the changes in the Wave Cloud Mountain City, their hearts filled with anxiety. Once the warlock legions of the 5 Heavenly Lords wipe out the warlock legions of the 9 Heavenly Ogre. Once the warlock legions of the 5 Heavenly Lords arrive to reinforce them, no matter how strong the remaining great elders of the 6 Heavenly Ogre are, they will be seriously injured, or even killed. Even Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses will be besieged by the Abyssal Fiend Grand Duke Poidal's Fallen Angel Legion. If the rigorously trained Warlock legions are led by Glorious Sun Warlocks, they can also pose a threat to Bright World Warlocks. Eyes shot with blood, the great elder of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon roared wildly, "Let's go all out. If we don't, we'll be killed by these damn traitors." The 1,000-meter-long Netherworld Ogre Dragon incarnated from the great elder of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon opened his maw and inhaled, and a bottle of Netherworld Holy Blood the size of a grain of rice entered his maw. The Netherworld Holy Blood is a bottle of holy blood left behind by a Holy Spirit Warlock rank Nethermoon Ogre Dragon after he died. This is one of the trump cards of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon. Once he drinks this bottle of holy blood, the strength of the great elder of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon will soar in a short period of time. But as time passes, the backlash force of the holy blood will even harm the foundation of the great elder of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon. When the great elder of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon swallowed the bottle of holy blood, his strength suddenly soared by 40%. He stretched out his claw. It was as if his claw had pierced through the layers of space and appeared behind Yi Chen in an inconceivable manner. Then, he grabbed wildly. Yi Chen's face fell, and he spewed out a large mouthful of blood essence, and his body blurred. When the claw of the great elder of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon slammed into Yi Chen was crushed into countless fragments. Floating in the void, the supreme elder of Water Moon Heaven, who was like a moonlight, also began to fight desperately. The moonlight suddenly expanded, and a beam of moonlight filled with murderous intent descended from the sky, crazily blasting towards the void. Yi Chen has just escaped from the great elder of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon. As soon as he appeared, he was hit by the beam of moonlight filled with killing intent, and his fleshly body collapsed. With a flash of light, petals of the extraordinary plant Nine Nights Silver Flower wrapped Yi Chen's bright world core, turned into a stream of black light, and entered the void. What's going on? As soon as Yi Chen escaped into the void, he saw that the void is filled with Yang Feng's third-generation battle robots, and his eyes flashed with shock. Sealers suddenly flew out and released sealing halos that hit Yi Chen's bright world core. The bright world core, which was originally as fast as lightning, became slower and slower under the layers of seals. With a flash of distorted light, the Nine Nights Silver Flower turned into Yi Chen's fleshly body. Yi Chen turned into a 1-meter-tall warlock and said loudly, "Which friend is here? I am Yi Chen, a great elder of the Yi family of the Li Gui province's 5 heavenly lords. Please do me a favor and let me leave this place. My Yi family will repay your kindness." The swarm of sealers released sealing halos. At the same time, a large number of devourers flew over, pounced on Yi Chen, and devoured his life force. Having lost his powerful fleshly body, Yi Chen can only watch in horror and despair as his life force is devoured by the devourers, and finally sealed by the countless sealers using sealing halos. Distorted fluctuations flashed, and all the main battle robots in the void turned invisible, disappearing from the void as if they didn't exist. The great elder of the cool breeze abode roared and frantically urged his life force, and a violent storm and a scarlet sea of fire enveloped the two bright world warlocks Zhao Zihong and Song Jin respectively. The fighting strength of elemental warlocks is slightly better than that of other types of warlocks. Although Zhao Zihong has the level 8 secret treasure Mount Tai shield, his defense is rock solid, but his offensive power isn't outstanding. If the great elder of the cool breeze abode goes all out, he can entangle the two bright world warlocks Zhao Zihong and Zhon Hongtao for some time. The great elder of the thunder demon evil ogre, the great elder of the ogre insect pavilion, the great elder of the water moon heaven, and the great elder of the nethermoon ogre dragon frantically urged their life force and attacked Song Jin. Sheets of white paper changed into Song Jin's appearance and blocked the siege of the 4 great elders one after another. In just a dozen plus breaths of time, the 10 bloodline cloud papers in Song Jin's hand disappeared. After the bloodline cloud papers disappeared, Song Jin sighed helplessly, blurred into motion, and fled into the distance without hesitation. Faced with the 4 bright world warlocks who are going all out, if he stays, he can only last for a few dozen breaths of time at most before his soul is extinguished. As soon as Song Jin fled, the great elder of the thunder demon evil ogre, the great elder of the ogre insect pavilion, the great elder of the water moon heaven, and the great elder of the nethermoon ogre dragon turned around and besieged Zhon Hongtao. Chapter 608. The remaining 6 supreme elders of the heavenly ogres had a very clear idea. Their biggest goal now was to defeat the 5 heavenly kings, not to kill them. The great elders of the 5 heavenly lords are all bright world warlocks. If they are bent on escaping, it will be extremely difficult to kill them. But once the great elders of the 5 heavenly lords are defeated in the Wave Cloud Mountain City, then the elite troops of the 5 heavenly lords will be slaughtered by the 6 heavenly ogres. Even if the 5 heavenly lords are lucky enough to escape, the 6 heavenly ogres can at least join forces to keep a great elder of the 5 heavenly lords here. Coupled with the 5 heavenly lords' forces, they can take over the warlock forces of the Zhon Subjugation Alliance. The 6 heavenly ogres can quickly expand their forces and become more powerful. At this time, Zhon Hongtao is hiding behind Zhao Zihong's Mount Tai shield. Under the siege of the 5 bright world warlocks, the level 8 secret treasure Mount Tai shield that has transformed into a huge mountain collapsed inch by inch. It'll be too late if I don't leave now. With a thought, Zhon Hongtao silently recited an incantation, his body blurred, and he turned into a ray of light and fled into the distance. Zhao Zihong's face fell, and he cursed, "You damn bastards." Letting Zhon Hongtao escape, the 5 heavenly ogres besieged Zhao Zihong, wanting to kill him in the shortest time possible. A series of spatial spells spread throughout the void, completely blocking Zhao Zihong's escape route. The Level 8 secret treasure Mount Tai Shield is known as the number 1 Level 8 defensive secret treasure in the Li Gui province. Zhao Zihong is also known as the Mount Tai Tortoise. On many occasions, Zhao Zihong has used the Mount Tai Shield to defend himself to the death, causing more trouble than a Bright World Warlock. Only then did the 5 heavenly ogres go all out to kill Zhao Zihong. As long as Zhao Zihong dies, the remaining 6 heavenly ogres will have the upper hand in the Li Gui province. Under the frenzied siege of the 5 heavenly ogres, the Mount Tai Shield formed from the Level 8 secret treasure Mount Tai was blasted to pieces. Struck by the Netherworld Ogre Dragon, the Mount Tai Shield was sent flying, and a crack appeared on the side of the shield. The moment the Mount Tai Shield was sent flying, Zhao Zihong bellowed, "I surrender." As a Bright World Warlock, Zhao Zihong still has a long life. He didn't want to die like this. A resplendent moonlight arrow descended from the sky and slammed into Zhao Zihong. Under the purification of the moonlight, Zhao Zihong's body gradually collapsed. Wind blades containing the law of wind slashed at Zhao Zihong's body, slicing it open inch by inch. A mass of purple flame gushed out from the void, madly burning Zhao Zihong's broken body, burning it into ashes. Among Bright World Warlocks, many warlocks have incredible life-saving secret methods. If their soul attaches to a part of their body and escapes, they can quickly be reborn. A black light shot out from Zhao Zihong's broken body and shot into the distance like a meteor. A ray of moonlight fell from the sky and illuminated the black light. In the center of the black light, there was a bright world core with a black aura twisting and wriggling. It let out miserable screams before it was purified. Finally killed. The great elders of the 5 heavenly ogres breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this scene. Bright World Warlocks have endless life-saving methods. Once they are forced into a desperate situation, who knows what kind of desperate secret methods they will use. The great elders of the 5 heavenly ogres let Zhon Hongtao go and targeted Zhao Zihong. It is better to cut off 1 finger than to injure 5 fingers. The great elders of the 5 heavenly ogres naturally understand this simple principle. "Help me." Suddenly, a scream came from the side, and a black sword ray shot out from the light soul seal god bead's boundary. The sword ray, shrouded in endless darkness, slashed at the great elder of the secret treasure city and cut him in 2. The body of the great elder of the secret treasure city blurred, as if he operated a death substitution secret treasure. As the black sword light slashed down, a terrifying dark force followed the karma threads and slashed at the death substitution artifacts one by one. The death substitution secret treasures prepared by the great elder of the secret treasure city exploded one after another, and finally his body was split in 2. Eroded by dark force, his life force was extinguished, his soul shattered, and he fell from the sky. Alexia beckoned with her hand, and the light soul seal god bead flew into her hand and disappeared. The great elders of the 5 heavenly ogres looked at Alexia standing proudly in the void, and felt a chill in their hearts. Among the 5 of them, one of them might be able to defeat the great elder of Secret Treasure City, but it was almost impossible to kill the great elder. Even if the 5 of them join forces, they may not be able to kill the great elder of the Secret Treasure City, who has many life-saving secret treasures. She must be killed. Otherwise, we will have no place in the Li Gui province. I will seal her movement. Water Moon Barrier. The moon formed by the Supreme Elder of Water Moon Heaven seemed to be burning. Beams of moonlight fell from the sky and landed on the ground, completely covering and sealing the surrounding 100 miles, forming a strange water moon boundary that looked like a moon and water. Alexia's figure fluttered. With a flash of black light, she appeared at the edge of the water moon barrier and slashed at it with her sword. A dark force shrouded the fallen angel sword and caused the water moon barrier to ripple. The water moon barrier, however, remained motionless. Alexia couldn't help but frown slightly. She is indeed very strong, far stronger than any of the 5 Bright World Warlocks. One-on-one, she can slay the great elders of the 5 heavenly ogres one by one. But to face 5 bright world warlocks at the same time, even she may not be at her peak. Most of the 5 heavenly lords and 9 heavenly ogres in the Li Gui province are warlock groups with a long history and strong underlying strength. They even killed 6 pinnacle bright world warlocks of the Great Cloud Dynasty's expeditionary army. In the end, they were forced to abandon the Li Gui province, only leaving a symbolic stronghold in the Li Gui province. Each of the remaining 5 heavenly ogres possesses pinnacle bright world warlock rank battle prowess. According to Alexia's original plan, she would naturally withdraw first, join up with the remaining forces of the 5 heavenly lords, and then kill the 5 heavenly ogres one by one, and finally take control of the entire Li Gui province. But the 5 heavenly ogres also understand that once Alexia escapes and joins up with the remaining 4 heavenly lords, the 5 heavenly ogres will be in danger. The 5 great sky ogres were in great danger. They could only hide in their lair and let the 4 heavenly kings attack and erode their forces. Otherwise, they would be in danger of being killed by Alexia. Eyes shot with blood, the great elder of the thunder demon evil ogre roared, and his body shrank by a large margin. He turned into a 10-meter-tall thunder demon evil ogre engraved with countless runes, and a pair of thunder demon evil ogre wings covered in sharp barbs extended from his body. This is the second battle form of the thunder demon evil ogre. Every second the great elder of the thunder demon evil ogre transforms into the second battle form consumes 1 year of his lifespan. In the second battle form, the great elder of the thunder demon evil ogre can even kill a quasi-infinity warlock within 3 minutes. And he can maintain this second battle form for a maximum of 5 minutes. The figure of the great elder of the thunder demon evil ogre fluttered, and he appeared in front of Alexia and aimed his 30-centimeter-long claws at Alexia's vitals. Alexia brandished the fallen angel sword in her hand, and with a series of strange sword shadows, she sent the thunder demon evil ogre's claws flying one by one. At the same time, she continuously counterattacked, slashing the thunder demon evil ogre's body, leaving countless wounds on its body. Originally, under the corrosion of the dark power of the fallen angel sword, the wounds couldn't be healed. However, under the terrifying recovery ability of the demon evil ogre's second form, the wounds healed at an astonishing speed. Although the great elder of the thunder demon evil ogre is at a disadvantage, but his eyes were shot with blood and surged with fighting spirit, and he blocked Alexia. However, everyone knows that the great elder of the thunder demon evil ogre isn't a real thunder demon evil ogre after all. As such, he can't maintain the second battle form for too long. Once his strength drops a little, he will be killed by Alexia with a sword strike. The great elder of the cool breeze abode gritted his teeth, flipped his hand, took out a silver chain, sprayed a mouthful of blood on the chain, and poured the 4 elemental forces of wind, fire, water, and earth into the silver chain. The silver chain is called Elemental Lock. It is a level 9 elemental secret treasure and one of the trump cards of the cool breeze abode. Ordinarily, the great elder of the cool breeze abode doesn't have the strength to wield the elemental lock. But now that he is desperately burning his blood essence, unleashing secret methods, and enhancing his strength, he barely reached the bottom line of wielding the elemental lock. The elemental lock suddenly shone, turned into a silver ray, and shot towards Alexia lightning fast. Alexia, who had been very calm, finally had a slight change in expression on her beautiful face. She silently chanted the incantation, and countless black runes lingered on the fallen angel sword in her hand. She slashed at the elemental shackles in a frenzy. The violent dark force and the powerful elemental force permeating the elemental lock intertwined, and the 2 terrifying forces were locked in a stalemate. Under the terrifying force, the countless ghost insects released by the great elder of the ogre insect pavilion were blown away. A palm-sized ghost bug silently flew towards Alexia's neck and fiercely bit her. Chapter 609. With a flash of black light, the palm-sized poisonous insect disintegrated, and a copious amount of black venom sputtered out of the poisonous insect, which was sent flying by Alexia's dark force. The palm-sized poisonous insect is called Fallen God Insect, and it possesses a terrifying venom. If bitten by it, even an infinity warlock will be paralyzed, and then eventually corroded by the venom and die. Even abyssal fiends with extremely high poison resistance cannot resist the venom of fallen god insects. The ogre insect pavilion has spent countless years to only cultivate one fallen god insect. Eyes shot with blood, the great elder of the ogre insect pavilion roared wildly, "Damn fallen angel, you dare to kill my fallen god insect. When I capture you alive, I will turn you into a nest for cultivating poisonous insect." There are countless secret methods to cultivate poisonous insects in the ogre insect pavilion, among which there are many methods to cultivate poisonous insects using living beings. Letting poisonous insects build nests in the bodies of living beings is the most terrifying torture method of the ogre insect pavilion. Countless black runes extended along Alexia's snow-white neck towards her delicate body and eroded her body and soul. The great elder of the Nethermoon ogre dragon, who has transformed into a netherworld ogre dragon, appeared behind Alexia and stabbed at her with a claw containing nether breath. A dark glint flashed in Alexia's eyes, and she spread open her 3 pairs of black wings. Countless black feathers of light shot out in all directions. The dense black feathers pierced through the magic shields of the great elder of the Nethermoon ogre dragon, the great elder of the ogre insect pavilion, and the great elder of the thunder demon evil ogre, pierced through their defensive barriers, and hit the water moon boundary. In a flash, the black feathers turned into black flames that devoured the flesh and soul of the great elder of the Nethermoon ogre dragon, the great elder of the ogre insect pavilion, and the great elder of the thunder demon evil ogre. They screamed miserably and suffered damage to their origin. The great elder of the ogre insect pavilion was hit by the black feathers the most. As if shrouded in black flames, he struggled frantically and screamed. As soon as the black wings were activated, Alexia's breath suddenly declined, and the silver elemental lock blurred and appeared in front of her, turned into a pair of silver shackles, and locked Alexia firmly. A powerful dark power erupted from Alexia's body, but it was firmly sealed by the silver shackles and forcibly suppressed into her body. Countless silver runes extended along the shackles and firmly sealed Alexia. At this moment, 100 kilometers away from the water moon boundary, the space blurred of the concealment system was activated, and an interstellar fleet formed of 30 Star Destroyer battlestars and of the concealment system was activated. The Star Destroyer artilleries mounted on the Star Destroyer battlestars shone brightly, and 30 resplendent beams slammed into the water moon boundary the great elder of the water moon heaven has conjured. When the great elder of the water moon heaven was hit by the 30 Star Destroyer artilleries, which is equivalent to being hit by 30 pinnacle Bright World Warlock rank existences at the same time, the water moon boundary collapsed completely. Seriously injured, he turned into a ray of moonlight and fled into the distance without hesitation. The great elder of the water moon heaven is well aware of the cruelty of the world of warlocks. Once he is seriously injured and stays here, he will not only become the prey of his enemies, but there is a great chance that he will become the prey of his own people. The space twisted, and a swarm of void assassins jumped out and attacked the 4 great elders of the heavenly ogres. The great elder of the ogre insect pavilion spread the fingers of a hand, and a huge insect with the appearance of a dragon grabbed him and flew away. The void distorted, and more than 10,000 void assassins flew out and slashed at the huge ghost insect that looked like a dragon. Undyings and sealers were dragged out of the void by the void assassins and thrown onto the battlefield, and then pounced on the huge insect. The huge ghost dragon insect roared, opened its mouth, and spewed out a terrifying ghostly fire that swept towards the surrounding void assassins. Shields frantically surged out from the void assassin's body, but they collapsed one by one under the burning of the huge ghost dragon bug. More void assassins rushed to the side of the huge ghost dragon insect and brandished their blades, slashing open numerous wounds on the huge ghost dragon insect. The engines of more than 1,000 undyings roared, and they pounced on the huge insect in the blink of an eye and slashed at it. After images flickered, and the huge insect was chopped into pieces. Sealing halos shot out from the sealers, hit the great elder of the ogre insect pavilion, and sealed him inch by inch. Faced with the sudden appearance of countless void assassins, the great elder of the Nethermoon ogre dragon twisted his body and fled into the distance, surrounded by nether aura. The eyes of the thunder demon evil ogre's great elder were bloodshot. Corroded by the thunder demon evil ogre's blood, he fell into a state of madness. He charged into the midst of the void assassins and frantically smashed them to pieces. The Great Elder of the Cool Breeze abode reacted a step too late, and a dozen plus undyings slashed at him and chopped him into countless pieces. Although the Great Elder of the Cool Breeze abode was chopped into countless pieces, but not a drop of blood flowed out. Instead, he turned into a gust of wind and fled into the distance. The sealers fired sealing halos that slammed into the gust of wind. The gust of wind twisted and finally formed the form of the Great Elder of the Cool Breeze abode. Fear, helplessness, and regret flashed in the eyes of the Great Elder of the Cool Breeze abode, and he roared, "Don't kill me, I'm willing to surrender." If the Great Elder of the Cool Breeze abode was in his prime, he could easily escape from the sealers. But he poured most of his power into the elemental lock. He no longer has the power to escape from the sealers. A cold voice came from a sealer, "Don't resist. Those who resist will be killed." The highest elder of the Cool Breeze gang let out a long sigh and gave up resisting. He just let those sealing halos hit his body and forcibly sealed him. The sealers flew to in front of Alexia, hit her with sealing halos, and began to seal her. If the other Bright World warlocks escape, then so be it. But the blazing angel Alexia with unlimited evolution potential is Yang Feng's ultimate prey. The birth of a blazing angel is extremely difficult, as it involves the ultimate mystery of the soul. It requires the purest soul plus countless precious soul stones as well as a bit of luck. Only then can one get a blazing angel. Among 10 billion ordinary angels, there may not be one blazing angel. Moreover, blazing angels only have the evolution potential. It is extremely difficult for them to advance to the Bright World Warlock rank. The Bright World Warlock rank Blazing Angel can even contend against some weak rogue Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. Alexia is such a powerful Blazing Angel. She is a Blazing Angel with unlimited evolution potential that the Abyssal Fiend Grand Duke Poidal spent countless resources to cultivate. As if sensing the predicament of their commander, the fallen angels fighting with the Wave Cloud Mountain City's warlocks flapped their black wings and flew over. The third-generation battle robots pierced into the fallen angel army like a sharp knife, crazily slaughtering the beautiful and sexy fallen angels. The beautiful fallen angels resisted desperately, but they were still slaughtered in the face of the huge gap in strength, unable to get close to Alexia. All of a sudden, the remaining fallen angels flew together, and then exploded in an instant. A copious amount of blood and souls burned wildly, and a big hole was opened in the void. An abyssal aura spread out from the hole, and a black light flashed as it flew over. It condensed into a 1.8-meter tall, golden-haired, blue-eyed, handsome, and devilishly charming man wearing a black suit. "I am the Fiend Grand Duke Poidal, the Lord of the 666th floor of the Abyss. Respected human warlock, please return my commander to me. If you are willing to return her to me, I can become your closest ally. Besides, I will also provide you with a succubus queen with the best looks and temperament." The eyes of the handsome man flickered with a queer rune, and he looked into the distance. With a glance, he penetrated the fog and saw Yang Feng sitting on the bridge of a Star Destroyer battlestar. The one who blew up in the Cloud Mist Hall was just a mere golem of Yang Feng's. The golem was created using cloning technology by cloning a part of Yang Feng's cells, a soul stone, and a wisp of Yang Feng's soul aura. Since the Bright World warlocks weren't on guard against Yang Feng, he was able to deceive them easily. Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and he contemplated for a while before saying with a faint smile, "Succubus Queen? That's a big move. Unfortunately, Sir Grand Duke, I'm more interested in the Blazing Angel Alexia. Sorry. Succubus Queens are advanced life forms of succubi from the Abyss. Every Succubus Queen is a powerful existence above the Moonlight Warlock rank. They were the most coveted treasures of all male beings. In the Abyssal Plane, the Infernal Plane, and the 36 primary material planes, they were the private pets of all male powerhouses. Their status was even higher than that of elves and angels. In the era of the 7th Warlock Dynasty Magic Note Dynasty, a Holy Spirit Warlock once offered a Grade 8 plane to the Abyss to purchase a Succubus Queen, but he wasn't able to buy one. Chapter 610. When Yang Feng heard about the Succubus Queen, he was only slightly tempted. The highest evolution potential of the Succubus Queen is the Bright World Warlock rank. Unless the Succubus Queen evolves into a Succubus Empress, She won't be able to break the bloodline shackles and evolve into an Infinity Warlock or Holy Spirit Warlock. In the long history of the Abyss, there are only 3 succubus empresses that the Tsangji plane is familiar with. One was slain by the Taboo Lord while fighting against the Taboo Lord. The other was made into the number 1 succubus golem by the Golem Lord while hunting the Golem Lord. The third is the Succubus Empress, who controls the 777th floor of the Abyss, is the master of the 777th floor. The 777th floor of the Abyss is a paradise that male powerhouses dream of. In the 777th floor of the Abyss, you can see succubus beauties that are rarely seen in the outside world. Moreover, there are 5 succubus queens serving the Succubus Empress. The Succubus Empress is known as the number 1 beauty in the Abyss. Many beauties known for their beauty are far less beautiful and charming than the Succubus Empress. The Succubus Empress is a pinnacle Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse. In the 777th floor of the Abyss, even if it is a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse, they will be easily suppressed by her. The Succubus Empress is very rare. But for Yang Feng, the Blazing Angel Alexia, who can contend against some of the weakest Infinity Warlocks, is far more valuable than the Succubus Empress. There was a flash of regret in the eyes of the fiend Grand Duke Poidal, and he uttered in a gentlemanly manner, "It's a pity that you chose to be my enemy. I have remembered your soul aura. Next time we meet, I hope we can have a good talk." With a flicker of black light, Fiend Grand Duke Poidal's body collapsed and turned into a black light that shot towards Alexia like a bolt of lightning. Seal halos shot out and slammed into the black ray. Under the suppression of the seal halos, the black ray formed a wriggling black liquid engraved with countless runes in midair. Bolts of lightning shot out from the lightning manipulators and bombarded the black liquid. Under the bombardment of lightning that resembled dancing silver snakes, the black liquid was directly purified, turning into countless black remains that fell from the sky and scattered on the ground. The huge cave that the fallen angels had opened by sacrificing their lives and souls also disappeared instantly. Unless it is a complete planar passageway, even if it is opened by a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse, it won't last long. Although the Fiend Grand Duke Poidal is a pinnacle Infinity Warlock rank existence, but he can only use part of his power to survive in this plane for a short period of time. An Undying grabbed the Blazing Angel Alexia and flew into a warship, where she was frozen at ultra-low temperatures. At the same time, various seals were applied to her, and she was sealed in a freezing seal chamber. Yang Feng looked at the frozen seal chamber with excitement in his eyes. The biggest harvest this time is the Blazing Angel Alexia. I wonder how powerful he would be if he were to wear the evolved Paragon armament. The Paragon armament that Yang Feng developed has been embedded with an infinity core. At the same time, he used various rare materials to strengthen it again. At this time, Yang Feng's true body can no longer fully exert the Paragon armament's fighting strength. He can only use the Paragon armament's power step by step. However, Alexia is a blazing angel who can contend against Infinity Warlocks. As long as he controls her, coupled with the power of the Paragon armament, Yang Feng will have a powerhouse who can contend against Infinity Warlocks under his command. The Great Elder of the Thunder Demon Evil Ogre frantically attacked Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion. After destroying 500,000 modified second-generation battle robots, the Great Elder of the Thunder Demon Evil Ogre turned into ashes and disappeared, leaving only a bright world core behind. The second stage of the Thunder Demon Evil Ogre is a secret method that human warlocks can't often use. If you are careless, you will be eroded by the Thunder Demon Evil Ogre's evil blood, turn into a battle maniac, and eventually exhaust your lifespan and die. I am Lei Ming, the young master of the Undying Mountain. People in the Wave Cloud Mountain City, listen up. Give up resistance and surrender at once, or you will be killed. 200,000 Swift Eagle fighters flew out from the 2 steel carriers and chased after the warlocks who tried to escape. A rain of light shot out from the Swift Eagle fighters, slammed into the warlocks below like raindrops, and killed the warlocks who tried to escape one by one. 2 million modified second-generation battle robots, dressed in military uniforms, formed a huge warlock legion advancing towards this side and exterminating all warlocks in their path. So strong, is this the strength of the Undying Mountain? It's too scary. The Undying Mountain is really amazing, What do we do? The great elders of the 5 heavenly lords and 9 heavenly ogres are gone, and so are their upper echelons. What else can we do? Surrender. Even the 5 heavenly lords and 9 heavenly ogres were defeated by the Undying Mountain. How can we be their opponents? Surrender. When the warlock groups saw the sky-blotting mechanical legion approaching, they felt a chill in their hearts, hesitated for a while, and then surrendered. In fact, if the warlocks in the Wave Cloud Mountain City joined forces and fought Yang Feng's mechanical legion, they would have a 70% chance of destroying it. After all, nearly half of the Li Gui province's warlock elites are gathered in the Wave Cloud Mountain City. However, the 5 heavenly lords and 9 heavenly ogres, the 14 tycoons of the Li Gui province, have already escaped without a trace. The might of the 30-star destroyer battlestars made the human warlocks shudder. Without a leader, they chose to surrender to Yang Feng. When the human warlocks saw such a huge warlock legion, they secretly guessed that the Undying Mountain has mobilized several Bright World warlocks. They didn't expect that among the hundreds of thousands of Starry Sky warlocks and more than 2 million Great Warlocks, there isn't a single Moonlight Warlock, Glorious Sun Warlock, or Bright World Warlock. When Yang Feng attacked the Fuso subcontinent, he subdued a lot of Moonlight Warlocks. But now that he is the young master of the Undying Mountain, it is impossible for him to mobilize the Fuso subcontinent's Moonlight Warlocks. In the Fuso subcontinent, if it wasn't for the protection of the Fuso Divine Tree and the Great Cloud Dynasty's apprehensive Huang Yihe and other Infinity Warlocks hiding in the dark, the Great Cloud Dynasty would have already sent troops to uproot Yang Feng's force in the Fuso subcontinent. Countless battle robots entered the Wave Cloud Mountain City, quickly suppressed the rebellion, and took over the matter of the surrender of the warlock groups. After the battle in the Wave Cloud Mountain City, the situation in the Li Gui province underwent earth-shaking changes. Nearly half of the warlock groups in the Li Gui province directly surrendered to Yang Feng's Undying Mountain. Taking this opportunity, Yang Feng's Undying Mountain's force expanded wildly towards the Yi family and the Zhao family of the 5 heavenly lords, and the 7-star abode, Thunder Demon Sect, Ogre Insect Pavilion, Secret Treasure City, Thunder Demon Evil Ogre, Purgatory Ogre, and the Cool Breeze Abode. Awed by Yang Feng's means, the remaining 3 heavenly lords and 2 heavenly ogres sent spies to probe the real situation of Yang Feng's Undying Mountain. At the same time, they sent envoys in private to communicate with each other. Great Cloud Dynasty, an ordinary lesser province, Ning province, in a manor, in a giant laboratory 3,000 meters underground. Standing in front of a crystal coffin, Yang Feng quietly looked at the beautiful blazing angel Alexia inside the crystal coffin with a scorching light in his eyes. Begin liquid metal nano robot elixir injection. A mechanical voice sounded, and needles pierced into Alexia and injected her with the liquid metal nano robot elixir that has been improved and researched. The injection failed. All liquid metal nano robots will die. A cold voice sounded. Yang Feng sighed regretfully. The liquid metal nano robot elixir really doesn't work. Although it has been improved, it can only control Glorious Dawn Warlock rank lifeforms at most. Yang Feng asked, "How is the cloning deduction analysis model going?" The cloning deduction analysis model has been established and analyzed. According to the deduction, the cells of this lifeform can be used to clone a second-generation lifeform, which has 99% similarity in appearance with the original body. However, the mature life form only has Great Warlock rank strength at most. This life form is not a natural product, but a weapon of the gods. Its main material is a holy soul. While part of the body can be cloned, but the soul cannot be cloned. The cold voice sounded again. If he could use cloning technology to clone a large number of Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses, Yang Feng wouldn't mind cloning a bunch of blazing angels to fight for him. Unfortunately, cloning technology isn't omnipotent. It is impossible to clone a soul weapon like the Blazing Angel. The birth and growth of every Blazing Angel cannot be replicated. It is because of this that Blazing Angels are so precious. Yang Feng asked, "Have you found the mark engraved on the soul of the Abyssal Fiend Grand Duke Poidal?" At the moment of the birth of every angel, their master, god, Abyssal Fiend, or human warlock will engrave a soul mark on their soul. In this way, the angel will not be able to betray their master, and will become a loyal weapon. However, The soul mark of an angel is not indestructible. The abyssal lord of the 999th floor, known as the strongest fallen angel, Lucifer, who possesses Holy Spirit warlock rank power, is a blazing angel who betrayed a supreme god legion. Chapter 6:11. The fallen angel Lucifer was once the first blazing angel subordinated to a supreme god. He commanded a powerful angel legion, spread the glory of the supreme god, and fought on countless planes. In a battle, an abyssal fiend from the abyss shattered the supreme god's curse in the soul of the fallen angel Lucifer. Several archdevils plotted to have Lucifer degenerate into a fallen angel, and then led a huge angel legion to the 999th floor of the abyss and became the master of the 999th floor. The fallen angel Lucifer once left the abyss and went to the Tsangji plane, where he competed with the 8th Warlock Emperor, the Dawnlord, over the position of Warlock Emperor. In the end, he was seriously injured by the Dawnlord, and was driven back to the 999th floor. In the endless abyss, the whereabouts of this terrifying existence are rarely heard. "I have found the soul imprint he set up." A holographic projection appeared in front of Yang Feng, and a weird, distorted, mysterious brand appeared in front of Yang Feng. Even if it was a great warlock rank powerhouse, as long as they saw the weird, distorted brand, they would have a nervous breakdown and become a madman. This soul imprint would have been a bit tricky before. However, to me right now, this soul curse mark is nothing. Yang Feng smiled and spread the fingers of a hand, and a large swarm of devourers flew out of his hand and pounced on Alexia. The bodies of the devourers engraved with strange runes blurred. They opened their mouths and bit out a strange and distorted rune from Alexia's soul, then swallowed it. After the devourers devoured the weird brand, their bodies twisted, and they finally broke down and digested the brand and turned it into energy crystals. In the center of the 666th floor of the abyss, there is a magnificent palace that covers an area of tens of thousands of hectares. Beautiful fallen angels, sexy and charming succubi, as well as some beautiful fiends unique to the endless abyss can be seen everywhere. In a garden deep in the palace, there are all kinds of rare flowers everywhere. Many flowers are hard to come by in the outside world. At the same time, many flowers cannot survive in the environment of the abyss. However, there is a powerful magic barrier in the garden, and in the center of the garden lies a beautiful goddess of flowers. Strange runes were engraved on the flower goddess, turning her into the nourishment and pillar of the entire garden, creating such an incredible and beautiful garden. In the garden, there sits a handsome middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes with a wicked temperament. This man is the master of the 666th floor of the abyss, the fiend Grand Duke Poidal. At the same time that the brand in Alexia's soul was dispelled, the face of the fiend Grand Duke Poidal changed dramatically, and his eyes twisted. Countless brands converged in his eyes, and an astonishing twisting force diffused from him. More than a dozen beautiful succubi with plump buttocks and huge breasts suddenly twisted and exploded. Countless fragments splashed in all directions, dyeing the incomparably beautiful garden with a layer of bloody smell. The beauties who were playing in the garden immediately trembled and knelt on the ground. Their bodies trembled and their faces were filled with fear. The fiend Grand Duke Poidal doesn't get angry easily. Usually, he is like the most erudite and elegant middle-aged man, making people fall for him at first sight. But he is, after all, a cruel abyssal fiend. Once he gets angry, he finds it hard to control his emotions. At the height of his anger, he once killed a blazing angel that he fancied the most. Terrifying abyssal chi spread out of the fiend Grand Duke Poidal and enveloped the entire garden. Under the corrosion of the terrifying abyssal chi, countless beautiful flowers turned into piles of withered dust. One beautiful but weak woman after another was corroded by the abyssal devil energy. They struggled in pain and either became devils or were corroded by the abyssal devil energy and turned into incomparably ugly monsters. They screamed miserably as they died. The violent demonic chi wreaked havoc for an entire hour before Poidal barely regained his calm, and his eyes filled with endless killing intent. Poidal is the abyssal lord of the 666th floor of the abyss. No one knows his origin. They only know that he suddenly became the abyssal lord of the 666th floor of the abyss, participated in the siege of the 7th Warlock Dynasty Magic Note Dynasty, and slayed a warlock monarch. Even counting from the 7th Warlock Dynasty Magic Note Dynasty, Poidal's lifespan has reached hundreds of thousands of years. During these hundreds of thousands of years, Poidal used various means to obtain a total of hundreds of blazing angels. On average, he obtained one blazing angel every 1,000 years. But over the years, only 10 blazing angels have evolved to the Bright World Warlock rank or above after countless battles and nurturing. Alexia isn't the strongest blazing angel subordinated to Poidal. But her evolutionary potential ranks in the top 3 among Poidal's subordinates. In the 666th floor of the Abyss, with the blessing of Abyssal Origin Force, Alexia can even contend against an Infinity Warlock. For such a powerful blazing angel with terrifying evolutionary potential to be taken away by Yang Feng naturally enraged Poidal. Undying Mountain. A remnant of the 5th Warlock dynasty? It seems that they have concealed themselves very deeply. To think that they made so many powerful secret treasures. Poidal's eyes shimmered fiercely and overflowed with killing intent, and he enunciated each syllable. However, since you dare to attack my blazing angel, even if the Undying Mountain has the chance, I will turn you all into dead men. In the laboratory, Yang Feng used devourers to dispel the soul brand Poidal set up in Alexia's soul, then silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and the true god Empyrean imprint suddenly flew out. Soul brands containing Yang Feng's soul force flew out of the true god Empyrean imprint and coiled around Alexia's soul. Alexia's powerful soul moved and instinctively resisted the invasion of the other souls. If Alexia hadn't been sealed by the sealing halos operated by countless sealers and fallen into a deep sleep, her soul would have been able to collapse Yang Feng's true god Empyrean imprint with a shake of her soul. Alexia's soul moved, and the soul brand containing Yang Feng's soul force was on the verge of collapse. Yang Feng gritted his teeth, took out a high-grade soul stone, and tapped it with his hand. The high-grade soul stone shattered, and formidable soul force diffused from the soul stone and poured into Yang Feng's soul brand. Yang Feng's soul brand radiated soul light, pierced into Alexia's soul, and formed a strange brand that entangled Alexia's soul. Yang Feng felt that a close connection was born between him and Alexia. The life and death of the beautiful Bright World Warlock rank powerhouse Alexia is in his hands. Yang Feng ordered, "Unfreeze." The pipeline that sprayed freezing gas inside the freezer suddenly contracted, the door of the freezer opened, and the sealers who were enchanted with various seals flew away. Alexia's heart beat rapidly, her pretty face flushed, and a powerful aura slowly rose from her delicate body. After 3 breaths of time, Alexia opened her eyes, and junior Bright World Warlock rank aura diffused from her. Alexia opened her eyes, and her beautiful eyes filled with endless mystery stared at Yang Feng. Yang Feng's scalp turned numb. He can clearly feel the killing intent released from the soul of the beautiful blazing angel in front of him from time to time through the soul brand. However, Alexia has also clearly perceived the connection between her and Yang Feng. Once she attacks Yang Feng, the rune engraved in her soul will kill her at the moment she attacks. The killing intent in Alexia's eyes converged, and she jumped out of the freezer and said coldly, "Greetings, my lord, I am Alexia." The soul brand engraved in the depths of Alexia's soul can easily kill her, but it can't make her truly submit to Yang Feng. Yang Feng looked at the beautiful and powerful Alexia with a scorching shade in his eyes and said, "My name is Yang Feng, a true disciple of the Battle Demon sect, a man who will become a Warlock Emperor in the future. Alexia, from today onwards, you are my subordinate." Alexia's beautiful eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and she uttered faintly, "Yes, my lord." Warlock Emperors are virtually invincible existences who suppress the 36 primary material planes. The Tsangji Plane's 8 Warlock Emperors have suppressed countless planes with their might. Alexia has heard of the legendary deeds of the Tsangji Plane's 8 Warlock Emperors. If Yang Feng can really become a Warlock Emperor, then Alexia doesn't mind contributing her power to him. With a wave of Yang Feng's hand, a storage ring flew into Alexia's hand. Alexia swept the storage ring with her gaze, revealed a look of satisfaction, and put the storage ring on her hand. There were 10 million low-level magical crystals in the storage ring. With those low-level magical crystals, he would be able to recover his strength quickly. Bright World Warlock rank blazing angels can absorb life magic energy and negative energy drifting in the world to restore their strength and heal their injuries. But the speed of recovery using magic crystals is more than 3 times faster than ordinary absorption of energy. Alexia naturally likes to use magic crystals to restore her strength. Chapter 6:12. A tractor beam enveloped Yang Feng and Alexia. With a flash of light, the two disappeared from the laboratory and appeared in another laboratory. In that laboratory, there is also a freezer cabin. In the freezer, there is the body of the great elder Yi Chen of the 5 heavenly lords Yi family. A copious amount of cold air sprayed on Yi Chen's body. At the same time, countless sealers sprayed seal light and sealed Yi Chen. Unfreeze. At Yang Feng's order, the unfreezing procedure was started. Half an hour later, the extremely weak Yi Chen finally opened his eyes in the cryogenic chamber. When Yi Chen saw Yang Feng, an enigmatic ray streaked past his eyes, and he uttered with a bitter smile, "Undying Mountain's young master Lei Yiming, in other words, the Undying Mountain captured me?" Yang Feng's fictitious Undying Mountain is regarded as an invisible enemy by the Yi family. Therefore, under Yu Inhue's clear framing, Yi Chen remained silent. He tried to expel the Undying Mountain's forces from the Li Gui province. Yi Chen never expected that he would become Yang Feng's prisoner. Before the battle in the Wave Cloud Mountain City, Yi Chen didn't take Yang Feng seriously. In his mind, only the mysterious Bright World Warlocks of the Undying Mountain are worthy of his attention. But now, he can only look up to Yang Feng. His mood is naturally very complicated. "Yi Chen, do you want to live or die? If you want to die, I'll have Alexia kill you now. If you want to live, put your soul into my True God Empyrean imprint." Yang Feng flicked his finger, and a True God Empyrean imprint floated in the air and released formidable transcendent might. Alexia. Yi Chen was taken aback. His gaze fell on Alexia standing next to Yang Feng, and his eyes filled with apprehension. He even subdued the blazing angel. As soon as Alexia appeared, she killed the Purgatory Ogre's great elder with a sword strike. Yi Chen is well aware of how powerful she is. In a one-on-one fight, without using any life-saving secret treasures, Yi Chen will be killed within 3 sword strikes. For such a powerful fallen blazing angel to become Yang Feng's subordinate, it filled Yi Chen with shock. Yang Feng looked at the hesitant and struggling Yi Chen and said lightly, "I captured the great elders of the Cool Breeze Abode and the great elders of the Ogre Insect Pavilion. If you don't surrender, then die. Anyway, it was enough to have them. However, if you don't surrender to me, there's no need for your Yi clan to exist." Yi Chen's heart suddenly turned cold. My Yi clan already has a death grudge with the Clear Wind Pavilion and the Ghostly Insect Pavilion. If I don't surrender, even if Lei Yiming doesn't make a move, the Cool Breeze Gang and the Ghostly Insect Pavilion will definitely not let my Yi family off. The 5 heavenly kings colluded with the abyssal fiend Grand Duke Poidal of the 666th layer of the Endless Abyss and wanted to unify the entire Li Gui province. However, they underestimated the strength of the 9 great heavenly ogres and let Yang Feng reap the benefits. The forces of the 5 heavenly kings and the 9 great heavenly ogres have become mortal enemies. If the Cool Breeze Gang and the Ghostly Insect Pavilion join Yang Feng's side, the Yi family will definitely die an unsightly death. Yi Chen made a choice and said decisively, "Young master, if you are willing to promise to protect my Yi family, then I, Yi Chen, am willing to offer my soul to you. At the same time, my Yi family is willing to submit to the Undying Mountain and become a member of the Undying Mountain." Yang Feng uttered, "Okay. As long as the Yi family doesn't touch my interests or go against my orders, I can promise to protect your Yi family. I can promise to protect the Yi family, and we can sign the STYX oath." After Yi Chen signed a STYX oath with Yang Feng, he put his soul into the True God Empyrean imprint and let Yang Feng engrave a powerful rune on his soul. A tractor beam descended from the laboratory, enveloped Yang Feng's group of 3, and instantly teleported them to another large laboratory. In a freezer compartment of the large laboratory, there is a small ball, which is the sealed Great Elder of the Ogre Insect Pavilion. Unfreeze. 2 hours after the unfreezing process passed, there is still no movement from the small ball, as if the Great Elder of the Ogre Insect Pavilion is already dead. Yang Feng uttered flatly, Great Elder of the Ogre Insect Pavilion, if you die, I'll have Alexia slash you with her sword and extinguish your soul. The small ball wriggled for a while, then quickly extended and changed, crazily absorbing the magic energy around it. It looked like countless small worms were crawling and twisting. Finally, it took the form of the Great Elder of the Ogre Insect Pavilion. The Great Elder of the Ogre Insect Pavilion glanced around with a strange look in his eyes. Young Master Lei Ming of the Undying Mountain, I didn't expect that we would fall into your hands. Alexia suddenly took a step forward and slashed at an empty space with her sword, and a bee-sized invisible ogre insect was slain. Yang Feng's eyes flashed fiercely, and he barked, "How dare you assassinate me? Kill him, Alexia. Extinguish his soul." The face of the Great Elder of the Ogre Insect Pavilion changed dramatically, and he pleaded bitterly, "No. Lei Ming, I'm just testing you a little. Don't kill me, I'm willing to surrender. I can lead the entire Ogre Insect Pavilion to submit to you." A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng said nothing. Alexia swung her sword and a tyrannical dark force enveloped her fallen angel sword and slashed at the bright world core of the Great Elder of the Ogre Insect Pavilion, shattering the soul of the Great Elder of the Ogre Insect Pavilion and erasing all traces of his life. Wisps of black soul aura flew out of the broken soul of the Great Elder of the Ogre Insect Pavilion and entered Alexia's fallen angel sword. Seeing this scene, Yi Chen felt a lingering fear in his heart. The Great Elder of the Ogre Insect Pavilion, who is also a pinnacle Bright World warlock like him, died tragically to Alexia's sword. If he hadn't surrendered to Yang Feng just now, he would have been the one killed. After Yang Feng subdued Alexia, the mechanical legion he manufactured in the Andrak Plain in the past 3 years flowed into the Li Gui province. The huge mechanical legion occupied various strategic locations in the Li Gui province. Additionally, 3 mechanical legions numbering more than 1 million headed straight for the Yi family of the 5 heavenly lords. Faced with the overwhelming mechanical legion, the Yi family's warlocks retreated in defeat. At the same time, they transferred their warlocks back to the Yi Dragon Mountain. At the same time, the Yi family sent letters requesting for help to the 5 heavenly lords and 9 heavenly ogre warlock groups. After the Battle of the Wave Cloud Mountain City, Yang Feng's Undying Mountain turned more than half of the warlock groups in the Li Gui province into his wings. Only the 5 heavenly lords and 9 heavenly ogres, these 14 behemoths, remain standing. Although many of the 5 heavenly lords and 9 heavenly ogres have lost their Bright World warlocks, but they still have glorious sun warlocks and moonlight warlocks guarding them. They are still the most powerful force in the Li Gui province. After the Battle of the Wave Cloud Mountain City, the Undying Mountain under Yang Feng's command has revealed its sharp fangs and frantically expanded its influence. Now that Yang Feng's Undying Mountain has far surpassed any of the 5 heavenly lords and 9 heavenly ogres, the 5 heavenly lords and 9 heavenly ogres are filled with unease. At the invitation of the Yi family, the 5 heavenly lords and 9 heavenly ogres quickly mobilized countless powerhouses and gathered towards the Yi family, ready to join forces to resist the Undying Mountain's offensive. Yi Cloud City, in the back garden of a beautiful villa, the great elders of the 5 heavenly lords of the Li Gui province are sitting. Chen Lei asked, "Brother Yi, are the 2 old fogies of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon and Water Moon Heaven not willing to come?" Chen Lei has already dispelled the nether breath from the sneak attack of the Great Elder of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon, and now he has recovered his full strength. When the Great Elders of the 5 heavenly lords saw that the situation was far from good, they immediately fled. Only Yi Chen hasn't fully recovered from his serious injuries, while the other 3 Great Elders have recovered their full strength. Yi Chen smiled bitterly. "The 2 old fogies don't trust us. Their encampment is 300 kilometers away from us. If anything happens, let's send an avatar to the Pingfeng city." Song Jin sighed faintly. "I didn't expect our painstaking plan to end up benefiting the Undying Mountain. How hateful." Zhon Hongtao smiled bitterly. "It's a pity that we fell short of success. If it wasn't for the fact that the abyssal fiend Duke Poidal didn't send someone over as agreed, we would have already dealt with the 9 heavenly ogres." After the portal opened, according to the agreement between the 5 heavenly lords and the abyssal fiend Duke Poidal, a blazing angel should be sent to fight immediately. But the abyssal fiend Duke Poidal watched the battle for a while. After the 5 heavenly lords and the 9 heavenly ogres suffered heavy losses, he sent Alexia. If Alexia had come earlier, then with her terrifying strength, she could have joined forces with the 5 heavenly lords to defeat the 9 heavenly ogres. Of course, the abyssal fiend Duke Poidal didn't expect that the great elder of the Cool Breeze abode would possess a heaven-defying level 9 secret treasure like the elemental lock, forcibly sealing Alexia, and then allowing Yang Feng to pick up a bargain. If it wasn't for the level 9 secret treasure, Alexia could have defeated or even killed the remaining great elders of the 9 heavenly ogres one by one, even at the cost of serious injuries. Yi Chen said with a solemn expression, "Everyone, I have something important to tell you." The eyes of the 3 heavenly lord rank great elders congealed, and their gazes focused on Yi Chen. "What is it?" Yi Chen sighed slightly. "My Yi family and I have already taken refuge with the Undying Mountain. Therefore, I'm sorry, but for the sake of the Yi family, I can only ask you to die." A pitch-black sword ray containing the terrifying power of darkness slashed down from Song Jin's back, instantly tearing apart Song Jin's life force field. At the same time, Song Jin was forcibly cut in two and his head was sent flying. Alexia stretched out her hand and grabbed Song Jin's head. Countless pitch-black power surged out from her jade-like hand and entered Song Jin's head, completely sealing his power. Chapter 613. The great elder of the Breeze Pavilion walked out, looked resentfully at the 2 Bright World warlocks Chen Lei and Zhon Hongtao, and said with a cold smile, "Brother Chen, Brother Zhon, I have already set up a barrier here. You two can't escape even if you want to. Why don't you surrender to the young master like me?" With a thought, Chen Lei and Zhon Hongtao's immense soul force gushed out like a tidal wave. An incomparably powerful elemental barrier had already appeared outside the manor, enveloping the entire manor. With Chen Lei and Zhon Hongtao working together, it would only take them 2 spells to destroy the powerful elemental barrier. However, the time it takes for the 2 spells to be cast is enough for Alexia, the great elder of the Breeze Pavilion, and Yi Chen to kill Chen Lei and Zhon Hongtao several times over. Among Alexia, the great elder of the Breeze Pavilion, and Yi Chen has yet to recover from his injuries. He only has junior Bright World Warlock rank strength. However, the other 2 have already recovered their full strength. Alexia alone has the strength to slay Chen Lei and Zhon Hongtao. Zhon Hongtao smiled bitterly and said decisively, "Young master, is it Undying Mountain's young master Lei Yiming? I, Zhon Hongtao, am willing to surrender. I am willing to make a STYX oath to be loyal to you, young master." In the garden, Yang Feng's voice sounded, "A STYX oath isn't enough. I want to engrave a curse on your soul. Although a STYX oath is of a high level, but there are still treasures and methods to lift it silently. However, once a curse is engraved on the soul, then even if the curse is forcibly lifted, Yang Feng will know in advance, so that he won't be stabbed in the back." Alexia pointed at Zhon Hongtao with the fallen angel sword in her hand, and her beautiful eyes filled with killing intent. Angels are weapons made by gods from the souls of believers, and they are engraved with a belligerent instinct. As a fallen angel born in the endless abyss, Alexia has rich combat experience and is extremely belligerent. Although Alexia wasn't convinced by Yang Feng, this master who was weaker than her, but her instinct as a fallen angel made her choose to obey the orders of her new master. Yang Feng's cold voice came again, "If you two don't intend to surrender to me, then there is no need for the Zhon family and the Chen family to exist. I think that there will be many warlock groups that want to replace your Zhon family and Chen family." Zhon Hongtao and Chen Lei felt a chill in their hearts. In the Li Gui province, the 5 heavenly kings and the 9 heavenly ghosts controlled an enormous amount of resources. Since they occupied the majority of the resources, the remaining warlock groups were naturally very envious of them. When the forces of the 5 heavenly lords and the 9 heavenly ogres are strong, but once they weaken, they will be torn to pieces by the warlock groups eyeing them covetously. The Undying Mountain won't care about the destruction of the Zhon family and the Chen family. For the Undying Mountain, the destruction of the Zhon family and the Chen family will allow the Undying Mountain to get more resources and cultivate more loyal and devoted warlocks. If the Zhon family and the Chen family don't surrender to the Undying Mountain, then the Undying Mountain will only weaken in the next 100 to 200 years. But after that, the Undying Mountain will only become stronger and stronger. When Zhon Hongtao and Chen Lei thought of this, they shuddered inside. They understood that with the support of Yi Chen, the great elder of the Cool Breeze Abode, and Alexia, coupled with the underlying strength of the Undying Mountain, the two Bright World warlocks like them are no longer targets that the Undying Mountain must recruit. Chen Lei glanced at Alexia, smiled bitterly, and sighed helplessly. I am willing to surrender and hand over my soul to the young master. With Alexia, a blazing angel who can slay quasi-infinity warlocks and has experienced countless battles, even if Chen Lei and Zhon Hongtao join forces, they have no chance of winning. Zhon Hongtao uttered, I am also willing to hand over my soul to the young master. However, young master, please take a STYX oath and give the Zhon family enough status and dignity. In this way, the Zhon family can fully serve the young master. Yang Feng promised decisively, okay. If the Chen family and the Zhon family, the two heavenly monarch rank forces of the Li Gui province, serve Yang Feng wholeheartedly, then he will have two terrifying warlock groups under his command. With the help of the two families, it will be easier for Yang Feng to control the Li Gui province. In the eyes of the Great Cloud Dynasty, the Li Gui province is a big piece of meat. After all, the Li Gui province is much larger than many of the 36 greater provinces of the Great Cloud Dynasty. Moreover, the Li Gui province is very rich in resources, not inferior to other greater provinces. The only shortcoming of the Li Gui province is that infinity warlocks cannot survive here. Warlocks who have reached the quasi-infinity warlock rank will leave the Li Gui province, hide their true identity, and travel to the Great Cloud Dynasty in search of opportunities. However, this shortcoming is nothing to Yang Feng. Although he is a moonlight warlock who has stepped into the transcendent realm and is no longer an ordinary person. But there is still a long way to go before he can reach the infinity warlock rank. The Li Gui province is very important to Yang Feng. If he manages it well, it can become his base and provide him with a steady stream of cultivation resources. The resources here are comparable to those of a great province, enough to support Yang Feng to easily practice cultivation until the quasi-bright world warlock rank. Put your souls in. The void twisted, and a true god Empyrean imprint flew out and floated in front of Zhon Hongtao and Chen Lei. As for Yang Feng's true body, he didn't show up. Seeing Yang Feng being so cautious, the last bit of hope hidden in Zhon Hongtao's heart disappeared. He smiled bitterly and let the true god Empyrean imprint print on his forehead. Countless runes extended from the true god Empyrean imprint and entangled Zhon Hongtao's soul. Zhon Hongtao let go of his soul and let the true god Empyrean imprint erode it. Otherwise, his powerful soul could easily shatter the runes released by the true god Empyrean imprint. After the true god Empyrean imprint completely eroded Zhon Hongtao, it flew to in front of Chen Lei, eroded Chen Lei's soul, and absorbed it into the true god Empyrean imprint, making the true god Empyrean imprint more powerful. After subduing the two Bright World warlocks, Yang Feng walked out of the void and appeared in front of Zhon Hongtao and Chen Lei. Zhon Hongtao and Chen Lei looked at Yang Feng with a complicated look in their eyes. In the eyes of ordinary people, moonlight warlocks are already powerful existences comparable to transcendent beings. But in the eyes of pinnacle Bright World warlock rank powerhouses like Zhon Hongtao and Chen Lei, they are just a junior who has just set foot on the eternal path. They didn't care about Yang Feng at all. But now Yang Feng, who they didn't care about, has become an existence who controls their fate. This naturally filled them with complicated feelings. It's my honor that the two of you decided to renounce darkness for light and join me. Yang Feng smiled, silently recited an incantation, pointed with a finger, and magic light shone. A projection of STYX suddenly appeared, and he said solemnly, I, Yang Feng, swear by STYX once again that as long as the Chen family and the Zhon family don't violate my orders, don't violate the laws I set up, and serve me to the fullest. If I violate this oath, let my soul fall into STYX, never to return to eternity. STYX oaths must be true. No matter how many pseudonyms you must use your true name when signing a STYX oath. The true name isn't the unique true name that fiends, archdevils, gods, and other powerful existences possess. That true name was not the unique true name that powerful beings such as demons, ancient devils, and gods possessed. It was not a true name that possessed godly power. No matter how many pseudonyms you use, the only name that Yang Feng recognizes is Yang Feng. When he makes a STYX oath, he can only use his true name to swear. When he makes a STYX oath, he can only use his true name to swear. A storm was set off in Zhon Hongtao's heart, yet his face was expressionless. Yang Feng? Is it that Yang Feng who defeated all the peerless geniuses of the Western world in the Time Sky City? Isn't he a disciple of the Battle Demon sect? How did he become the young master of the Undying Mountain? A storm surged in Chen Lei's heart. Yang Feng, is he the most outstanding true disciple of the Battle Demon sect of this generation? Is he the young master of the Undying Mountain, or a true disciple of the Battle Demon sect? Or does he have two identities? Yang Feng asked, "Everyone, is there any way to get the Great Elder of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon and the Great Elder of the Water Moon Heaven to come over?" The Great Elder of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon and the Great Elder of the Water Moon Heaven are pinnacle Bright World Warlock rank existences. Although the two of them suffered injuries in the battle in the Wave Cloud Mountain City, but they are still Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses. With Yang Feng's current lineup, defeating them is easy, but killing them is a bit difficult. Zhon Hongtao said, after the Great Elder of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon and the Great Elder of the Water Moon Heaven suffered a big loss in the Wave Cloud Mountain City, they are now holed up in their Warlock legions. They will only send an avatar to discuss matters with us. It will be very difficult to ambush and kill them again. Chen Lei nodded and glanced at Yi Chen, and resentment streaked past his eyes. In the Li Gui province, the relationship between the 5 heavenly lords is very close in private, which is why they can contend against the 9 heavenly ogres. Pinnacle Bright World Warlock rank existences are elusive. If they aren't staying in their safest lair, then they are traveling in search of opportunities. It is very difficult to ambush a pinnacle Bright World Warlock rank existence. If it wasn't for Yi Chen's invitation, Zhon Hongtao and the other two wouldn't have gathered here, and then been ambushed by Yang Feng and forced to sign an agreement. Alexia's eyes shimmered with scorching fighting spirit. Let's attack. In any case, we are far stronger than them. Even if we attack, we are sure to wipe them out. Chapter 614. The Pingfeng City is the base of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon and Water Moon Heaven. The Nethermoon Ogre Dragon and Water Moon Heaven are mortal enemies. The two Warlock groups have fought who knows how many times in private, and even Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses have died. But since the battle in the Wave Cloud Mountain City, the two Warlock groups have become close, because they are well aware that Yang Feng's Undying Mountain has gained the greatest benefits in the battle in the Wave Cloud Mountain City. The 5 heavenly lords have lost the most Bright World Warlocks. If they don't join forces, they might be defeated and devoured one by one. The world of Warlocks is very cruel. In order to compete for limited cultivation resources, the wars between Warlocks have never stopped. The collapse of the 8 human Warlock dynasties was also due to the fall of the invincible Warlock emperors. In order to compete for cultivation resources, countless almighty experts broke out in wars. In the end, foreign enemies invaded and destroyed the Warlock dynasties. In the Wave Cloud Mountain City, the 5 heavenly lords and the 9 heavenly ogres tacitly allowed other Warlocks to frame Yang Feng, because they didn't want the Undying Mountain to enter the Li Gui province. Now that Yang Feng has enough power, he naturally wants to flatten all the forces that refuse to obey him in the Li Gui province and grasp all the resources. The contradiction between the two sides is almost irreconcilable. At this time, in the Pingfeng City, there are one giant warship after another anchored with Warlock towers inlaid on the warships. In order to contend against Yang Feng's Undying Mountain, the Great Elder of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon brought out the 10 Nethermoon Ogre boats. The Nethermoon Ogre boat is a treasure the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon Warlock group forged using the corpse of an Infinity Warlock rank Netherworld Ogre Dragon. They spent a huge sum of money and invited more than a dozen Grandmaster alchemists to spend 1,000 years and countless precious materials. If a Nethermoon Ogre boat has 1 Glorious Sun Warlock, 10 Moonlight Warlocks, 200 Starry Sky Warlocks, and 10,000 Great Warlocks, it can contend against an ordinary Bright World Warlock. If there are enough powerful Warlocks, then the 10 Nethermoon Ogre boats can form a Netherworld Ogre Dragon that can contend against a junior Infinity Warlock. The position of the Nethermoon Ogre boat in the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon was similar to the position of the Level 9 Secret Treasure Elemental Lock in the Cool Breeze Gang. Both were hidden treasures that wouldn't be used easily. Although the Nethermoon Ogre Dragons don't have enough glorious Sun Warlocks and Moonlight Warlocks to form a Netherworld Ogre Dragon that can contend against Infinity Warlocks. However, the 10 Nethermoon Ogre boats can still defeat a pinnacle Bright World Warlock. There was a 300-meter-tall hill near Ping Fong City. The hill was inscribed with countless mysterious runes, and the entire hill was emitting rays of moonlight that were filled with a sacred aura. The hill was called the Holy Moon Mountain. An Infinity Warlock born in the Water Moon Heaven once went to a Grade 7 plane and plucked a moon from the plane. He spent countless power, countless resources, 8,000 years, and countless Water Moon Heaven Warlocks to forge this secret treasure. It was one of the foundations of the Water Moon Heaven, and it was placed in the Water Moon Heaven's headquarters all year round. The Holy Moon Mountain required 4 Bright World Warlocks, 15 Glorious Sun Warlocks, 136 Moonlight Warlocks, 2,000 Starry Sky Warlocks, and 300,000 Great Warlocks to fully exert its power. Once the Holy Moon Mountain was fully exerted, it could even seriously injure or even suppress junior Infinity Warlocks. However, that was only in theory. How could it be so easy to gather 4 Bright World Warlocks? Besides, it wasn't easy to produce Glorious Sun Warlocks and Moonlight Warlocks. The Water Moon Heaven, a warlock group of the 9 Heavenly Ogres, only had 1 Bright World Warlock, 4 Glorious Sun Warlocks, and 15 Moonlight Warlocks. Once you stepped into the Moonlight realm, you would be a transcendent. Powerhouses above the Moonlight Warlock rank were the pillars of any force. Every time the 10 great sects gave birth to a Moonlight Warlock, they would hold a Moonlight ceremony because it was very difficult to produce Moonlight Warlocks. Only the Great Cloud Dynasty, an overlord of the Eastern world, could casually dispatch hundreds of Moonlight Warlocks to attack other planes. Although the Holy Moon Mountain couldn't gather enough manpower to suppress Infinity Warlocks, but with the Water Moon Heaven's Great Elder presiding over it, it wouldn't be a problem to suppress a quasi-Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse. In the sky 500 kilometers away from the Ping Fong City, the space suddenly blurred, and Star Destroyer battlestars suddenly appeared in the sky. With flashes of light, resplendent Star Destroyer artilleries, guided by the Level 3 optical computer, accurately slammed into the 10 Nethermoon Ogre boats and the Holy Moon Mountain. Under the bombardment of the Star Destroyer cannon's light beam, wisps of Netherworld aura gushed out of the Nethermoon ghost ship and formed a strange shield. When the Star Destroyer artilleries slammed into the magic shields that the Nethermoon Ogre boats activated in a hurry pierced through, and then slammed into the Nethermoon Ogre boats. Under the bombardment of the Star Destroyer artilleries, the Nethermoon Ogre boats collapsed inch by inch, and the warlocks aboard the Nethermoon Ogre boats suffered heavy casualties. If the Nethermoon Ogre boats had activated all kinds of magic shields, they would have been able to block the Star Destroyer artilleries. However, due to Yang Feng's sneak attack, the Nethermoon Ogre boats was blasted into pieces. The one who strikes first gains the advantage. This was a common rule in war. Under the bombardment of the Star Destroyer artilleries, the Holy Moon Mountain collapsed inch by inch, and countless rocks splashed about. Magic light poured out of the Holy Moon Mountain, but it still couldn't stop the Holy Moon Mountain from collapsing. Originally, once the Holy Moon Mountain was launched, it would be able to display extremely fearsome combat power. But the Star Destroyer battlestars displayed the characteristics of a technological civilization with strong offense and weak defense to the limit. The might of the Star Destroyer artilleries could even seriously injure a quasi-infinity warlock. Before the Holy Moon Mountain could launch its power, it was hit by the Star Destroyer artilleries, and began to collapse. Hundreds of thousands of third-generation battle robots and millions of second-generation battle robots took this opportunity to surge towards the Ping Fong City like a tide. Undying Mountain. Lei Ming, how dare you come to this place? Today, this will be the burial place of the Undying Mountain. The Great Elder of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon's alarmed voice came from the Ping Fong City. 10-meter-tall Netherworld ogres exuding nether aura and with ghostly faces on their faces flew out of the Ping Fong City and rushed towards Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion. Netherworld ogres are ogres living in the crack between the Netherworld and the main world. Each Netherworld ogre possesses great warlock rank power, and they also carry nether aura. Once hit by them, even a Bright World Warlock will be eroded by Nether Aura and injured. The Nethermoon Ogre Dragon Warlock group has raised 500,000 such Netherworld Ogres, which are one of the strongest trump cards of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon. The Undyings, who are the main fighting force, blurred into motion, flew into the midst of the Netherworld Ogres, slashed with their blades, and killed the Netherworld Ogres one after another. After one of the Undyings killed 4 Netherworld Ghosts, one of the Netherworld Ghosts suddenly raised its right claw and fiercely stabbed at the Undyings. A magic shield appeared on the Undyings, blocked the claw of the Netherworld Ogre, and then killed the Netherworld Ogre with a blade strike. 4 Netherworld Ogres rushed over in an instant and extended their claws towards the Undyings. Following a series of after-images, the 4 Netherworld Ogres were chopped into pieces in an instant. The Undyings not only have terrifying movement speed, but they can also activate a powerful magic shield, which can even resist 2 level 5 single-target offensive spells. Under the frenzied attack of the 3rd-generation battle robots, the Netherworld Ogres were pierced through, and then submerged by the modified 2nd-generation battle robots. A beam containing Nether Aura shot out from the Pingfong City, slammed into the 3rd-generation battle robots, and smashed the magic shields of hundreds of 3rd-generation battle robots. At the same time, the Nether Aura frantically eroded the undying chips of the Undyings, distorting and mutating them. Strange skulls appeared on the bodies of the hundreds of Undyings, and they twisted and fell from the sky. When Yang Feng saw this scene, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "Amazing! So this is the strength of a top Netherworld Warlock. They can even kill the lifeless Undyings." The Undyings are lifeless mechanical weapons to begin with, and they should be almost impossible to kill. However, the Nether Aura containing Warlock power twisted and mutated the undying chips of the Undyings, killing them on another level. Yang Feng couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Magic light shot from all directions barreling towards Yang Feng's mechanical legion like raindrops. Countless warlocks of the 9 heavenly ogre warlock groups rushed over from around the Pingfong City. After the battle in the Wave Cloud Mountain City, except for the Cool Breeze Abode, the other 8 warlock groups of the 9 heavenly ogre warlock groups united around the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon and the Water Moon Heaven to contend against the 5 heavenly lords and Yang Feng's Undying Mountain. In the battle in the Wave Cloud Mountain City, the 9 heavenly ogre warlock groups have suffered heavy losses, and some of their elites have been annihilated. However, they still possess great power. At this time, in order to fight against the Undying Mountain, in addition to some warlocks guarding their base, they have also sent many elites here. Chapter 615. A glorious sun warlock of the Thunder Demon Evil Ogre transformed into a 100-meter tall Thunder Demon Evil Ogre with a 100-meter long wolf tooth club slammed towards the Undyings like a mountain. The wolf tooth club of the Thunder Demon Evil Ogre contains the Law of Power. When it slammed into the Undyings, a fearsome force erupted in an instant and shattered the Undyings, and even their chips were shattered in an instant. Magic radiance enveloped the Undyings and tightened the surrounding air, causing the speed of the Undyings to slow down. In addition to the Thunder Demon Evil Ogre, the glorious Sun Warlocks of the other 9 heavenly ogre warlock groups attacked one after another, and various powerful spells slammed into the 3rd-generation battle robots and blasted them apart. Die. At this moment, a pinnacle Bright World Warlock rank breath descended from the sky, and a huge wind blade containing the Law of Wind slashed the Tyrant Demon Evil Ogre and cut the glorious Sun Warlock rank Tyrant Demon Evil Ogre in two. A black flame flew out of the void and pounced towards the Tyrant Demon Evil Ogre, directly burning it to ashes. The glorious Sun Core was also blown away by a gust of wind and flew towards the sky. The Great Elder of the Cool Breeze Abode. That's the Great Elder of the Cool Breeze Abode. When the warlocks of the 9 heavenly ogres saw the Great Elder of the Cool Breeze Abode in the sky, a chill ran down their spines, and their fighting spirit faded somewhat. The Great Elder of the Cool Breeze Abode is a pinnacle Bright World Warlock rank Great Elder. If there is no powerhouse of the same rank restraining him, he can stand leisurely behind the Mechanical Legion and kill the glorious Sun Warlocks of the 9 heavenly ogres one by one. Unless all the glorious Sun Warlocks on the battlefield gather, form a large formation, and use all kinds of secret treasures, they might barely be able to contend against the Great Elder of the Cool Breeze Abode. If they act separately, they will be killed one by the Great Elder of the Cool Breeze Abode. Once the glorious Sun Warlocks gather, their remaining power will hardly be able to contend against the charge of the third-generation battle robots. Zhao Qing, why are you making an enemy out of us? A terrifying netherworld aura surged out from Pingfeng City. A 1,000-meter-long netherworld ghost dragon flew out from the city. Its huge dragon eyes were practically spewing flames as it roared crazily. Zhao Qing was the name of the Grand Elder of the Cool Breeze Gang. Over the years, almost everyone called him the Grand Elder of the Cool Breeze Gang. Only some old monsters knew his real name. A ring of moonlight rose from Pingfeng City and floated in the void, releasing rays of pure and holy light. Zhao Qing said coldly, "Because I have surrendered to the young lord of Undying Mountain. You should be very clear about this." A sword light that seemed to be burning with black flames descended from the sky. As if tearing through the void, the sword light slashed at the netherworld ogre dragon's head. The terrifying power of darkness erupted and cut the netherworld ogre dragon into two. Blazing Angel Alexia, you actually summoned Undying Mountain's thunder. There was a flash of panic and despair in the eyes of the great elder of the netherworld ogre dragon, and he roared at the top of his lungs, his voice full of incredulity. For a powerful existence like the Blazing Angel, the abyssal fiend Grand Duke Poidal must have set up a soul brand in the deepest part of her soul. The abyssal fiend Grand Duke Poidal is a terrifying existence who can contend against a human junior warlock monarch rank powerhouse. Even in the Great Cloud Dynasty, few people can remove the soul brand he set up. Only some Empyrean-grade secret treasures or special holy-grade secret treasures can lift the soul brand set up by the abyssal fiend Grand Duke Poidal. For the Blazing Angel Alexia to submit to Yang Feng, this is simply shocking and inconceivable. The ring of moonlight that the great elder of the water moon heaven has transformed into flashed, turned into a beam of resplendent moonlight, and fled into the distance. With the appearance of the Blazing Angel Alexia, the 9 heavenly ogre warlock groups no longer have a chance of winning. At the time, the 5 great elders of the 9 heavenly ogres had a hard time dealing with Alexia. If it wasn't for the great elder of the thunder demon evil ogre transforming into his second battle form and Zhao Qing going all out to use the level 9 secret treasure elemental lock, the 5 of them may not be Alexia's opponent. A silver net descended from the sky and, as if it has evolved into a world shrouded in endless yellow sand, enveloped the moonlight that the great elder of the water moon heaven has transformed into, and forcibly sucked it in. The great elder of the water moon heaven has just collided with the silver net shrouded in endless yellow sand, and then suddenly changed into a huge sword of moonlight that slashed at the silver net, cut open a hole in it, and flew out of the silver net. The great elder of the water moon heaven has just flown out of the silver net, when a fallen angel sword shrouded in endless dark force slashed towards him with endless killing intent. The great elder of the water moon heaven in the form of moonlight begged, "I am willing to submit to young master Lei Yiming, please spare my life, young master." A moonlight shield blocked in front of a beam of moonlight. When Alexia's sword slashed at the moonlight shield was severed, and a black sword ray flashed and slashed at the moonlight shield. The great elder of the water moon heaven in the form of moonlight screamed and retreated by 12+ kilometers. Black gas twisted and distorted, and he turned into a handsome young man with delicate features. As for the great elder of the Nethermoon ogre dragon, he has already been slain by Alexia, and his soul has been extinguished. The great elder of the Nethermoon ogre dragon was injured in the battle in the Wave Cloud Mountain City. Faced with Alexia, who can contend against infinity warlocks, he was quickly slain due to a sneak attack. Zhon Hongtao, Chen Lei, and the other 2 pinnacle Bright World warlocks have already appeared in midair, and they looked at the great elder of the water moon heaven with complicated expressions. The void twisted, and a true god Empyrean imprint flew out of the void and imprinted on the forehead of the great elder of the water moon heaven. At the same time, a cold voice sounded, "Open your soul and let me set up a soul brand." The great elder of the water moon heaven sighed and relaxed the defense of his soul, allowing the countless runes released by the true god Empyrean imprint to engrave on his soul. Seeing the great elder of the Nethermoon ogre dragon slay by Alexia and the great elder of the water moon heaven surrender, the remaining warlocks of the 9 heavenly ogre warlock groups suddenly panicked and fled in different directions. The Swift Eagle fighters ejected from the 2 steel carriers reached a speed of Mach 35, which is 10 Mach higher than the top speed of the Undyings. Pursued by the Swift Eagle fighters, the warlocks of the 9 heavenly ogre warlock groups suffered heavy casualties. Besieged by the Swift Eagle fighters and 3rd-generation battle robots, several Moonlight warlocks were torn to pieces, and their Moonlight cores were seized. The warlocks of the Zhon family, the Yi family, the Chen family, and the Song family poured in like a tide and attacked the warlocks of the 9 heavenly ogre rank. I surrender. Spare my life. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, the warlocks of the 9 heavenly ogre warlocks surrendered. Those who surrender will be spared. When Yang Feng's order was issued, the great elders of the other 4 heavenly lords also warned the warlocks under them. They know very well that now is the time for Yang Feng to establish his might. Anyone who runs into the muzzle of his spear will be killed as a warning to the rest. Yang Feng looked at the warlocks who chose to surrender, raised his eyebrows slightly, and revealed a smile. The Li Gui province now belongs to me. No one can stop me from taking over the Li Gui province. Yang Feng took a deep look into the distance, and an enigmatic shade flashed in his eyes. In the Li Gui province, only the Li Gui Demon Mountain won't be under my control in the future. The Li Gui Demon Mountain is a dangerous place where even Holy Spirit warlocks will die. According to legend, the Li Gui Demon Mountain is the main culprit behind the decline of Infinity warlocks in the Li Gui province. Even though Yang Feng has taken control of the Li Gui province, he doesn't dare to go to the Li Gui Demon Mountain. Ogre Dragon City, outside the Holy Mountain where the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon is located, there are warships floating in the sky. There are countless warlocks from the Li Gui province aboard the warships. In the center of a beautiful and luxurious warship, there is a luxurious litter inlaid with countless treasures. The person sitting in the litter is Yang Feng. Standing beside Yang Feng are Alexia, Zhao Qing, the great elder of Water Moon Heaven, Zhon Hongtao, Yi Chen, Song Jin, and Chen Lei, 7 Bright World warlock rank powerhouses. Except for Yi Chen and Song Jin who haven't fully recovered from their injuries, the others are all pinnacle Bright World warlock rank existences. Alexia is a blazing angel rank fallen angel who can contend against an infinity warlock. Fearsome auras gushed out from the warlock army and enveloped the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon's sacred mountain. With a flash of light, a warlock with a junior glorious sun warlock rank cultivation base dressed in a black robe flew out of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon's sacred mountain and bowed respectfully to Yang Feng. Nethermoon Ogre Dragon's sect master Zhong Cheng greets Undying Mountain's young master. May I ask why young lord has come to our sect? Yang Feng uttered flatly, my Undying Mountain wants to unify the Li Gui province. You Nethermoon Ogre Dragons only have 2 choices. Or perish like this. Make your choice. Zhong Cheng glanced at the warlock army, smiled helplessly, and sighed, I, the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon, am willing to submit to the Undying Mountain and serve the Undying Mountain. Yang Feng ordered, open the boundary of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon's sacred mountain and let my people in. Chapter 616. When the barrier around the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon's sacred mountain opened, a large number of battle robots flew into the sacred mountain and took control of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon's sacred mountain. Next, the Bright World warlock Zhon Hongtao entered the sacred mountain and inspected the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon's sacred mountain. After discovering that there were no abnormalities, the huge warlock legion entered the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon's sacred mountain and began to take control of the entire mountain. In the Nether Dragon Hall, Yang Feng, sitting on the throne that only the sect master can sit on, stroked the armrest of the throne, and said with a faint smile, the affairs of the world are really fickle. At the time, I was driven out by sect master Liu Bowen here. A bitter expression on his face, Zhong Cheng, the sect master of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon, stood aside silently, his heart full of complicated emotions. Not long ago, Yang Feng, the young master of the Undying Mountain, was just a junior with potential in the eyes of a glorious sun warlock like Zhong Cheng. But now the entire Nethermoon Ogre Dragon's sacred mountain is in Yang Feng's pocket. Zhong Cheng naturally felt a little upset. An undying guard stepped into the Nether Dragon Hall, saluted Yang Feng, and said, Young master, the secret treasure city's city master Hua Lahai requests an audience. Yang Feng said lightly, let him in. Not long after, Hua Lahai walked in with a beautiful woman in white clothes. She was pure, charming, and beautiful. She was like a beautiful flower. The beautiful woman dressed in white is Hua Xiangshuan, the second most beautiful woman in the Li Gui province. She is Hua Lihai's daughter. Hua Lihai bowed respectfully to Yang Feng and uttered, "I am Hua Lihai, the Secret Treasure City's city master. Greetings, young master Lei Yiming." Hua Xiangshuan also saluted Yang Feng, but her beautiful eyes shimmered with an enigmatic shade. At the time in the Moon Heaven City, Hua Xiangshuan only thought that Yang Feng was just a relatively outstanding young man of the same generation. Proud and reserved, she even disdained to make contact with Yang Feng. As the only direct bloodline descendant of the Secret Treasure City's city master, Hua Xiangshuan has a very high status in the younger generation of the Li Gui province. Few people can compare to her. In addition, she was extremely beautiful and her cultivation talent was not bad. Naturally, she had the right to be arrogant. Now, Yang Feng, who Hua Xiangshuan didn't pay much attention to, had unexpectedly become an existence that even her most respected father had to lower his head and look up to. This kind of disparity caused her heart to be in turmoil. Yang Feng said lightly, "What's the matter? Speak." Hua Lihai said respectfully, "Our secret treasure city is willing to form an alliance with Undying Mountain and forge all kinds of secret treasures for them." Yang Feng sneered. This proposal might have been useful to the Undying Mountain 2 months ago. But now, my Undying Mountain no longer needs allies in the Li Gui province. My Undying Mountain wants to unify the entire Li Gui province. The Li Gui province is a resource-rich place comparable to the Great Cloud Dynasty's 36 greater provinces. The internal strife of the 5 heavenly lords and the 9 heavenly ogres coupled with the intervention of the abyssal fiends gave Yang Feng such a great opportunity to unify the Li Gui province. How could he miss this opportunity? Once the Secret Treasure City becomes an ally of the Undying Mountain, there will soon be countless allies of the Undying Mountain in the Li Gui province. In this way, although Yang Feng can unify the Li Gui province faster, but it will be very difficult for him to freely mobilize the resources of the Li Gui province. For the same reason, the Great Cloud Dynasties by family eradicated the 10 great sects one by one. Hua Lihai's eyes surged with bitterness when he heard that. Yang Feng uttered coldly, "Your secret treasure city will either submit to the Undying Mountain, or disappear." Hua Lihai's complexion changed several times, and he finally said solemnly, "The Secret Treasure City is willing to submit to you, young master, and is willing to offer the monarch-grade secret treasure star moon pool. I only have one request, that is, young master, marry my daughter Xiangshuan." Hua Xiangshuan's pretty face paled slightly, but she clenched her white teeth and didn't say a word. Yang Feng's eyes lit up slightly, and he revealed a satisfied smile and said, "Okay, I promise you. In the Secret Treasure City, there is an extremely ancient secret treasure star moon pool. According to legend, the monarch-grade secret treasure star moon pool is a component of the most important Empyrean-grade secret treasure magic note munitions factory of the 7th Warlock Dynasty Magic Note Dynasty. Unlike ordinary Empyrean-grade secret treasures, the Magic Note Munitions Factory is a super-large secret treasure covering an area of 10,000 square kilometers. In the Magic Note Munitions Factory, there are a series of components such as Star Moon Pool, Sun Pool, Soul Forging Factory, Flesh Pool, Plane Wool Crushing Pool, Star River Processing Factory, and so on. The Magic Note Dynasty's numerous pinnacle secret treasures are manufactured in the Magic Note Munitions Factory, and the Empyrean-grade secret treasures are also manufactured in the Magic Note Munitions Factory. Each Empyrean-grade secret treasure possesses world-shaking power. Human Warlock Emperors are on par with Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses of other races in terms of strength. However, human Warlock Emperors have one or more Empyrean-grade secret treasures. By relying on a combat Empyrean-grade secret treasure that is completely compatible with them, human Warlock Emperors are truly invincible, quelling countless powerful beings of other planes, and creating one brilliant Warlock dynasty after another. Empyrean-grade secret treasures possess infinite power. However, it takes a lot of resources and a lot of time to refine an Empyrean-grade secret treasure. The Magic Note Munitions Factory can greatly shorten the refining time of Empyrean-grade secret treasures, which allowed the Magic Note dynasty to become the Warlock dynasty with the best secret treasures among the 8 Warlock dynasties. Although the Monarch-grade secret treasure star moon pool is just a component of the Empyrean-grade secret treasure magic note munitions factory, but it still has the mystical power to collect star and moon force. Every day, the star moon pool can collect star and moon force and form a low-grade star and moon crystal. Star and moon crystal is a top-notch treasure used to refine secret treasure materials. A low-grade star and moon crystal can be used to refine a level 4 secret treasure. If the secret treasure city is willing, it can easily refine a level 4 secret treasure every day with the help of the star moon pool. If the star and moon crystals in the star and moon pond were not taken away, after 1,000 days, 1,000 low-grade star and moon crystals would condense into a mid-grade star and moon crystal. 1,000 mid-grade star and moon crystals would condense into a high-grade star and moon crystal. 1,000 high-grade star and moon crystals would condense into a top-grade star and moon crystal. 1,000 top-grade star and moon crystals would condense into a god-grade star and moon crystal. God-grade star and moon crystals are one of the best materials for forging Empyrean-grade god armaments. Of course, this is because the star-moon pool is incomplete. The time it takes to condense a god-grade star and moon crystal is frighteningly long. When the Empyrean-grade secret treasure magic note munitions factory is complete, it will take about 100 years to produce a god-grade star and moon crystal. In the Monarch-grade secret treasure star and moon pool, in addition to the precious star and moon crystals, warlocks who practice cultivation in the star and moon pool can also be tempered by star and moon force, improve their physique, and even improve their soul aptitude to a small extent. Yang Feng's soul aptitude is already superior level 8, making it difficult for him to advance any further. However, he can still use the power of the star and moon pool to temper his physique. The two warlock groups, Nethermoon Ogre Dragon and Secret Treasure City, surrendered without a fight. All the warlock groups in the Li Gui province understood that Yang Feng wants to unify the Li Gui province. Among the 9 heavenly ogres, the Thunder Demon Evil Ogre, the Purgatory Ogre, the Thunder Demon Sect, and the 7 Stars Abode abandoned their foundations and fled the Li Gui province overnight. The rest of the warlock groups chose to submit to Yang Feng. Under the command of Alexia, the huge mechanical legion unscrupulously besieged cities in the Li Gui province and annihilated the forces unwilling to submit to the Undying Mountain one by one. Yang Feng, on the other hand, plunged into cultivation. Using the resources of the Li Gui province, his cultivation speed advanced by leaps and bounds. In a secret room, Yang Feng fiddled with the 4 treasures in front of him and revealed a smile: Wind God Ancient Origin Stone, Water Root Fire, Glorious Sun Warlock Rank Earth Ape Core, and Dragon Whale Water Stone. As expected of the Li Gui province, it's really rich in resources. The Wind God Ancient Origin Stone is a treasure that was formed after the blood of a great holy steppe wind god from the Archgod era dripped onto the earth and absorbed wind elemental particles. Water Root Fire is a strange existence that forms in the deepest part of the sea, volcanoes, and some other places that contain rich fire elemental particles. It was a strange flame that looked like water, but no matter what was put in it, it would be easily burned to ashes. Earth Ape Core is the crystal core of an ancient life form Earth Ape, which has been hunted to extinction by human warlocks in the Tsangji Plain. Earth Apes are earthen extraordinary life forms born from stones. They are born with the ability to control earth elemental particles, and their earth escape art is unparalleled in the world. Their crystal cores are the best materials to form a world. Dragon Whale Waterstone is a water treasure that can only be born after the crystal core of a glorious sun warlock rank dragon whale is dug out and buried in a place rich in water elemental particles. Then, through various secret methods, it takes 1,000 years to form a water treasure. Even for a peerless genius of the Tai Yi sect like Yi Yuanyang, these 4 treasures are treasures that can only be obtained by chance. After plundering the Li Gui province, Yang Feng obtained these 4 treasures. Yang Feng spread the fingers of a hand, and a huge whirlpool emerged from his right hand and enveloped the 4 treasures. The 4 treasures appeared in Yang Feng's small world, and primal chaos force slammed into the 4 treasures. A copious amount of wind elemental particles gathered and formed a 10,000-meter tall wind god that looks like it can easily break the small world. The Wind God Ancient Origin Stone contains a trace of power of the Archgod Wind God. Even that trace of power can still easily kill an ordinary Moonlight Warlock. This is the terror of a Holy Spirit Warlock rank existence. Chapter 617. As soon as the archaic wind god projection appeared, a huge primal chaos hand descended from the sky and slapped the 10,000-meter-tall archaic wind god projection into pieces. The incomparably violent wind elemental energy spread out in all directions. When the archaic wind god projection disappeared, a violent flame emerged from the void and spread towards Yang Feng's small world, as if to burn everything to ashes. The giant primal chaos hand reappeared, pointed its index finger at a bit of consciousness in the flame, and shattered it. Shocked by the primal chaos force, the violent flame turned into the purest fire elemental particles. Extremely dense earth elemental energy converged in the air, forming a 100-meter-tall primordial beast made entirely of stone, an earth ape of antiquity. The earth ape's figure fluttered, and it burrowed into the ground. Once the earth ape burrowed into the ground and hid, it would absorb the earth elemental particles in the small world. Perhaps after hundreds or thousands of years, a new earth ape would be born in the small world. The chaos giant hand grabbed the earth ape and squeezed it hard, causing it to explode. A copious amount of water elemental particles suddenly gathered and formed a 10,000-meter-long dragon whale that looks like it can devour everything. That chaos raised its hand and slapped the terrifying dragon whale, shattering it with a single strike. At that moment, wind, fire, water, and earth elemental particles were balanced, and the plane origin will in the small world absorbed the spiritual wind, fire, water, and earth elemental particles and grew stronger. The 100 billion inferior magic crystals hoarded in the small world crumbled at once, and a copious amount of life magic energy was absorbed by the plane origin will, which nourished the plane origin will and grew stronger. Yang Feng's small world began to shake, and the area of the small world began to expand frantically. As if it had a life of its own, the small world began to breathe, absorb the energy drifting in the space, and become stronger. The plane origin will of any complete plane would breathe, absorb the energy in the surroundings, and nourish the plane. It was precisely because of this that the level of a plane wasn't the same. Instead, it would grow and become stronger or weaker. A grade 4 plane is enough to give birth to an infinity warlock. However, the upper echelon of the battle demon sect isn't willing to stay in a grade 4 plane. One of the important reasons is that if the number of infinity warlocks in a grade 4 plane reaches a certain number, the plane will slowly decline, unable to bear the existence of those infinity warlocks. The 36 primary material planes like the Feisuor plane, which are classified as grade 2 planes, can give birth to Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses and Warlock Emperor rank existences. Of course, every time a Warlock Emperor rank existence is born, the plane will weaken for more than 10 million years. Only a grade 1 plane like the Tsangji plane can give birth to a peerless genius like the 8 Warlock Emperors and even give birth to the legendary Eternal Sovereigns within 10 million years. Even so, after the Tsangji plane gives birth to a Warlock Emperor, it will take tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years before it gives birth to another Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse. After an unknown amount of time, in a secret room, Yang Feng slowly opened his eyes, sensed the changes in his body, and showed a smile. Quasi-glorious Sun Warlock, I'm only one step away from advancing to a glorious Sun Warlock. Based on the analysis of the level 3 optical computer, Yang Feng has already clearly perceived that even if he doesn't do anything now, he will naturally promote to a glorious Sun Warlock in 3 years. Apart from the fact that warlocks who have formed a virtual world need to consume tens or even hundreds of times more cultivation resources than other warlocks, but they have a great advantage in breaking through bottlenecks. After Yang Feng implanted a semiplane seed in the Great Warlock realm, he basically won't encounter any bottlenecks before advancing to the Bright World Warlock realm. Only when he breaks through to the Infinity Warlock realm from the pinnacle Bright World Warlock realm may he encounter a great bottleneck. This is the strength of the strongest warlock path. Zhong Hanshan, Zhui Yifan, and Zhu Feng are all personal disciples of Battle Demon Sect's great elders, and they have already practiced cultivation to the Moonlight Warlock realm. But it is extremely difficult for them to break through to the glorious Sun Warlock realm. They may stay in the Moonlight Warlock realm for the rest of their lives. Huang Yihe has now become an Infinity Warlock, but only 2 of his personal disciples have glorious Sun Warlock rank cultivation bases. From this, it can be seen how difficult it is to advance to the glorious Sun Warlock realm. Yang Feng has practiced cultivation for less than 100 years, yet he can already advance to a glorious Sun Warlock. Once people learn of this, they will go crazy with jealousy. Yang Feng can naturally enter secluded cultivation until he advances to a glorious Sun Warlock. However, he took the initiative to stop practicing cultivation, because he found that because his cultivation speed is too fast, his soul force and state of mind can't keep up. If he advances to a glorious Sun Warlock now, it will take him several times or even dozens of times longer to promote to a Bright World Warlock in the future. Once you step into the Moonlight Warlock realm, you will be a Transcendent. But Moonlight Warlocks are just the lowest level of Transcendent, and can even be said to be the starting point of the Transcendent realm. Each of Great Cloud Dynasty's Moonlight 7 stars is a peerless genius with countless resources to support them and formed a virtual world. Like Yang Feng, they can break through to the glorious Sun Warlock realm without any pressure. But they still stay in the Moonlight Warlock realm for decades, or even 100 years, because they want to improve their soul force, cultivation base, and state of mind to the most perfect point, and then break through to the glorious Sun Warlock realm. Otherwise, when they attack the Bright World Warlock and Infinity Warlock realms, they will encounter huge obstacles. As soon as Yang Feng regained his clarity of mind, one piece of information after another poured into his eyes. When Yang Feng is in secluded cultivation, unless it is a matter of life and death or news of the Andrak plane's survival, the chip won't alert Yang Feng and interrupt his cultivation. Yang Feng showed a smile and issued an order. Bai Yuxian wants to see me. Interesting, let her go to the Nether Dragon Hall and wait for me. Yang Feng first went to a hot spring bath, where he rested and relaxed for 2 hours. Then, served by a group of beautiful women, he put on his clothes and went to the Nether Dragon Hall. Yang Feng came to the golden throne in the Nether Dragon Hall, sat down, and looked at Bai Yuxian. He saw that Bai Yuxian, who has been waiting there for 2 hours, still has a calm expression on her face, showing no signs of anger. Clearly, she is very good at maintaining her composure. Bai Yuxian smiled sweetly, and a complicated glint streaked past her beautiful eyes. Greetings, young Master Lei Yiming. Congratulations on unifying the Li Gui province. Prior to this, Bai Yuxian just regarded Yang Feng as a pawn that could be used, a small pawn that could stir up the situation in the Li Gui province. But now this small pawn has become the master of the Li Gui province, a bigwig that even Great Cloud Dynasty has to take seriously. With the current strength of the Li Gui province, except for the lack of Infinity Warlocks and secret treasures, it is even stronger than the Taiyi sect of the 10 Great Sects. As the person in charge of the Tsangji Plain, Yang Feng's status is naturally extremely honorable, even more so than that of many holy sons of the 10 Great Sects. Yang Feng responded, "It was just a fluke." "Miss Bai, what brings you here?" Bai Yuxian spoke with a solemn expression. "Young Master Lei Yiming, I hope that you can issue a statement on behalf of the Undying Mountain of submitting to Great Cloud Dynasty. My Great Cloud Dynasty will also bestow the Li Gui province to your Undying Mountain and make it your fief. Moreover, I can bestow you the title of Hereditary Marquis of my Great Cloud Dynasty, and you will forever rule the Li Gui province. Great Cloud Dynasty has just driven away the 10 Great Sects, and Marshal Jing was besieged by the 10 Great Sects Infinity Warlocks. Countless forces are eyeing Great Cloud Dynasty covetously. Great Cloud Dynasty must be having a hard time right now, right? The Li Gui province is now under the direct control of the Undying Mountain. Why should the Undying Mountain submit to Great Cloud Dynasty? As for me becoming a hereditary Marquis of Great Cloud Dynasty and ruling the Li Gui province forever, that's even more impossible. At the time, the 10 Great Sects and the 8 Great Families assisted the Bai family in defeating countless powerful enemies and establishing the Great Cloud Dynasty together. I remember that the first emperor of the Great Cloud Dynasty also promised to infect the 18 greater provinces to the 10 Great Sects and the 8 Great Families. He also promised to never interfere with the fiefs. But now, where are the 10 Great Sects? Yang Feng said with a mocking smile. Bai Yuxian responded with a bright smile. You're right, Great Cloud Dynasty is indeed at its weakest now. However, no matter how weak Great Cloud Dynasty is, it is still far stronger than your Li Gui province. Although the Li Gui province is rich in resources, but it also lacks a lot of resources. Moreover, the Li Gui province has a major weakness, That is, it cannot practice cultivation to the Infinity Warlock realm. Young Master Lei Ming, doesn't your Undying Mountain want to have a foothold in Great Cloud Dynasty? As long as your Li Gui province surrenders to my Great Cloud Dynasty, my Great Cloud Dynasty will grant you a fiefdom and let you build a sect and establish a sect there. Moreover, young Master Lei Ming, if you become a Marquis of Great Cloud Dynasty, then no matter which plane you go to, you'll be treated like a greater aristocrat. Do you want to stay in the Li Gui province forever? I heard that you are a peerless genius who aspires to become a Warlock Emperor. But no Warlock Emperor has ever succeeded by staying in a corner and working behind closed doors. If the Undying Mountain becomes a part of Great Cloud Dynasty, you will naturally have the qualification to participate in the Secret Realm trial by fire controlled by Great Cloud Dynasty. Bai Yuxian analyzed the pros and cons in an orderly manner and spoke frankly with fervor. She clearly stated the pros and cons of the Undying Mountain submitting to Great Cloud Dynasty. Chapter 618. Yang Feng pondered for a while, then flicked a finger, and a piece of jade flew towards Bai Yuxian. As expected of the Merak star of the Moonlight Seven Stars, you're really eloquent. I practice a special secret method that requires a lot of rare ores. If the Great Cloud Dynasty can give me these ores, then I will persuade my father to let the Undying Mountain submit to the Great Cloud Dynasty. As Bai Yuxian said, if Yang Feng's ambition is only to dominate a region, then he can stay in the Li Gui province. But if he wants to become a Warlock Emperor, or even an eternal above Warlock Emperors, then staying in the Li Gui province is not advisable. The Great Cloud Dynasty is extremely vast and has endless secrets. The Battle Demon sect controls one of the 36 greater provinces, and even the Battle Demon sect hasn't fully analyzed the secrets of the Battle Demon province. Bai Yuxian took the piece of jade and looked at it carefully, and then frowned slightly. The piece of paper is filled with all kinds of rare ores that Yang Feng needs to upgrade Shizu technology. Even the Great Cloud Dynasty is short of these top rare ores. Bai Yuxian said, Young Master Lei Ming, the secret treasure ores in this piece of jade are very rare in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Besides, many of them are unheard of. We can't take out all of them. Yang Feng said calmly, can the Great Cloud Dynasty take out those ores? Let me see your sincerity. After plundering the resources of the Li Gui province, Yang Feng found a lot of materials needed to upgrade the Shizu stronghold to level 4. He also found several kinds of ores needed for the main materials. However, there are still several extremely rare ores that he hasn't found. Yang Feng plans to collect them through trade. Since Bai Yuxian wants Yang Feng to nominally submit to the Great Cloud Dynasty, then he naturally has to get enough benefits from her. Bai Yuxian's eyes shimmered with a sly gleam, and she asked with a sweet smile, what kind of ores do you want the most? Yang Feng replied with a smile, in the Zhangji Plain, the Brest Dynasty, the Bajor Dynasty, and the Kadrid Dynasty are much larger than the Great Cloud Dynasty. I don't necessarily have to travel in the Great Cloud Dynasty. The Undying Mountain has no conflict with the three dynasties. I don't think they will refuse a friend like the Undying Mountain. The Brest Dynasty, Bajor Dynasty, and Kadrid Dynasty didn't share a border with the Li Gui province. Naturally, they didn't have any conflicts with the Li Gui province. Under such circumstances, the three dynasties wouldn't refuse to have a powerful friend like the Undying Mountain. Many warlock geniuses from the Brest Dynasty, the Bajor Dynasty, and the Kadrid Dynasty also came to the Great Cloud Dynasty to gain experience. At the time, the 8th Warlock Emperor, the Dawn Lord, had traveled in the Eastern world for a long time. Many warlock geniuses from the Eastern world traveled to the Western world. Especially after the emergence of the Dawn Lord, more warlock geniuses from the Eastern world traveled to the Western world. That was because the Dawn Lord's Dawn Royal City was the only relic of a warlock emperor controlled by human warlocks to this day. Among the 8 warlock emperors, 7 of them chose the Eastern world as their capital. However, when the warlock dynasties collapsed, the 7 imperial capitals were destroyed and fought over by countless powerful races. The capital of the 7th warlock dynasty, the Magic Note dynasty, which was known as the #1 secret treasure, was torn into countless pieces and fell into the hands of different powerhouses. The main part of the Dawn Royal City was refined from the wreckage of the 7th warlock dynasty's Magic Note dynasty's capital. The Dawn Royal City was much weaker than the capitals of the 7 Warlock dynasties. But for some reason, when the 8th Warlock dynasty collapsed, it wasn't destroyed, and had remained until now. The Dawn Royal City was the only Empyrean-grade royal city in the Tsangji Plain, and it was controlled by the Western World's city guards. The city guards were said to be descendants of the Black Light Great Holy, one of the 3 Holy Spirit warlocks subordinated to the Dawn Lord. The Dawn Royal City was one of the relic sites that Yang Feng wanted to explore. In addition, due to the emergence of the Dawn Lord, the Western world's power expanded greatly and occupied a lot of territory that originally belonged to the Eastern world. Within the sphere of influence of the Western world's 3 dynasties, there were countless relic sites of the ancient warlock era. Even if Yang Feng didn't travel around the Great Cloud Dynasty, there were still other places he could travel. "All right, you bully a weak woman like me." Bai Yuxian sighed faintly and waved her lily-white hand, and the oars on the jade slip turned red, and then flew towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng glanced at the jade slip and couldn't help but praise in his heart. As expected of the Great Cloud Dynasty, its underlying strength is really deep. More than half of the oars on the jade slip turned red. The oars required to upgrade the level 4 stronghold were basically complete, except for the oar called Star River Green Gold. It wasn't that the Tsangji Plain didn't have Star River Green Gold, but that it was useless in the world of warlocks. Naturally, the Great Cloud Dynasty wouldn't collect such useless things. Normally, no matter what method was used, the ore of Star River Green Gold would be no different from an ordinary stone, unable to display any value. However, after it was combined with several ores researched by the Shizu, it would form an astonishingly strong alloy, which could serve as the core component of the more advanced matter and energy converter. Yang Feng has sent countless mining robots to search for this ore in the Li Gui province. It was only a matter of time before he found it. Yang Feng responded straightforwardly, "Okay, as soon as I get the ores, I'll go to the higher-ups and persuade the other elders of the Undying Mountain to submit to the Great Cloud Dynasty." Bai Yuxian showed a sly smile. "I still have a gift for you, young Master Lei Yiming." According to the analysis of the Secret Treasure Development Division's Relic Search Department, a relic of the 6th Warlock Dynasty, the Golem Dynasty, is about to appear in the Li Gui province. The Great Cloud Dynasty hopes to get 100,000 spots to explore the relic. Yang Feng's heart stirred. The Relic Search Department is amazing. Should I join the Relic Search Department with my other identity? In the world of warlocks, powerful warlocks possess incredible power. At the same time, many warlocks have all kinds of life-saving secret methods. Of course, there is a huge price to pay for using these life-saving secret methods. Many of them will even lose most of their life force once they are cast. Powerful warlocks would habitually open up 2 or more immortal caves, and place all kinds of materials in the immortal caves. Once they are seriously injured, they can use the various materials hidden in the caves to quickly restore their strength. Even Yang Feng has left different treasuries in different planes, in case of accidents. The Tsangji Plain has experienced countless upheavals. Therefore, there are many relics left in the Tsangji Plain, which are the relics of powerful warlocks. Under the erosion of time, the defensive power of the relics disappeared, and they could see the light of day one by one. The Great Cloud Dynasty's Relic Search Department is a department that specializes in searching for various relics in the Tsangji Plain. The Western world's 3 dynasties also have specialized relic search departments. Most of the people in these departments are warlocks who practice astrology and other divination spells. Yang Feng said flatly, "The relic of the Golem Dynasty? No wonder you made such a big concession. For the sake of the Great Cloud Dynasty, I'll give you a quota." Bai Yuxian's eyes shimmered strangely, and she uttered, "A quota? Young Master Lei Yiming, do you want to monopolize the relic of the 6th Warlock Dynasty, the Golem Dynasty?" Yang Feng responded boldly, "Of course. Since the relic of the 6th Warlock Dynasty, the Golem Dynasty, appeared in my territory, then the only option is to monopolize it. Generally, the appearance of an ancient warlock relic will attract countless warlocks, and then be divided up by the surrounding warlock groups. Now that Yang Feng has unified the Li Gui province, he naturally won't let others enter the relic of the 6th Warlock Dynasty, the Golem Dynasty. At the very least, He won't let others enter the relic before he plunders all the valuable treasures inside. Bai Yuxian said with a smile, 10,000 quotas. The Great Cloud Dynasty can send 10,000 warlocks to explore the relic. The first time the relic opens is also the most dangerous time. We can help you explore the relic and reduce the losses of the Li Gui province, 3 quotas. The Li Gui province can still afford the losses of exploring the relic. 1,000 quotas. I have already lowered my demand by 100 times. As a man, shouldn't you be a bit more generous? 10 quotas. The Undying Mountain can't let go of the relic of the Golem dynasty easily. After probing and haggling, Yang Feng finally agreed to give Bai Yuxian 30 quotas to enter the relic of the Golem dynasty. In exchange, Yang Feng also obtained the qualification to enter the relic of the Great Cloud dynasty. 10 days later, above a desert 300 kilometers west of the Li Gui province's Greenwood Stone City, the void distorted, and a huge cave sparkling with black lightning suddenly appeared. As if born from nothing, a huge celestial body suspended above the desert and frantically absorbed the surrounding life magic energy. The huge celestial body suspended above the desert can be seen by humans within a radius of 1,000 kilometers. Relic. This is an ancient warlock relic. An ancient warlock relic. After seeing the relic in the desert, countless human warlocks flew towards the huge celestial body. Chapter 619. Warning. This relic site belongs to the Undying Mountain. The area 100 kilometers in radius around the relic site has been set as a restricted area. Any warlock who enters the restricted area without permission will be regarded as an enemy and eliminated directly. Loud warnings echoed in an area hundreds of kilometers in radius around the celestial body. 10 million modified second-generation battle robots formed one mechanical legion after another and built one battle position after another. In the sky, there are 10 Star Destroyer battlestars and an aircraft carrier suspended in the air. As soon as the human warlocks approached the area, they received a warning from Yang Feng. Most of the warlocks could only look at the second-generation battle robots with unwillingness in their eyes. They had no choice but to stop. Outside the cordon, there are 2 warlocks, one male and one female. The handsome male warlock and the beautiful female warlock look like a match made in heaven. The beautiful warlock pouted and uttered with an unwilling expression, "Damn it, the relic site doesn't belong to the Undying Mountain. Why can't we go in?" There was a flash of unwillingness in the eyes of the male warlock, and he sighed slightly, because the Undying Mountain is the most powerful warlock group in the Li Gui province. Now the entire Li Gui province is unified by the Undying Mountain. Their wills were absolute existences in the Li Gui province. This is the rule of this world. Just like in the secular world, when something good appears, it will be seized by kings and emperors because they control the most powerful force. There are many subcontinents around the main world, and there are many large and small mortal states on the subcontinents. The male warlock is very knowledgeable and understands the rules of the mortal states on the subcontinents. Although he is unwilling, but he isn't too angry. The other warlock next to the male warlock snorted coldly and disappeared in an instant. Suddenly, a beam of light shot out from the sky and blasted into the void. The void exploded in an instant, countless chunks of blood scattered on the ground, and Starry Sky Warlock rank life force collapsed and dissipated. That's hidden Momoda. His stealth ability can even make it difficult for Moonlight Warlocks to perceive him, yet he was instackled just like that. Is this the strength of the Undying Mountain? How fearsome. When the surrounding warlocks saw this scene, they inhaled a breath of cold air, and no longer dared to ignore Undying Mountain's warning. In the center of the desert was a steel fortress. Inside the fortress were 500,000 third-generation battle robots. In the center of the steel fortress, Yang Feng sat on a sofa, opposite him sat Bai Yuxian, and beside him sat the blazing angel Alexia. At this time, Alexia had completely retracted the 3 pairs of fallen angel wings on her back. At a glance, she looked like a Western war goddess with a peerless appearance and a heroic aura. In front of Yang Feng's group of 3, there were 12 warlocks from the Great Cloud Dynasty's relic site search department. A beautiful moonlight warlock with gold-rimmed glasses, a voluptuous and sexy figure, and long black hair, full of intelligence was presiding over the work of the relic search department. On top of a spherical secret treasure, There was a dazzling magic radiance. Countless formulas and spell models were flickering on that spherical secret treasure. A resplendent blue magic thread extended from the spherical secret treasure and entered the huge relic site of the Golem dynasty. The spherical secret treasure was called Relic Site Analyzer, which could analyze the characteristics of relic sites through various spells. Many relic sites had various magic restriction characteristics. Before the secret treasure Relic Site Analyzer was developed, it required countless warlocks or intelligent life forms to be experimented on. After the Relic Site Analyzer was developed, the magic restriction characteristics of all relic sites before the Magic Note dynasty could be easily analyzed. Princess Azure River, the preliminary analysis has been completed. This relic site should be a relic site at the end of the Golem dynasty, a relic site opened by a great holy step powerhouse. This relic site has only appeared 3 times in the Tsangji plane in order to absorb energy from the Tsangji plane to maintain the relic site's existence and not degenerate. This time, the relic site will last for about 3 months. To be precise, it will last more than 85 days. After 85 days, the relic site will likely close and disappear. Once the relic site closes, you must possess at least the Warlock Monarch rank power to come out. There is rich life magic energy inside the relic site. Although no breath of powerful life forms has been detected, but the Golem dynasty's golem arts are the best in the world. They shouldn't be underestimated. This relic site is an unrestricted relic site. There is no barrier set up. Anyone can enter this relic site. Even Infinity Warlocks can enter. The intellectual Moonlight Warlock Liu Yang came to Bai Yuxian and reported. An unrestricted relic site. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a dignified shade. Many of the relic sites with cultivation-based restrictions are places where ancient warlock sects cultivate the younger generation. Take the Time Sky City for example. This kind of relic site is limited in danger. The main danger lies in the human warlocks inside. Unrestricted relic sites, on the other hand, are different. Some powerful relic sites can even kill Holy Spirit warlocks. Yang Feng looked at the huge relic site with a complicated look in his eyes. I wonder if this relic site is a blessing or a curse. Unrestricted relic sites are generally very dangerous. But once they are cracked, Yang Feng may even gain full control of the relic site. A relic site refined from a celestial body by the Golem dynasty has infinite value. Even if there is nothing inside, it can be used to create a trial ground for cultivating low-level warlocks, or a medicine garden for cultivating various elixirs. Brest Dynasty's Bartolone requests an audience with the Undying Mountains young master. Bajor Dynasty's Claudia requests an audience with the Undying Mountains young master. Kardrid Dynasty's Dandong requests an audience with the Undying Mountains young master. Bright World Warlock rank breaths rose in the distance, and 3 voices sounded at the same time. Yang Feng frowned slightly and glanced at Bai Yuxian, and saw the peerless beauty reveal a smile of schadenfreude. Yang Feng asked, "You already guessed it, didn't you?" Bai Yuxian replied with a sweet smile, "Of course. The Western world's 3 dynasties are as famous as my Great Cloud dynasty. They are the birthplace of many powerful astrology spells such as Bajor astrology, Hugo astrology, and Riga astrology. Their relic site search department isn't any weaker than our Great Cloud dynasties. I would be surprised if they didn't come." Yang Feng got up and walked outside. Alexia followed him like a shadow. Surrounded by 5 glorious Sun Warlocks and 10 Moonlight Warlocks, Yang Feng came to the edge of the Undying Mountain security zone. He saw 3 groups of warlocks standing on the edge of the security zone divided into 3 groups. Clearly, they maintain a certain amount of respect for Yang Feng's Undying Mountain. "I am Lei Yiming, the Undying Mountain's young master." Yang Feng glanced at the warlocks from the Western world's 3 dynasties and recognized at a glance the warlock supreme geniuses Kresno, Enlin, Breya, and several other supreme geniuses who fought against him in the City of Time. However, the proud Kresno and them are now just juniors with great potential. They don't have the qualifications to discuss important matters with Yang Feng. An old man with white hair and a white beard in a red warlock robe with a scepter in hand stepped forward and uttered with a gentle smile, "I am Bartolone from the Brest dynasty. Young Master Lei Yiming, We came here in the hope of entering the newly emerged relic site of the Golem dynasty. Yang Feng said flatly, the Undying Mountain is recognized as the master of the Li Gui province. Since the relic site of the Golem dynasty is in the Li Gui province, it belongs to the Undying Mountain. Bartolone responded with a gentle smile, of course, we don't deny this. However, we still hope to enter the relic site. If you agree to let us in, then the relic sites we control will be open to the Undying Mountain. The three dynasties control a lot of relic sites. Moreover, the Tsangji Plains origin will has been active recently, setting off waves of spiritual force in the outer realms. Many relic sites hidden in the outer realms will appear in the Tsangji Plain. There are definitely no less than 3 relic sites in the Western world. If we can cooperate, won't it be better than confrontation? Yang Feng glanced at the warlocks from the Western world, his gaze swept past several secret treasures, and he said flatly, those should be level 9 secret treasures, right? If I don't agree, are you going to force your way in? The cunning Bartolone refused to admit it, and said meaningfully, I heard that the Li Gui province is quite chaotic. We just have a few secret treasures on us for self-defense. The Western world's 3 dynasties sent a total of 9 Bright World warlocks, 27 Glorious Sun warlocks, and 163 Moonlight warlocks here. With the level 9 secret treasures they carry on them, they indeed have the strength to fight Yang Feng. In the world of warlocks, when it comes to the interests of all parties, only when both parties have equal strength can they sit down and negotiate. Yang Feng pondered for a while before saying, okay, I can let you in. However, the Undying Mountain will have the same number of people to enter the relic sites you control. Besides, a contract must be signed in the name of the trial scale. The trial scale is a terrifying existence comparable to a great holy step human warlock, and it controls the 3 laws of trial, contract, and justice. A contract witnessed by the trial scale is extremely binding, second only to the Styx River Oath. When warlocks make contracts, they like to do so under the witness of the trial scale. Chapter 620. In the vast universe, there are countless powerful existences that have mastered the law of contracts. Some devils have mastered the law of contracts and can seize human souls through various contracts. Among these powerful existences, the contracts presided over by the trial balance are the fairest and the strongest binding force. Once a contract is signed, unless a top treasure or law is used, even a great holy step powerhouse will be bound or even killed by the frightening contract force. The trial scale wasn't considered a top-notch existence among the great sage-level existences, but it had killed more than 3 great sage-level powerhouses. All of them were great holy step powerhouses who didn't abide by the contract and were killed by it using the law of contracts. Bartolone uttered, okay, let's sign a fair contract under the witness of the trial balance. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and spread the fingers of a hand, and a contract made from the skin of a Moonlight warlock rank extraordinary life form shone, and 1 million low-grade magic crystals as an offering in his right hand disappeared. In the sky, an incomparably powerful aura descended, and a huge golden scale appeared in the void, floating above the contract. After reading the contract carefully, the 9 Bright World warlocks of the 3 dynasties signed their names. If a contract is witnessed by a powerful existence such as a fiend or devil, then one must be careful. Beware of the various traps hidden in the contract. However, if it is witnessed by the trial balance, then there will be no loopholes or unfairness in the contract. Of course, summoning the trial balance is a very advanced spell. Only Moonlight warlock rank powerhouses and above can freely summon a projection of the trial balance to carry out a fair contract. A warlock came to Yang Feng and said, Young Master, the Great Cloud Dynasty's Tai Yi sect, Saint Lotus sect, and the 8 great families have come to see you. Yang Feng apologized to the warlocks of the Western world's 3 dynasties, and then walked in another direction. In another direction, at the edge of a restricted area, there are warlocks from the Great Cloud Dynasty's 10 strongest forces and many pinnacle warlock forces from the Great Cloud Dynasty gathered. These warlocks are eager to explore the relic site of the Golem dynasty. Of the 8 great warlock dynasties, every warlock dynasty was at the pinnacle of human warlocks. In the Tsangji Plain, the human warlock civilization went from weak to peak, and then from peak to decline. Many top-notch secret techniques were destroyed in wars and lost in the long river of history. The modern Tsangji Plains warlock civilization was built on the ruins of the 8 warlock dynasties. Many secret methods and special alchemy were obtained by human warlocks from excavating various ruins. In the modern warlock civilization, there were many aspects that surpassed the ancient warlock civilization, but similarly, there were also many aspects that couldn't even compare to the warlock civilization of the 8 great warlock dynasties. The 6th warlock dynasty, Golem dynasty, was one of the strongest 7 great warlock dynasties, with all kinds of exquisite golems emerging one after another. If one could grasp a part of golem technology, it would be of great benefit to any warlock group. The 6th warlock dynasty, Golem dynasty, has 3 Empyrean golems and 12 holy golems. Each of the 3 Empyrean golems possesses the strength to contend against warlock emperor rank existences. They are the crystallization of the golem lord's golem mastery. The 12 sacred puppets also possessed the terrifying power to fight against a great sage expert. After the collapse of the puppet dynasty, the 3 emperor puppets and the 12 sacred puppets had disappeared. If anyone could get their hands on such a golem, they would be able to become the strongest expert in the Tsangji Plain. It was due to the attraction of the top-notch golems that countless warlocks gathered here. Yang Feng came to the edge of the restricted area, glanced at the warlocks, and said flatly, "I am Undying Mountain's young master Lei Yiming." A moonlight warlock in black suddenly appeared in the crowd and instigated loudly, "Young master Lei Yiming, the relic site of the Golem dynasty is the most precious heritage of the Tsangji Plains human warlocks. Why can you monopolize this relic site? This relic site should be a treasure that belongs to the Tsangji Plains human warlocks. Am I right, everyone?" That's right. The relic site of the Golem dynasty is a treasure that belongs to the Tsangji Plains human warlocks, not to the Undying Mountain. Open the relic site and let us in. Everyone, let's go together. They won't dare to touch us. The warlocks hidden in the crowd started to incite loudly. The Tai Yi sect, the Saint Lotus sect, and the 8 great families watched all this indifferently. The other top warlock groups of the Great Cloud dynasty, however, stood aside quietly, keeping away from the warlocks who have fallen into a frenzy. Yang Feng ordered coldly, "Kill them all." Resplendent beams of light rained down from the sky and slammed into the warlocks who were inciting and clamoring loudly. A copious amount of blood blossomed, and the warlocks were torn apart and blasted to pieces. The Undyings suddenly rushed out from the side, rushed into the crowd of warlocks like lightning, and easily killed the Empyrean warlocks one by one. As if ants in boiling water, countless low-level warlocks shot in all directions, not daring to get involved in such a battle. After dozens of breaths of time, there were no more foolish warlocks in the area. All the warlocks became well-behaved and looked at Yang Feng with apprehension in their eyes. Yang Feng glanced at the warlocks indifferently and said flatly, "This is the Li Gui province, and my Undying Mountain is the master of the Li Gui province. The relic site of the 6th warlock dynasty, the Golem dynasty, has appeared in the Li Gui province, so it belongs to my Undying Mountain. Anyone who disagrees can go to hell. The strong are kings and dominate everything." Generally speaking, such a relic site will cause competition among the surrounding warlock groups, and finally be divided up by several powerful warlock groups. But now that the Li Gui province is Yang Feng's territory, he has only one choice, that is, to take the entire relic site for himself. Of course, if a powerful enough warlock force comes to make an exchange of benefits, Yang Feng will make some compromises and concessions. These rogue cultivators aren't qualified to make Yang Feng concede. A tall and burly middle-aged man with a triangular rune on his forehead and junior Bright World Warlock rank cultivation base, exuding an overbearing aura, glanced at Yang Feng and said proudly, "I am the Tai Yi sect's great elder son Tianyang. Junior, let the person in charge of the Undying Mountain talk to me." Yang Feng uttered coldly, "I can represent the Undying Mountain. If you don't want to talk to me, then scram." What an arrogant junior. "I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders and let you know that there is always someone better than you out there." Sun Tianyang has always been arrogant in the Great Cloud dynasty. When he saw that Yang Feng dared to contradict him, he flew into a rage and slapped Yang Feng in the face. Fearsome Bright World Warlock rank soul force enveloped Yang Feng and wrapped around him like chains. Sun Tianyang's slap seems to twist and carries a trace of karma force. Yang Feng can only feel the vigor of heaven and earth rejecting him. Only the force of the small world inside him can still be used. There is no way to avoid it. Yang Feng operated the force of the small world inside him, a cold look in his eyes, and barely squeezed out a sentence. Kill him. Standing silently behind Yang Feng, the beautiful eyes of Alexia, who looks like Yang Feng's concubine, blossomed with bright light, and 3 pairs of pitch-black fallen angel wings appeared on her back, and a black sword ray that seems capable of splitting the world slashed towards Sun Tianyang. Fallen angel. Sun Tianyang's face fell, and he screamed in horror. The pitch-black sword ray instantly cut Sun Tianyang's body in 2, and a copious amount of dark force turned into fallen angel fire that burned Sun Tianyang's body to ashes. A bright world core containing Sun Tianyang's soul suddenly flew towards the 2 great sects and the 8 great families. Killing intent surged in Yang Feng's eyes, and he retreated briskly and pointed with a finger. The dense mechanical army flew over frantically. The 30-star destroyer interstellar battleships hovering in the sky suddenly adjusted their muzzles and aimed at the 2 major sects and the 8 great families. As long as Yang Feng gives the order, he can launch a devastating attack on the 2 great sects and the 8 great families. The 2 great sects and the 8 great families have sent a total of 10 Bright World Warlocks. However, this is Yang Feng's territory, and he has built countless fortifications and turrets. As long as Yang Feng is willing to pay the price, he has a 70% chance of keeping a large number of the 2 great sects and the 8 great families here. The warlocks of the 2 great sects and the 8 great families suddenly felt a hair-raising premonition of danger. With their extraordinary perception, they can clearly perceive that as long as they make the slightest movement, their lives will be in danger. Alexia turned into a black ray, her beautiful eyes flashed with excitement, and she slashed at Sun Tianyang's bright world core with her sword. As long as the sword strike hits, Alexia will be able to completely destroy Sun Tianyang's soul and destroy all his resurrection methods and secret methods. Young Master Lei Yiming, please calm down. Sun Tianyang has already paid the price for his reckless behavior. For the sake of the Saint Lotus sect, please spare his life. A lotus leaf as pure as snow suddenly flew out and turned into an 18-layered lotus leaf shield that blocked in front of Sun Tianyang's soul core. When Alexia's invincible fallen angel sword slashed at the 18-layered lotus leaf shield, the level 8 secret treasure lotus leaf shield was cut in half. However, her sword was delayed for a moment, allowing Sun Tianyang to escape from her sword and fly into the Saint Lotus sect's camp. Chapter 621. Following Yang Feng's order, hundreds of thousands of Li Gui province's warlocks began to recite incantations. Magic barriers began to appear in this area, and a huge magic suppression array began to extend. The magic suppression array can isolate the energy of heaven and earth here. Except for body-tempering warlocks and supreme geniuses with a virtual world inside them, the strength of other warlocks will decline rapidly. The magic ban array was the place where Yang Feng's battle robots could display their greatest strength. In the Li Gui province, only Yang Feng's Undying Mountain can set up a super-large magic suppression array. Magic suppression arrays have the weakness of not distinguishing between friend and foe. Generally speaking, they will only be set up to deal with elemental warlocks with the most destructive power. Magic suppression arrays don't distinguish between friend and foe. Although they can greatly weaken non-pure elemental warlocks, but they can't make other warlocks vulnerable at the first blow. Therefore, they rarely appear on the battlefield. However, for Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion, magic suppression arrays are the best fighting environment. Along with a burst of crisp laughter, Bai Yuxian walked out of the void and uttered with a sweet smile on her face, "Young Master Lei Yiming, please calm your anger. I will make the Tai Yi sect pay a sufficient price to quell your anger. As for the other 8 great families, they have no intention of being enemies with you." A middle-aged warlock with an elegant temperament exuding intermediate bright world warlock rank fluctuations of power said with a smile, "Young Master Lei Yiming, I am Shangguan Hong of the Shangguan family. The Shangguan family has no intention to be your enemy, no matter what happens. No matter what happens, the Shangguan family will remain neutral." A man whose hair and eyebrows had turned scarlet, as if they were burning with flames, said solemnly, "Young Master Lei Yiming, I am Wang Zhihua of the Wang family. Our Wang family has no intention of becoming enemies with you. The Bright World warlocks of the 8 great families stepped forward and expressed their unwillingness to be enemies with Yang Feng's Undying Mountain. The Tai Yi sect was originally the leader of Great Cloud Dynasty's 10 great sects. After the 10 great sects were destroyed, the Tai Yi sect's power expanded greatly again, and it became more arrogant and domineering, offending many people. Among the 8 great families, few families are on good terms with the Tai Yi sect. Even the relationship between the Jiang family and the Tai Yi sect, which is known as the Bai family's lackey, is very bad. Yang Feng snapped his fingers, and a beam from the Star Destroyer artillery, which brushed past the place where the Tai Yi sect's party is located, slammed into the endless desert, and blasted open a huge bottomless hole in the desert. What a terrifying war weapon! This is a secret treasure refined by Undying Mountain's alchemists. The power of that strike is comparable to a pinnacle Bright World warlock rank powerhouse's all-out strike. What a terrifying artifact! This secret treasure is enough to kill Bright World warlocks. When the warlocks from the 2 great sects, the 8 great families, and many pinnacle warlock groups of the Great Cloud Dynasty saw this scene, they inhaled a breath of cold air. The Bright World warlocks of the 2 sects and the 8 great families couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. If they weren't prepared and were hit by the Star Destroyer cannon, even if they didn't die, they would be severely injured. When Sun Tianyang, who devoured an apple and recovered his fleshly body, saw this scene, his expression became unsightly. Yang Feng is clearly showing off his strength, showing that he has enough power to wipe out the warlocks from the 2 great sects and the 8 great families. In this way, he will be in a completely advantageous position in the following negotiations. After the arrogant Sun Tianyang saw the terrifying battle prowess of the blazing angel Alexia and the might of the Star Destroyer artillery, he dispelled the idea of provoking Yang Feng in the Li Gui province. The Li Gui province is a restricted area for warlocks. Apart from infinity warlocks, only supreme geniuses who formed a virtual world and possess pinnacle Bright World warlock rank cultivation base can contend against the blazing angel Alexia. Yang Feng went straight to the point. You must have come for the relic site of the 6th warlock dynasty, the Golem dynasty. What price do you plan to pay to enter the relic site? As long as Yang Feng still plans to move about in the Great Cloud Dynasty's sphere of influence, he can't refuse the request of the 2 great sects and the 8 great families without any reason. Shangguan Hong responded with a smile. The Shangguan family also controls several relic sites of the 5th warlock dynasty. If you let us in, young master Lei Yiming, then you can also enter the relic sites of the 8 great warlock dynasties. Moreover, you can gain the friendship of the Shangguan family. The other 8 great families, the Tai Yi sect, and the Saint Lotus sect expressed the same intention. They are willing to let Yang Feng enter the relic sites of the 6th warlock dynasty for adventure and to study the various relic sites and secret methods. After bargaining with them, Yang Feng finally agreed to let them take people into the relic sites of the 6th warlock dynasty, the Golem dynasty. Young Master Lei Yiming, please wait. After Yang Feng reached an agreement with the 2 great sects and the 8 great families, he was about to turn around and leave, when suddenly a voice came from behind him. Yang Feng turned his head and saw a radiant young man looking at him with a smile on his face, making people feel very comfortable. The radiant young man smiled and waved his hand, and a parchment flew towards Yang Feng. My name is Yuan Shuangbin, the pavilion master of the Flowing Flower Pavilion. Young Master Lei Yiming is looking for a variety of minerals. The Flowing Flower Pavilion happens to have a few of them. I'm willing to offer these minerals to young Master. I wonder if I can exchange them for some quotas to enter the relic sites. Yang Feng took the parchment and glanced at it, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Among the various minerals listed on the parchment, the Flowing Flower Pavilion just so happened to have the Star River Green Gold. In addition, there were also 2 main ores for promoting the stronghold to level 5. Yang Feng said, 500 quotas, I can give you 500 quotas to enter the relic sites. However, you'll be responsible for your own life and death inside the relic sites. Yuan Shuangbin smiled and threw a storage ring to Yang Feng. These are the ores, please accept them. Yang Feng scanned the storage ring with his spirit and sensed the various rare ores inside, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. I can promote the stronghold to level 4. Sure enough, It's much easier for the leader of a major force than for rogue cultivators to collect all kinds of ores. The Shizu matter and energy converter was the core of all Shizu technology. Through the matter and energy converter, energy could be transformed into various rare ores. Only then would they be able to create all kinds of top-notch battleships and main battle robots with unimaginably powerful abilities. Matter and energy converters also required top-notch materials to be manufactured, which was why they were divided into different grades. The various rare ores required for level 4 and above matter and energy converters were even harder to find than the materials required for some level 9 secret treasures. It was because Yang Feng had become the master of the Li Gui province that he could easily find the various rare ores required for the level 4 matter and energy converters. Brother Yuan, I am Jiang Yu, a true disciple of the Great Desolate War Tower. I wonder if I can become friends with you? Brother Yuan, I'm willing to pay 10,000 high-grade magic crystals to buy a quota to enter the relic sites. As soon as Yang Feng left, the surrounding warlocks swarmed around Yuan Shuangbin and competed over the 500 quotas to enter the relic sites. Yuan Shuangbin was a warm and forthright person, moreover, he liked to make friends. Very quickly, he sold the 500 quotas to many famous warlocks as well as some rogue warlocks geniuses. The warlocks formed a loose warlock group and entered the center of the desert with happy expressions on their faces. The relic sites that had never appeared before represented endless danger, but at the same time, they also represented great benefits. Because such relic sites hadn't been developed and utilized by warlocks, there might be many precious secret treasures left. If many secret treasures weren't properly maintained and were carelessly discarded in a corner, their power would fade little by little over time, and eventually all their extraordinary power would disappear. But if those secret treasures were placed in some special secret treasure warehouses, then they wouldn't lose their power even after tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years. If those relic sites were dwellings refined by warlocks for themselves, then they must have considered the issue of hidden treasures. A day later, after repeated probing, Liu Yang found a relatively safe entry point. The warlocks in the desert couldn't bear it any longer and flew towards the relic, fearing that Yang Feng would take away all the treasures inside the relic. After weighing the pros and cons, Yang Feng used a flesh golem as his avatar and led hundreds of thousands of third-generation battle robots into the relic site. At the same time, he also brought along his strongest trump card, Alexia. The relic site of the 6th Warlock dynasty, the Golem dynasty, was in fact a huge celestial body. The celestial body was only twice the size of Earth. When Yang Feng and his party flew within 10,000 meters of the celestial body, a frightening attractive force came from the celestial body and forcibly sucked Yang Feng and his party into the celestial body. As soon as they entered the celestial body, what greeted their eyes were thousands of meters tall skyscrapers brimming with fantastical style, as if they were placed in a celestial body of the future technology era. Only the 10-story tall and 11-story tall warlock towers as well as the mysterious runes engraved on the various buildings showed that this celestial body belonged to warlocks. What a terrible relic site. There are no living life forms here. When Yang Feng landed, he looked at the spacious and bright streets and the beautiful buildings that looked like the work of a master of art. He frowned slightly, and an unclear premonition welled up inside him. Before arriving on this celestial body, Yang Feng didn't perceive any life forms on this celestial body. Chapter 622. This relic site refined by the 6th Warlock dynasty's Golem dynasty is full of life magic energy. According to common sense, there should be countless life forms on this celestial body. For example, insects, fungi, and plants with extremely tenacious life force. Once in the Moonlight Warlock realm, they are transcendents. Top Moonlight Warlocks possess subtle perception ability, and their perception of life is far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. As long as they are willing, they can even perceive the surrounding fungi. Yang Feng didn't perceive any fluctuations of life on this celestial body, not even the fluctuations of life of fungi. This is very abnormal. In addition to Yang Feng, the warlocks of the 3 dynasties, the 2 great sects, and the 8 great families became vigilant. They silently recited incantations, and magic fluctuations enveloped them and formed magic shields. The warlocks are well aware that this kind of unrestricted relic site is the most valuable, but at the same time the most dangerous. This is the dwelling of the 6th Warlock Dynasty's Golem Dynasty's Sword Puppet Holy. Welcome, everyone. A voice suddenly sounded. In the center of the city, a tall building engraved with countless runes twisted and changed into a 1.8-meter tall, extremely handsome, expressionless middle-aged man with fluttering black hair, and queer golem force permeated his body. Golem force, that's the 6th Warlock Dynasty's top golem. That's the crystallization of the 6th Warlock Dynasty's highest technology, living golem. When the warlocks sensed the golem force permeating the middle-aged man, their eyes shone with excitement at once. The 6th Warlock Dynasty's Golem Dynasty's highest alchemy crystallization was the incredible golem technology living golem. Living golems can practice cultivation independently. At the same time, they can use golem force, which is the complete opposite of human warlocks, and is full of queer power. The various forces that human warlocks practice various secret methods and produce are collectively called life force or life force. The power of puppets was completely different from the power of life. Once hit by the power of puppets, all life forms would be transformed into puppets and corroded into puppets. At the time, when the 6th Warlock Emperor Golem Lord swept through the world with 3 Empyrean golems and 12 holy golems, countless powerful existences were eroded by the golem force of the 3 Empyrean golems and 12 holy golems and turned into golems. Before the Golem Lord developed living golems, the mechanical golem legion and other main legions gradually declined and eventually withdrew from the Tsangji plane, only suppressing some low-level planes. After the collapse of the 6th Warlock Dynasty, the top living golems were slaughtered by the allied forces of various races who were afraid of their power. According to the legend, the 3 Emperor puppets and the 12 holy puppets led the remaining, living puppets, to escape to a plane and built a world called the Puppet Realm. Since the 6th Warlock Dynasty, no more, living golems, have appeared in the Tsangji plane. Now that a living golem has appeared, it naturally filled the human warlocks with excitement. The living golem is the greatest masterpiece of the 6th Warlock Emperor Golem Lord. It is a fearsome existence that can confidently practice cultivation and possess great power. Unlike human warlocks, it doesn't need to rest and can fight continuously. If they can research and manufacture a living golem, then no matter which warlock group it is, they can easily get a golem legion. This living golem is the Tai Yi sect's prey. With a flash of greed in his eyes, Sun Tianyang silently recited an incantation and inserted his right hand into the void. Behind the handsome middle-aged man, the living puppet, the void distorted, and Sun Tianyang's right hand suddenly stabbed out, grabbing at the middle-aged man. The living golem tapped Sun Tianyang's right hand with its finger. A mere junior Bright World warlock dares to attack me. Jiao Iluor, you're overestimating yourself. Grey golem force spread along Sun Tianyang's right hand and eroded his body in an instant. Sun Tianyang's face fell, and he silently recited an incantation, and red light wrapped around his right hand in an attempt to completely dispel the golem force. The grey light was frantically eroding, suppressing the red light and continuously eroding Sun Tianyang's right hand. Sun Tianyang gritted his teeth, and a wind blade slashed at his right arm, forcibly cutting it off. His severed arm jumped away. As if it was given life, it bounced to the top of a building, and then strangely grew 3 eyes, stared at Sun Tianyang, and revealed a twisted smile. Seeing this scene, many of the warlocks present felt their blood run cold. After all, Sun Tianyang is a Bright World warlock from the Tai Yi sect. Although he only has junior Bright World warlock rank cultivation base, but some rogue warlocks of the advanced Bright World warlock rank may not be his opponent. For such a powerful warlock to be seriously injured by Jiao Iluor, and his severed body underwent all kinds of strange mutations, it's really creepy. Sun Tianyang's face fell, and he screamed frantically, "My right hand can't be regenerated. You took away the soul of my right hand." Hearing Sun Tianyang's scream, the countenance of the warlocks present changed dramatically. Each Bright World warlock possesses incredible power, and they are far more powerful than ordinary transcendent warlocks. Even if their body is cut to pieces, they can use various methods to quickly regenerate it. As long as the Bright World core isn't broken, there are infinite possibilities. Sun Tianyang's severed right hand could have easily been regenerated. But after his right hand's soul was taken away, his right hand can no longer be regenerated. Even if Sun Tianyang used all kinds of strange secret arts to cultivate another right hand, his right hand would not be able to move as it wished. Jiao Iluo showed a wicked smile. I am Jiao Iluo, the butler the mighty Golem Lord bestowed upon the Sword Puppet Holy. Since you have invaded the Sword Puppet Holy's residence, then please become our companions. In the city, hundreds of millions of golem insects flew out, turned into insect clouds, and rushed towards the warlocks present. Everyone's expression changed drastically when they saw the puppet insects that had formed a terrifying cloud of insects without any signs of life. Human warlocks proficient in fire spells began to recite incantations, and the space was filled with violent fire elemental particles. Jiao Iluo said with a smile, "Warlocks, please don't underestimate us. We are warriors who have followed the Golem Lord on expeditions to many planes. We have quite some experience in dealing with enemies." Strange runes suddenly appeared, and a huge magic ban array suddenly unfolded in the area. Enveloped by the huge magic ban array, the surrounding life magic energy was repelled, and the warlocks felt that their connection with the vigor of heaven and earth was severed. The fire elemental particles pervading the sky collapsed and disappeared in an instant. After human warlocks practiced cultivation to the Moonlight Warlock rank, they possessed godlike strength. They could use spells to control the vigor of heaven and earth and form all kinds of terrifying spells that resembled natural disasters. However, the magic ban array could repel the vigor of heaven and earth. Fighting inside the magic ban array was the last thing human warlocks wanted to face. Even body-tempering warlocks would be weakened by about 30% in such an environment. Elemental warlocks were the most miserable, and their strength might even be weakened by more than 95%. Yang Feng ordered coldly, "Destroy them." A dense swarm of modified second-generation battle robots flew out in an instant, and countless gunner robots equipped with flamethrowers sprayed a large amount of flames that formed a net of fire that swept the insect swarm away. Enveloped by the net of fire, large swaths of golem insects were burned to ashes. The golem insects that luckily passed through the net of fire were easily killed by the warlocks. The weakest warlocks who entered this relic site possessed Moonlight Warlock rank cultivation base. Not only were they comparable to gods and demons in terms of strength, but they were also extremely powerful. Even though they couldn't use the vigor of heaven and earth, and the power of their spells was greatly reduced, but they were still far stronger than ordinary people. Jiao Iluo showed a smile and said full of malice, "Interesting, as expected of Tsangji Plains human warlocks. By the way, let me tell you a piece of good news. This is the residence of the Sword Puppet Holy, as well as the place of inheritance of the Sword Puppet Holy. If only one of the warlocks who entered this relic site dies, they will inherit the Sword Puppet Holy's legacy and become the master of the Sword Puppet Star. Of course, they will also become the master of us living golems. Please do your best." With that, Jiao Iluo's figure fluttered, and he disappeared from the city. When they heard Jiao Iluo's words, a peculiar feeling welled up in the hearts of the warlocks present, and they quietly began to stay away from Yang Feng and the Undying Mountains battle robots. Shrouded by the magic band domain, the strongest force is Yang Feng's Undying Mountains force. The Sword Puppet Star contains the invaluable living golems and countless relics of the 6th Warlock dynasty. Everyone wants to become the master of this relic site. The warlocks are naturally full of apprehension towards Yang Feng. Bai Yuxian suddenly said, "Everyone, that's Jiao Iluo's trick. He wants us to suspect each other, guard against each other, and even kill each other. That's why he said those words. He is definitely a dangerous existence. We have to join forces to be able to compete with him. We must not be provoked by him into killing each other." Chapter 623. Yang Feng uttered, "Since this relic site of the Golem dynasty is within the sphere of influence of the Undying Mountain, naturally no one can snatch it away. In any case, this relic site will fall into the hands of the Undying Mountain. Therefore, you don't have to worry that the Undying Mountain will attack you here." The thought of killing everyone just flashed through Yang Feng's mind before disappearing without a trace. The warlocks here have extraordinary backgrounds. Unless they can be silenced completely, there will be endless troubles in the future. Most importantly, Yang Feng heard malice in Jiao Iluo's words. To kill each other over a golem's words is simply stupid. When they heard this, the The pinnacle warlocks of the 3 dynasties, the 2 great sects, and the 8 great families revealed a pensive look in their eyes, and their expressions eased, and they began to kill the golem insects. The human warlocks are very cautious. After killing a certain number of golem insects, they immediately retreated behind the Undying Mountain's battle robots, drank various potions, and absorbed the life magic energy contained in high-grade magic crystals to restore their strength and keep themselves in peak condition. Yang Feng didn't say anything when he saw this scene. The relic site of the Golem dynasty gives him a very dangerous feeling. Even though he is tyrannical, he doesn't dare to be careless. Sitting on a building, Jiao Iluor watched the golem insects and the human warlocks fight from afar and sighed. These human warlocks are really cautious. Unfortunately, I haven't recovered my strength. If it was the era of the 6th Warlock dynasty, I could kill these ants by myself. Kong Iluor, it's your turn. In the buildings, queer runes suddenly lit up, and a fearsome spatial force enveloped the human warlocks in an instant. Yang Feng's face fell. Shit, this is a spatial division tactic. The spatial division tactic is to use spatial spells to divide powerful enemies into different places, and then concentrate the most powerful force to kill the enemies one by one. This spatial division tactic is most suitable to be used in one's own base. Many relic sites have the strange power of spatial teleportation. Once enemies enter a relic site, they will be teleported into a mess, and then finally be defeated and killed by the owner of the relic site. According to the analysis of Great Cloud Dynasty's Warlock Liu Yang, this relic site doesn't have the ability to teleport people instantly. Without making any preparations, Yang Feng and his party were sent to different places by the relic site. Otherwise, as long as they carried an artifact that constantly emitted the power of space chaos, they would be able to break through the space division tactic. A spatial fluctuation surged, and Yang Feng appeared in a majestic yet empty city full of deathly stillness. All combat units, approach me immediately. Yang Feng closed his eyes at once and used the command microchip in his brain to issue orders to the surroundings. After receiving the order, the battle robots frantically moved towards Yang Feng. The space disruptors released various spatial interference spells and interfered with the surrounding spatial force. Yang Feng's heart stirred, and he tried to cut off the connection between the flesh golem and his consciousness. What a bad start. Do I have to go out and start over? An alarm sounded from the microchip. Error. Due to the interference of an unknown force, the consciousness of the substitute golem number 0005 cannot be separated. The level of danger is extremely high. Yang Feng's complexion changed greatly. That's terrible. If my consciousness is killed here, what will happen to my true body? There is a 10% chance that you will die along with your avatar in the Feisuor plane. There is a 20% chance that your soul will be severely injured, and you will fall into eternal sleep. There is a 40% chance that your soul will be injured, and it will be difficult for you to promote to a glorious Dawn Warlock within 1,000 years. There is a 30% chance that your soul will be injured, and it will take 300 years to recover. A series of analyses were made from the smart chip. Yang Feng revealed a bitter smile. The world of warlocks is really strange and dangerous. Substitutes don't work either. No wonder when top warlocks explore various relic sites, they use their true bodies and their strongest power. The world of warlocks was extremely strange. There were avatars, death substitution secret methods, and other life-saving secret methods. At the same time, there were some fearsome karma secret treasures. As long as you were hit by a karma secret treasure, the injuries suffered by the avatar would even spread to the true body. Therefore, when top warlocks explore relic sites, they would generally descend with their true bodies, rather than using weak avatars. Yang Feng's thoughts stirred, and he calmed down from his shock and anger. A fall into the pit, a gain in your wit. Next time, when I go to explore other relic sites, I can only go with my true body. The premise is that I have to survive this time. Fly out. Yang Feng gave an order, and 20 starry sky rippers operated their engines to the limit, turned into streams of light, and flew towards the celestial body at Mach 17 speed. It's no use, you can't escape. Following a strange laugh, a 300-meter-long golden eagle with a pair of dragon wings on its back suddenly flew out, flapped its wings, and appeared in front of the 20 starry sky rippers. With a flash of grey golem light, the 20 starry sky rippers dimmed, and their connection with Yang Feng's smart chip was cut off. With his extraordinary eyesight, Yang Feng saw the 20 starry sky rippers follow the golden eagle and become its subordinates. Yang Feng looked at the golden golem eagle in the sky with apprehension in his eyes. So this is a living golem, the greatest masterpiece of the Golem Lord. What a dangerous and terrifying existence. The living puppet could corrode all existences and turn them into puppets. When the puppet lord was alive, he was the existence that everyone feared the most. It was because the living golem was so powerful that the Golem Lord abandoned the various golem legions he refined in his early years and developed the 3 Empyrean golems and 12 holy golems, which he never suffered a defeat. Yang Feng glanced around and looked at the desolate city without even insects, and he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Fortunately, the Golem Lord is dead. Otherwise, this might be the scene of golem force reaching its peak. Everything in the Sword Puppet Sage's cave residence had been turned into puppets by the living puppets. Apart from the puppets, there was nothing else in the cave residence. This scene is more frightening than the most terrifying horror films. Suddenly, a dignified shade flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. With a flick of his wrist, a sword appeared in his hand, and he uttered coldly, "Come out. This flesh golem is the place where Yang Feng's consciousness resides. It has been transformed into a powerful existence with Moonlight Warlock rank cultivation base. Of course, the power of this flesh golem is far inferior to that of his true body. Don't attack." Along with a voice, a man and a woman walked out of a small alley. The beautiful girl with short black hair asked Yang Feng with an expectant look on her face, "My name is Luo Yang, and he is my younger brother Luo Ming. Are you an outsider?" "Oh, no. Are you a warlock from outside? Is the Golem Lord still alive?" Yang Feng looked at the girl with a complicated look in his eyes and said, "The Golem Lord has died a long time ago. The 8th Warlock dynasty has collapsed more than 100,000 years ago. Although the girl looks exactly like a human, but she doesn't have a trace of life aura on her. Clearly, she has become a golem. Moreover, she doesn't have golem force. She is a low-level golem that was eroded by a living golem." Luo Yang's beautiful eyes revealed a trace of despair, and she wept. "The Golem Lord has died. In that case, it's impossible for us to turn back into humans." No matter how much Luo Yang wept, not a single tear flowed out of her eyes. This shows that although she has a human appearance, but she is no longer a living human, but a dead golem. A chill welled up in Yang Feng's heart, and he vaguely made a guess. What a fearsome golem art. It has survived since the 5th Warlock dynasty, yet it still hasn't died. The living golem should be the path to immortality that the Golem Lord found. Yang Feng frowned slightly, and a pensive look streaked past his eyes. With such formidable power, how could those warlock emperors die? Among the human warlocks of the Tsangji Plains 8 warlock dynasties, every warlock emperor was a peerless genius of astonishing talent. From the living golem, it can be seen how amazing and terrifying the Golem Lord's golem art is. However, each of the 8 warlock emperors has lived for no more than 300,000 years, with some even dying after thousands or tens of thousands of years. This is simply unimaginable. The lifespan of human warlocks is indeed much shorter than that of dragons, kindred, high elves, gods, fiends, devils, and the like. However, warlock emperors have evolved to the pinnacle of life forms in the universe. For them to die after a mere thousands or tens of thousands of years is too unreasonable. The Golem Lord is dead, and I don't want to live anymore. Big brother, you also become a golem and become our companion." The eyes of the pure and beautiful Luo Yang suddenly dimmed and lost their luster, as if she has turned from a person into a weird golem. With a hair-raising smile on her face, she suddenly exploded, and grey golem force shot towards Yang Feng. Suddenly, Luo Ming's eyes lost their luster, burst open, and turned into grey golem force shooting towards Yang Feng. Chapter 624. Yang Feng's face flickered, and he released a level 6 energy shield. The defensive power of the Shizu's energy shield was terrifying. Except for its low resistance to soul, curse, and other phenomenal spells, it was far superior to level 6 single-target spells of ordinary Moonlight Warlocks in other aspects. When the 2 grey golem forces slammed into the level 6 energy shield, They strangely passed through the level 6 energy shield, slammed into Yang Feng, and frantically eroded his body. Boom! With a thought from Yang Feng, the two parts eroded by the golem forces exploded in an instant, and then the parts eroded together with the golem forces were blasted to pieces. The injured part of Yang Feng's body wriggled and healed quickly, but his expression was unsightly. What a fearsome golem force. It's clearly far from the Moonlight Warlock rank in terms of strength, yet it can still easily penetrate a level 6 energy shield. How fearsome. Although golem forces are far inferior to Moonlight Warlocks in terms of power, but their corrosive force is queer. Even a top Moonlight Warlock will be corroded and turned into a golem if they are careless. Yang Feng frowned and mused. Among the 8 Warlock dynasties, Golem dynasty is a taboo among taboo. At the time, why were the major races so apprehensive of living golems, to the point that even human warlocks cooperated with other races to destroy living golems? I finally understand the reason. This power is really dangerous. Living golems are the crystallization of the Golem Lord's highest golem art. Wherever golem force passes, all intelligent life forms will be eroded and reduced to the Golem Lord's golems and toys. This kind of power is too overbearing and terrifying, which aroused the backlash of all powerful beings and races. After the fall of the Golem Lord, countless formidable races descended on the Tsangji Plain and frantically attacked the Golem dynasty, killing all the living golems in the Golem dynasty. According to legend, only the 3 Empyrean golems and the 12 holy golems were lucky enough to escape and leave the Tsangji Plain. Even the Golem Lord was rumored to have been killed by many Warlock Emperor rank existences from other planes. He just didn't have any evidence. The Warlock Emperor realm was the limit that human warlocks could cultivate to. During the long years, humans gave birth to a total of 8 Warlock Emperors. However, before the rise of humans, the Tsangji Plain also gave birth to many Warlock Emperor rank existences. Each of the 36 primary material planes has a history of more than 10 billion years. In that long history, they have also given birth to Warlock Emperor rank existences. The Primal Chaos Mother Spider, the Myriad Eyes Ogre, the Primordial Thunder Dragon, the 6 Heavenly Devils, these terrifying existences were on the same level as the 8 Warlock Emperors. The reason why the 7 Warlock Emperors are called invincible is because they have defeated existences of the same rank with Warlock Emperor rank battle prowess, and there are clear records and proof that they have defeated those terrifying existences. Only after the Dawn Lord proclaimed himself an emperor and presided over the Tsangji Plain until his death did he not fight with other Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses, which is why he is considered to be inferior to the other 7 Warlock Emperors. Compared to the power of other Warlock Emperors, the Golem Lord's living golems is as infectious as a virus. If careless, all intelligent life forms will be eroded by the living golems and turned into golems that can only obey their masters. For any warlock, this is a nightmare. Mechanical body? No, it's an avatar constructed from flesh and machinery according to a certain ratio. To think that the human warlock civilization has developed to this point. In the era of the Golem dynasty, there were no such alchemical secret treasures. Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming, your Undying Mountain's alchemy really surprises me. Along with the sound of admiration, Jiao Iluo slowly walked out of a corner of the city like a gentleman and uttered with a smile. When Yang Feng saw Jiao Iluo, his pupils constricted, and he took a few steps back. He activated energy shields and his eyes filled with apprehension. When the Bright World Warlock son Tianyang faced Jiao Iluo, he was seriously injured and lost an arm. Such a terrifying monster isn't an existence that Yang Feng can contend against. The person next to Jiao Iluo is the peerless genius Angelico cultivated by the Western world's Hall of Truth. The peerless genius Angelico, who defeated Yi Yuanyang in the Time Sky City, no longer exudes fluctuations of life unique to human warlocks. Instead, he is deathly still. Yang Feng mused with a complicated feeling in his heart. Angelico died just like this. The affairs of the world are truly unpredictable. The world of warlocks is truly cruel. Angelico is a peerless genius cultivated by the Hall of Truth. He has formed a virtual world, possesses junior Moonlight Warlock rank cultivation base, and is even comparable to a quasi-glorious Dawn Warlock. For such a peerless genius to die silently in this relic site and be reduced to an ordinary golem controlled by the living golem Jor-Iluor, it really makes people sigh with emotion at the impermanence of the world. Yang Feng bowed and said respectfully, "Mr. Jor-Iluor, I'm very sorry for disturbing your sleep. The Undying Mountain is willing to withdraw from the Sword Puppet Holy's dwelling. Please let us leave this place." Jor-Iluor showed a mocking smile and said, "Since you have seen us living golems, do you think you can leave this place alive? In the outside world, we, living puppets, have countless enemies. Unless the great golem lord returns from the netherworld, we will never appear in the outside world, nor will we let people know of our existence." "The golem lord isn't dead. He's still in the netherworld." A thought flashed past Yang Feng's mind, yet he said without batting an eyelid, "Since it's like this, then please give me a chance, let me cast a spell." Jor-Iluor showed a smile of a cat toying with a mouse and said, "Interesting. A trifling moonlight warlock dares to challenge me. You're very courageous. I admire you very much. Okay, I'll give you a chance to cast a spell. After I make you my subordinate in the future, I'll give you some autonomy." Jor-Iluor can easily defeat a Bright World warlock and insta-kill a peerless moonlight warlock rank genius like Angelico. For a trifling moonlight warlock rank spell to injure him is nothing short of a pipe dream. Yang Feng took a deep breath, cast wide area sound amplification, and shouted wildly, "Alexia, come and save me." Jor-Iluor was taken aback. He didn't expect Yang Feng to cast such a spell. With a flash of black light, as if crossing countless spaces, the heroic Alexia with the fallen angel sword in hand appeared in front of Yang Feng with 3 pairs of black wings. Alexia glanced at Yang Feng and said mockingly, "My lord, you're the weakest and most shameless master I've ever served. For a fallen angel like Alexia who lives by fighting, a weak master like Yang Feng is really not someone she likes to serve." A dignified look in his eyes, Jor-Iluor uttered solemnly, "Spirit summoning. This is a secret method to control Transcendent recorded in the Transcendent text. To cultivate a secret method riddled with flaws like the Transcendent Empyrean imprint, how foolish. No matter how profound the Transcendent Empyrean imprint is, what you've cultivated is just a child imprint, which will eventually be devoured by the parent imprint. Everything you've cultivated will become a gift for the Transcendent Lord." Yang Feng said with a smile, "Sir Jor-Iluor, you should be well aware of the strength of a blazing angel. You're not her opponent, and my subordinates will be here soon. Spatial transfer won't work a second time. Please open a path for us to leave this place." Jor-Iluor smiled and said, "Young Master Lei Ming, in terms of strength alone, your blazing angel is indeed stronger than me. Even if I use golem force, I'm not her opponent. Especially when he is on guard, I have no chance at all. However, that's only in a one-on-one situation." The dragon-winged gold eagle that easily transformed more than 300 starry sky rippers descended from the sky and flew to Jor-Iluor's side. More than 300 starry sky rippers appeared beside the dragon-winged gold eagle. A golem with long black hair, a perfectly proportioned figure, and a pitilessly beautiful face, but lacking the vitality of a living person, walked out from a corner with a greatsword in hand. Amidst the commotion, countless puppet humans, puppet beasts, puppet insects, and puppet birds were continuously teleported from the city by spatial spells, forming a terrifying puppet army that stretched as far as the eye could see. Jor-Iluor smiled, took a few steps back, and retreated into the golem army. Now it's 1 versus 100 billion. In such a magic ban area, even fallen angels will find it difficult to replenish their power. You have no chance of winning. If you give up resisting, I can give you more freedom. In fact, when the Puppet Lord returns from the netherworld, he can grant you the true power of puppets and become living puppets, like us." The dragon-winged gold eagle golem and the pitilessly beautiful golem also retreated into the golem army and looked at Yang Feng and his party with ridicule in their eyes. Yang Feng looked at the dense golem army with a dignified look in his eyes. "In the past, I used a massive mechanical legion to crush the enemy. But now I'm being threatened by countless golems. This experience is really terrible." Chapter 625. With a flick of his wrist, the ruler magic cube appeared in Yang Feng's hand. He squeezed hard, and the ruler magic cube instantly turned into countless black armor pieces that flew to Alexia and formed a set of armor engraved with mysterious runes that covered her whole body in an instant. As soon as the ruler's magic cube covered Alexia's body, she felt a steady stream of power gushing out from the ruler's magic cube and entering her body. When Alexia sensed the steady stream of power gushing out of the ruler armor, her beautiful eyes shimmered with excitement. What a powerful force! Undying Mountain's alchemy is so powerful. Human warlocks really can't be underestimated. Abyssal fiend Grand Duke Poidal, who has lived for hundreds of thousands of years, has collected many powerful secret treasures. But in his hands, there isn't a secret treasure that Alexia feels is so suitable for her. Equipped with the ruler armor, Alexia is confident that she can even fight against Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, and even slay them with her sword. Alexia's heart stirred. It seems that my new master isn't bad. To have such a powerful secret treasure. Alexia, protect me. Let's kill our way out. Leave this celestial body. Yang Feng roared and cast a secret method, and a pair of black wings appeared on his back. With a light flap, he turned into a black stream of light and soared into the sky and flew away from the celestial body. On this strange celestial body, all the vigor of heaven and earth is repelled by magic suppression arrays. As a result, human warlocks can cast very few spells on this celestial body. At the same time, the recovery rate is 10,000 times slower than on the Tsangji plane. Even if Alexia possesses Infinity Warlock rank strength, but facing 100 billion low-level golems, she will exhaust her power and be drowned by the countless low-level golems. Jiao Iluor's eyes flashed coldly, and he roared, "Want to escape? Kill them." The countless golem insects and birds turned into a black cloud and flew towards Yang Feng. However, Yang Feng's flesh golem possesses Moonlight Warlock rank strength. Furthermore, it relies on the built-in super energy crystals as its energy source, not the vigor of heaven and earth. The countless puppet insects and birds couldn't catch up to him at all. This was where powerful human warlocks were far superior to low-level warlocks. A powerful human warlock could rely on his advantage in speed as well as all kinds of incredible secret methods to toy with countless low-level warlocks. Only the hundreds of starry sky rippers caught up with Yang Feng in a breath of time. Alexia slashed out with her sword, and hundreds of sword rays slashed at the starry sky rippers and sliced them into pieces. Killing intent flashed in Jiao Iluor's eyes. "Damn it, let's go. We just need to hold them back. Die." There was a sinister flash in the eyes of the dragon-winged gold eagle, and it flapped its wings and rode a gust of wind. In an instant, it appeared in front of Yang Feng, extended a huge claw shrouded in golem force, and clawed at Yang Feng. The claw of the dragon-winged gold eagle sealed the space. Before the claw touched Yang Feng, despair and fear diffused from him. The smart chip operated frantically, analyzing various ways to evade and resist. No matter what method he used, his survival rate was 0. At the moment when Yang Feng was about to be completely engulfed by the fearsome golem force, a black sword ray that seemed to split a star instantly slashed at the claw of the dragon-winged gold condor. The black sword light cut through the dragon-winged golden condor's claws, which had the strongest defense, like tofu. At the same time, it spread wildly, turning into black lines that spread along the dragon-winged golden condor's huge body. Despair welled up in the eyes of the dragon-winged gold eagle, and it screamed miserably, "How is this possible? You're just a mere bright world warlock rank blazing angel. How can you slash apart my fleshly body?" The bright world warlock rank blazing angel is indeed extremely powerful, but the dragon-winged gold eagle is also a bright world warlock rank living golem. Its fighting strength is only slightly inferior to that of the bright world warlock rank blazing angel. According to his calculations, it was impossible for Alexia to shatter his body with a single slash. Moreover, it was from the direction of his hardest claws. Along with miserable screams, the dragon-winged gold eagle's fleshly body turned into countless pieces, and a large amount of blood fell towards the ground. "You're too weak. Since you're so weak, then go to hell." Alexia showed a bewitching smile and slashed at a fist-sized golem core hidden inside the dragon-winged gold eagle's fleshly body. The golem core is the life core of a living golem, and it records all the mysteries and information of a living golem. As long as the golem core isn't destroyed, A living golem can use the bodies of other golems to reconstruct its own fleshly body. Although the reconstructed fleshly body is far inferior to its original fleshly body, but over the years, it can devour various materials and other golems to repair its body. As long as the golem core isn't destroyed, a living golem will be immortal. This is the most troublesome aspect of a living golem. It is already very difficult for warlocks of the same rank to destroy the fleshly body of a living golem, let alone their golem core. Stop! With a roar, Jor-Eluor flipped his hand, and 2 golem whips made from countless runes lashed towards Alexia like 2 poisonous dragons. As soon as the 2 golem whips lashed out, they suddenly split into hundreds of whips that entered the void and hid in the void like fierce beasts, ready to launch a shocking blow at any time. The peerless beauty puppet moved. As if she was a pinnacle body-tempering warlock, she merged with her sword, turned into a peerless sword, and slashed towards Alexia with frightening might that could split the sky and split the earth. Even an infinity warlock wouldn't dare to let her slash them. Facing the siege of the 2 bright world warlocks, the 3 pairs of black wings on Alexia's back spread, and the ruler armor extended and formed a huge shield. When the peerless beauty golem slashed at the huge shield, mysterious runes erupted on the huge shield, and a fearsome shock wave blasted the peerless beauty golem away. A fallen angel sword containing terrifying dark force slashed at the golem core of the dragon-winged gold condor golem and extinguished the golem core along with its existence. The dragon-winged gold condor golem with bright world warlock rank cultivation base and golem force was slain by Alexia with a single sword strike. In that case, let's die together. Jor-Eluor's eyes flashed fiercely, and the countless golem whips hidden in the void trembled slightly and set off ripples in the space around Yang Feng. At this moment, the void assassins hidden in the void suddenly appeared, and chaotic fluctuations of the void spread from them in an instant. Jor-Eluor's face fell, and an unknown premonition welled up inside him. Shit! The strange fluctuations of the void instantly enveloped the entire space, and the void fell into disorder and devoured the golem whips hidden in the void. Among human warlocks, Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses generally have mastered part of the law of space, and can walk freely in the void. However, the void is full of dangers, and is not a suitable place for fighting. Once you fight in the void, the slightest carelessness may cause the void to collapse. The most terrifying void collapse can even seriously injure a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse. Moreover, there are countless strange phenomena hidden in the void, as well as void beasts that devour everything walking in the void. It is for this reason that once a powerhouse escapes into the void, very few people will pursue them into the void. The chaotic ripples released by the void assassins are equivalent to self-detonation. The void collapse formed by the void assassins devoured everything. Even the golem whips that Jor-Eluor spent countless precious materials to refine are devoured. After killing the dragon-winged golden condor puppet, Alexia's eyes flashed with a scorching light. Her body blurred, and she appeared in front of the peerless beauty puppet holding the great sword. She fiercely slashed her sword at the peerless beauty puppet. The peerless female puppet retreated explosively, and an alternate dimension opened up within her body. Numerous ferocious blade demon puppets pounced madly towards Alexia. The saber demon puppets with blades all over their bodies collided with Alexia's fallen angel sword and were easily cut in half by the fallen angel. The blade demon golems that were cut in half brandished their blades and slashed at Alexia. Alexia frowned slightly, and the fallen angel sword was enveloped in fallen angel fire. With a wave of her hand, a sword ray enveloped in fallen angel fire slashed at the blade fiend golems, igniting them and burning them to ashes one by one. Taking advantage of this moment, the beautiful golem retreated by tens of kilometers and flew into the golem swarm. Countless flying golems rushed towards Alexia. Jor-Eluor spread the fingers of a hand, and golem threads invisible to the naked eye shot towards Yang Feng in the blink of an eye. If Alexia insists on chasing after the beautiful golem, then Yang Feng will be killed by Jor-Eluor with a single move. Chapter 626. What a pity. Alexia sighed regretfully. Her figure blurred, and she appeared in front of Yang Feng and slashed out with her sword, and a sword ray enveloped in dark flames suddenly extended and turned into fallen angel fire, burned the golem threads stimulated by Jor-Eluor to ashes, and then swept towards Jor-Eluor. Countless golems flew out from Jor-Eluor and rushed towards fallen angel fire. As soon as they were touched by fallen angel fire, they began to burn violently, turned into fireballs, and fell from the sky. Hundreds of thousands of golems rushed into fallen angel fire, consumed its power, and blocked it for a moment. Taking advantage of this gap, Jor-Eluor's figure fluttered, and he flew into the midst of countless golems. With an unwilling expression on his face, he looked at young Feng and roared wildly, "Do it!" From the countless golems down below, beams, ice cones, bone spurs, venom, and other kinds of attacks barreled towards young Feng. Alexia, who is standing next to young Feng, spread the fingers of her hand, and a black hexagram shield appeared in front of her. When the various attacks slammed into the hexagram shield, they couldn't even set off a ripple before collapsing and disappearing. Jor-Eluor looked at the invincible god of war Alexia in the sky with shock in his eyes, and he exclaimed, "This is a Bright World Warlock rank Blazing Angel." Impossible. Bright World Warlock rank Blazing Angels are indeed several times stronger than us, but they shouldn't be this strong. Why? Why is she so strong? Blazing Angels are equivalent to human warlocks who have formed a virtual world inside them. They are equivalent to supreme geniuses of the same rank. The golem force of Jor-Eluor's living golems is extremely dangerous and can erode all things. However, in terms of fighting strength alone, these living golems are far weaker than Alexia. That's because they haven't recovered their full strength. With a thought, Jor-Eluor guessed the truth of the matter. That's right, it's that armor-type secret treasure. That armor-type secret treasure had increased his strength by dozens of times. Even in our golem dynasty, this artifact is one of the top artifact. Even though Jor-Eluor has guessed the truth of the matter, but he can only watch helplessly as young Feng, escorted by Alexia, quickly flew out of the sword puppet Holy's celestial body. As soon as young Feng flew out of the celestial body, he abandoned the flesh golem avatar and returned to his true body with a thought. When young Feng returned to his body, he sensed the steady stream of power coming from the small world inside him, and he sighed slightly. Sure enough, it's still my body that gives me a greater sense of security. When I encounter various things, my reaction speed is faster, and I have more means. No wonder many Infinity Warlocks enter various relic sites with their true bodies, it's because the flaws of avatars are too great. Avatars had all sorts of benefits. In low-level adventures, avatars could be said to be extremely heaven-defying existences. Even if an avatar was killed, it wouldn't cause much harm to the main body. But in a high-level battle, especially in front of those terrifying experts who had grasped the lore of karma spells and karma secret arts, the opponent could attack the incarnation to directly injure the target's true body. If an avatar was used, it would be easy for the opponent to inflict serious damage through the avatar. The relic site of the sword puppet Holy taught young Feng a good lesson. If he hadn't been careful and brought Alexia and the ruler armor with him, his flesh golem might have already been killed by now. Perhaps his flesh puppet had already been killed, and his main body had been severely injured by the living puppets, through the law of causality. As soon as he returned to his true body, young Feng issued an order. In addition to the battle robots needed to guard the Li Gui province, countless battle robots poured out of the Andrak plane and were transported here through a top-grade warp gate. Young Feng already knew that it wouldn't be that easy to get his hands on the relic site of the Golem dynasty, so he prepared to storm it. It didn't take long for this endless desert to be covered by countless third- and second-generation battle robots. They were like an endless swarm of ants. Standing on a hillside, the Moonlight Warlock Liu Yang from the Great Cloud Dynasty's Relic Site Search Department looked at the almost endless mechanical legion with shock in her heart. 100 million people, is this the underlying strength of the Undying Mountain? To be able to mobilize a 100 million elite legion so easily, they're really formidable. It seems like they've occupied a second-tier or third-tier realm. It's not that the Great Cloud Dynasty doesn't have a legion formed from 100 million great warlocks. However, the Great Cloud Dynasty is vast, occupies a lot of land, and needs to guard a lot of places. It's impossible to mobilize a warlock legion formed from 100 million great warlocks in a short period of time. Of course, the key to victory or defeat in the world of warlocks mainly lies in the battles between top warlocks and top secret treasures. The combat prowess of a warlock legion formed from 100 million great warlocks is indeed terrifying, and even Brightworld warlocks will have a headache. If there are no Infinity Warlocks, then the Great Cloud Dynasty's Infinity Warlocks can use all kinds of incredible secret treasures to easily destroy the Warlock Legion formed from 100 million Great Warlocks. So many Great Warlocks, 100 million Great Warlock. Is this the underlying strength of the Undying Mountain? No, they all used secret treasures to strengthen themselves to the Great Warlock rank. Even if they used secret treasures to strengthen themselves to the Great Warlock rank, they're still Great Warlocks. That's 100 million Great Warlocks. The Undying Mountain is really scary. The warlocks hiding in the distance, who were still unwilling to leave, were filled with shock when they saw the battle robots that stretched as far as the eye could see in the endless desert. Many warlocks who were dissatisfied with Yang Feng's Undying Mountain saw the dense swarm of battle robots, and their strange thoughts were extinguished. Standing on a dais, Yang Feng looked at the 100 million battle robots with a dignified look in his eyes. The 100 million battle robots are Yang Feng's savings over the years. Although with the productivity of Yang Feng's munitions factories, he can produce so many battle robots again within a year, but he doesn't have enough resources to support it. The Andrak Plain is Yang Feng's current base. He can't use destructive mining methods to collect all the resources inside. As the Andrak Plain is a grade 6 plane, the plane origin can devour all kinds of energy to restore itself and give birth to all kinds of ore veins in the plane. Once Yang Feng uses destructive mining methods, although he can obtain a huge amount of resources in a short period of time, but the Andrak Plane's origin will be severely damaged, and may even decline and die. Once the Andrak Plane's origin dies, the celestial body will become a dead celestial body, no longer suitable for intelligent life forms to live in. After countless calculations, Yang Feng finally made a decision. Fortunately, the Li Gui province has fallen into my control. Even if all the battle robots are destroyed, but with the resources of the Li Gui province, I can restore this mechanical legion in just a year. I can give it a try. That celestial body is the legendary relic site of the sword puppet Holy. Just the 3 living golems are priceless. Great Holy Step relic sites are very rare in the Tsangji Plain, and each of them is extremely precious. Great Holy Step powerhouses are already supreme powerhouses of many planes. Although they are far from being a match for Warlock Emperors one-on-one, but in a fight between 2 Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses, they can be used to overwhelm the other side. In theory, 100 Great Holy Step powerhouses joining forces and using an Empyrean grade secret treasure can barely defend against the attack of a Warlock Emperor. With enough Great Holy Step powerhouses and an Empyrean grade secret treasure, it is even possible to defeat a Warlock Emperor. However, it is extremely difficult for Great Holy Step powerhouses to emerge. They are pinnacle existences among Holy Spirit Warlocks. In each era, there have never been 100 Great Holy Step powerhouses born at the same time. Moreover, these Great Holy Step powerhouses belong to different forces, and it is impossible for them to join forces. Even if 100 Great Holy Step powerhouses join forces and use an Empyrean grade secret treasure, they can only display their strength in a defensive battle. The Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses can naturally use their secret methods to kill the 100 Great Holy Step powerhouses one by one. Even so, Great Holy Step powerhouses are still pinnacle existences. At the Time Lord only had 12 Great Holy Step powerhouses following him. Once a Great Holy Step powerhouse comes to the Tsangji Plain, with the current strength of the Tsangji Plain, it is impossible to resist. Even if the human warlocks of the Great Cloud Dynasty and the 3 dynasties join forces, they will find it difficult to contend against a Great Holy Step powerhouse. Yang Feng naturally doesn't want to give up the relic site of such a terrifying existence. The resources provided by the Li Gui province are enough for Yang Feng to practice cultivation until the pinnacle Bright World Warlock realm. But for warlocks, resources are never enough. If Yang Feng wants to promote to an Infinity Warlock from the Bright World Warlock realm, and then from the Infinity Warlock realm to the Warlock Monarch realm, the resources he needs are astronomical. He can't let go of any opportunity. Attack! Following Yang Feng's order, countless battle robots flew towards the relic site of the sword puppet Holy. The battle robots have activated humanoid camouflage. At a glance, it looks like countless men in black suits turned into a black cloud and flew into the celestial body under the lead of 100 Star Destroyer battlestars and 20 steel carriers. As soon as the huge mechanical legion entered the relic site of the sword puppet Holy, a fearsome spatial force enveloped it.